continues because our story isn't finished.
क्रोम अटकी क्यों भाई?
Our legacy awaits.
હા ભાઈ મેં બધું ચાલુ કરી દીધું. હા એક ચાલુ બતાવો. ओए ओए क्या ओए? अबे
picks. And as we do look at these picks, and again, narrowing down, we see the map. Now it's time to almost start looking at what is the composition, because this idea of the jungle has been something you guys have been discussing in the green room quite a bit. Mirko, for those coming in, do you really expect to see a lot of, I guess, the unique heroes that we saw on MWI increase because that jungle?
शुगर
mid. We've been talking a lot about the jungle. I think now we need to move our focus into the mid lane. In the last few years of MLBB, it almost seems like it's just been 1 to 3 heroes in the mid lane. I think the meta has opened up a lot. I think a lot of picks that you guys back at home aren't expecting will be coming out because of the assassin picks. Those vulnerable heroes like the Yi, like the Farsas, or even the Gords that have been meta for a while may not see the light of day. Heck, we might see more heroes like the Kadita, the Eudora to deal with the assassins.
So that entire meta shifting because there's more pressure.
Yes.
From the dangerous jungles.
It's volatile.
That'll be interesting to see. And, you know, I want to go back to it. Star players. I mean, we talked about Arrow 404, but Zekeef as well has been somebody who has kind of been that new version of Team Vamos trying to claim that youth. Lafel, how do you feel about just this team, Zekeef, Arrow 404, their synergy coming into this?
Their synergy is amazing because the thing about Zekeef is he's in the roam, which might be quite interesting in this current meta here because he can play a front line. He can be the toughest guy just to get all the ults out and then let it be safe for his team to go in. But also, sometimes there's a situation where he has to be the carry where he use some damage dealers where, sure, eventually he will toughen up, he will be that front line, but in the early game, he makes life hell for the opposing jungler. So I want to see if they want to go for that kind of strat here. And Zekeef is one of the new prospects coming out of Malaysia to be a top roamer here in the international stage.
Bro, India
Expect a lot of that, by the way. Hirara, Fanny, both banned out.
We have the third.
From what I've heard, those are two most prioed heroes. The Atlas is first pick prio for Team Vamos. This will erase a lot of that pressure and actually a lot of the comfort picks from Falcons.
Huh? EWC
In a different direction.
Goya and Sanji trying to do their best with the
like
two-pick response.
stream.
But that's what you hope a first pick does, right? Mirko just kind of sets the team picking second on the defensive end so they don't get to set the tempo of this trap.
Yeah, especially because I feel like for now, in terms of the roam, there's not a lot of counters for it. It's a very safe early pick. It's really the EXP as well as the jungle that can really get counter out. So I kind of feel like that's something that Vamos wants to be careful of. If they see certain picks coming up from Falcons meta, that makes it much easier, then they will go for it. But look at this. Falcons meta already picking up the Arlet as well as the Valentina. The Valentina, I think, is just an overall okay pick, but also maybe to deny some of a potential pick for the Sora. But the thing is, Paquito is still there. Esmeralda is still there. There's still good picks for Vamos here. So the Arlet, I think maybe just to take it away from Supai, but also doesn't it show that Falcons, they want to pick up a Nakai later?
Could be. The Guinevere gets picked up though for Team Vamos, so they need a little bit more damage in gold or mid. There you go! I called it. I was going to say, against the Valentina, this is an amazing pick, and I've been hearing a lot in scrims. This hero isn't just in the meta. It is prio. It is a first phase pick. Falcons meta lean back to their comfort, and I'm so happy we get to see the Eudora straight up because I've been talking about it behind the scenes.
And I gotta say, even as a tank, it's surprising by how much poke damage that she does, not even by using her ult. So this is going to be very interesting. Right now, we're looking at the opening picks coming in from both teams. Rather similar, except for Rome as well as EXP. We see here for Vamos and Falcons Mena, they have their junglers as well as their mids. For Vamos, they have a roamer, and for Falcons Mena, they have their EXP. For now, Falcons Mena, it does look like they're going for a more team fight composition. A lot of crowd control and a lot of AoE. Coming in from Vamos here, there's a lot of, I would say, crowd control coming in from the Atlas as well as the Guinevere. And now Falcons Mena, they understand how important the EXP is, so they're taking out the Yuzong. And for Vamos, they want to make sure that the side lanes is not going to go crazy, so they're going to be banning out the Moskov. I wonder if they will ban out the Claude as well, considering I feel like they might have an okay draft for a Claude.
LaFell, you know this team very well. They're from Malaysia, and what would you like to see from them to complete this draft? What's somebody you'd like to see picked up here to complete this lineup?
I want to see something fast that can invade the jungle coming in from the EXP, something like a Paquito or Esmeralda, because the thing about how both Era 4-4, the jungler, as well as Zeke, the roamer, how they like to play is a lot of forward momentum. They like to be in the face of their opponents because they know they have the strength, they have the firepower for it. But for that to happen, if their EXP wins the lane, they're going to try to end the game as fast as possible by 14 minutes, 12 minutes. Like, that's how they speed up the tempo.
And I feel like, especially for Vamos, having a person like Nat Goat in the gold lane makes it a lot easier for them to move around the map. Like, they don't need to go just for neutral objective fights here. Because, again, Falcons Meta, they kind of have combo to control neutral objectives. So who's to say it's all about neutral objectives at this point? You have a winning matchup in mid with the Eudora against the Valentina. You have a very mobility-centric composition with the Guinevere and the Atlas. I think they might go strong side gold here. They ban out the Moskov. The Claude could be an answer. They go for the Cho to deal with the Atlas. I wouldn't be too surprised if we see a Bruno here for Vamos.
Yeah, honestly, like Natko, as long as he gets a pick that can survive a lot of engage, which, by the way, I kind of feel like, sure, these are 4 scary heroes for Falcons Mena, but I feel like there's quite a few gold laners that can survive that kind of onslaught. So now all we're looking for Vamos here is the gold lane as well as the EXP. The Esmeralda is still up, but they do need a little bit more damage, so I wonder if they want to go for something else. In terms of Natko, there's a lot of picks in the gold. There's still the higher of the Claude, and like you said, the Bruno. I feel like none of those are bad choices here.
Well, typically, you know, we've talked about kind of coming into this, the difference between the aggression versus the calculated approach of these gold laners. Natko being, as Mirko had said, just very, very aggressive, wanting to push tempo, but Sano wanting to take his time, get to that late game. They're getting their last couple of picks here. How do you feel this has set that storyline up between two different styles in the gold lane?
I feel like having a weak side Claude here for Natko is going to be amazing, especially because it really does feel like they're going to be playing a lot of 4-1, maybe a 1-3-1, but I'm really feeling like a 4-1 formation here for Vamos, letting Natko absorb maybe 2 sides or 2 minions in the gold as well as the mid, and now a Bruno for Team Falcons Mena. I gotta say, for Vamos, I'm liking the idea here, and Falcons Mena, it looks like a very easy to execute draft.
Yep. For Vamos, I think it's also pretty easy, right? It comes down to who executes better right now. If Vamos can play the strong side of the map, play around those neutral objectives, win out the skirmishes early on, and it's going to be great. But Falcons Mena, I feel like they have more ways right now to play around their gold lane if that neutral objective loses out.
If you think somebody won a draft, is it leaning towards Falcons for you?
I'm leaning more towards Vamos.
Towards Vamos.
Yeah, same.
You too, LaFell. It's obviously a great showcase of 2 teams coming in with different strategies. Natko and Sano in the gold lane trying to go toe-to-toe in terms of their dynamic. Will aggression win over calculated patience? And will Error 404 find a way to be the young star that he is? It's our first game of MLBB MSC at EWC 2026. I know 2 guys who are ready to call the action. It's Naisu and Gideon HQ.
It took us weeks, if not months, for everyone to make their way here to the Mid-Season Cup in Paris. And we're going to find out the next champion for MSC here at EWC 2026. It's been nice, you, Gideon, to bring you the action to start off our group stage. Gideon, we have to talk about the Eudora.
Oh yeah, this is interesting. This is really interesting to see because most of the time, most people wouldn't even consider Eudora to be part of this particular meta, and Clockwood has already missed a couple of minions, which is already pretty bad look for the start. But the laning phase is by far the hardest part for the Eudora.
The Eudora went through an interesting change, man. I mean, when it was its older self, you know, she kind of had a one kind of trick, like, here's my ultimate, here's a bunch of damage. But now I know LaFell mentioned it. You know, you can actually do quite a bit of damage just with her first skill even.
Yes, that Fork Lightning is now interesting. Now that they've kind of revamped the way that her passive works, especially with Superconductor. Now, if you look over Troll, right, he's got that little indicator, and that's because that's the Superconductor stack. If he's able to hit with another ability, you can empower it to do some things. Now, Fork Lightning is particularly interesting because now you can start getting some movement speed on top of extra DPS, so you start kiting around these people if you can apply it more effectively.
Yeah, one thing too is we got a chance to go ahead and call the games during the wild card. You know, we got to see Falcons Meta make their way through that gauntlet that it was. Again, even those best of ones were pretty brutal. We know that they developed over those weeks, you know, or that week, those days that they had to play. We heard that they didn't even have much practice, you know, but they managed for the first time to get to the points in the group stage here for MSC after all that they've been through. And again, this is a team that we talked about that has this kind of innate synergy between each other, right? They've played together so much on the international stages.
Is it going to happen? Air 4-4 is waiting for 30 full seconds until the 4 has been hit straight away with a combination, but it's going to get disengaged instantly. Landshaker will buy a little bit of time, allowing Air 4-4 to get on out of there, but the final slash will put somebody in a compromised position with no flicker. First blood, achieve fatal links as well to combo in, and the power of friendship nets them 4 kills in the first 2 minutes of the game.
Hey man, forget the turtle. Let's just go get some bodies. It'll do just that. First turtle's going to be theirs as well for Falcons Meta. What a start. Let's take a look at the replay here brought to us by STC. I mean, again, man, this was a setup waiting to happen. A flicker, a stolen fatal links for Cuffin was the setup.
Yeah, great eyes on Cuffin, actually, because he saw the angles. Like, maybe I can actually get a little bit more. They could have been happy with just 1 kill, but they decided we're going to go above and beyond. And now, unfortunately, that wasted 30-second angle that Arrow 404 was sitting up on that top side for to try and unlock somebody has now failed, and now has put him significantly behind, because if you look at Boyan, he's already level 6 to Arrow 404's level 4.
Yeah, this is one of the things where, you know, if you're able to go ahead and get these early starts into this game, the current meta that we're seeing, snowball potential can be quite insane, and you're talking about a 2,000+ gold lead already at this point, nearing that 4-minute mark. You're setting yourself up successfully here for Falcons Meta. And across the board too, Troll, again, one of the, I would say he's a prominent Cho player. This is probably his best or one of his best picks that he brings to the table. It's what he kind of made a name for himself in their first international experiences. And, you know, now that you have this lead, you can take that chance. Try to set things up.
What a camp by Guni. I guess nice. So will escape
They
easily.
don't have enough base damage to kill him just yet. Luckily, he is rocking the tank emblems, able to keep him alive for the time being. But for now, it just goes to show they're just getting stat checked early on in the game.
Stat check for now. Here's another.
All at time to heavy spin. Now this is a big issue that I'm seeing, right? Because Vamos, they've got a lot of wombo combo tech.
लोग यहाँ पे पुश कर रहे हैं सीन द क्लियरली तो गाइस ये होता है ये जो रोटेशन होता है ना आपका मैप पे पूरा ध्यान होना चाहिए अगर वो लोग बॉटम लेन में डोमिनेट कर रहे हैं तो टॉप पुश करो दिस इज व्हाट
The heavy spin's so good, man, and that's why the Akai, over the course of the past weeks, if not months up to this point, he's been taking a value in terms of picks. Whoa, Troll, I was waiting for it.
There goes Troll. Nice. I guess they will get Troll. Oh, what a combo. This is what यही चीज ये लोग देख रहे थे स्टार्टिंग में करने के लिए and I guess नहीं दोनों escape.
Hey man, Vamos bring themselves back to this game. They should be able to go ahead and
बहुत बढ़िया combo Atlas और Guni का जो planning उनका starting से था finally got it executed. So the score is 2-4 and there goes
exactly how they needed to. Now after the turtle, the rotate
पहला
down
turtle ले
the
चुके हैं.
They want to put some pressure on Sana if they can.
Very, very nice. I like the way that Vamos is taking advantage of this, right? Initially, the game plan is
Valentina ने एटलास की आउट कॉपी कर लिया, बस उन लोगों को एक मोमेंट चाहिए, एक कॉम्बो मारेंगे.
And play for our strong side, like Mirko mentioned earlier.
सब साथ में ही हैं.
There's a lot of.
Oh, wait, the dragon.
देखो, चो जा रहा है विजन क्लिक के लिए, आउट यूज कर दिया. No benefit of that. Thank you, आउट करके.
But he might have wanted that here.
I know. He probably would have wanted the way of the dragon. It'd be nice if he had it, but Nako still has Purify, so it doesn't really matter.
मिल गया पहला टावर मिल गया पहला टावर मिल गया. आ रही है भाई बोलो ना आवाज आ रही है.
Of matchups into this Bruno that he usually
Bruno
usually is one who takes down the first target. This time it's Natko.
तो डैमेज बना रह गया नहीं. चो टैंक है ब्रो.
To the 700 point, right?
चो टैंक है. रोमर है. इस बार वेलेंटिना का हाईएस्ट पिक रेट होगा EWC में. Let's see.
I call it the gold lane experience, and for a Claude especially. You want to hit that power spike, right? Those 3 items. Bruno hits it a little bit faster because of just the nature of the hero. But, you know, right now both gold laners are set off in a really good momentum in their own. This is. So
626, 627.
Now Natko can just go ahead and switch over sides and continue to farm up.
I think what you meant was actually Claude's the one who gets it faster. His items are significantly cheaper compared to like Berserker's Furies and Haas Claws, right? Coming in from Sano. So the fact that we're seeing Natko already doing so well. Oh boy, this is dangerous. Final slash coming through.
Atlas, they cornered Atlas.
But let's see whether Falcons can reach for a little bit more. They decide not to after using 4 ult and they back away.
Okay, so no flicker burn. It looks like Falcons mana. They still want to put some pressure here, Troll.
They're trying to call it.
पूरा ट्राई कर रहा है, but मोमेंट थोड़ी स्लो पड़ रही है. सामने वाले टीम के पास मोबिलिटी बहुत ज़्यादा है.
Cuffin definitely can steal an all.
A little look there at Boyette. Here we go. Turtle, third one of the game. Last
Turtle
one here.
back camp.
Fighting for space.
Turtle back camp.
Already.
And they got to
the blazing Jew.
Nice move by Claude. Nice move by Claude. Easy. Double kill. But can he go for the triple kill? Can he? Oh my god, gonna get the kill. No worries.
Into 4 members.
Hyper has got the kill, so उनके लिए भी एक benefit ही रहेगा. Hi, तो मेरा नहीं hi, welcome to the stream. तुम किसको support कर रहे हो ये तो बताओ. ये मैच में I am supporting Falcon Luna.
Purify gets out of there quick and now in fast succession from that bot
they
tier 1.
Are already dominating.
The fuck? Defending their own jungle.
Vamos is taking a whole lot, man.
Vamos goose के मार रहा है भाई.
That 2,000 gold lead for Falcons Mena, and
they have the
so
early
you know,
benefit,
has now swung over
but if
they're knocking
late game होगा तो I guess
what they can to
Falcon
set
Luna
themselves
can
up for their
turn the
first lord
tables.
here in about a minute. Looking at the items coming into place. Again, look at the lead between the gold
नहीं
lane.
यार, ने location show कर दी. नहीं करना था. They should have waited.
One recall is what I spotted out in the laning phase, but then after that, not 100% sure how badly it went for him. But it's great for Natko. Like, this is the gold lane experience that every gold laner prays for. Let's look at the gold distribution for a deeper look. Oh wait, hold on. Immediately find a pick.
Oh my god, they directly got Lappu. Akai guys. अटका दिया. Nice one, shut down, double kill. The fuck, they turned the tables, bro. This is what I was talking about.
Beautiful train.
What happened to Vamos's positioning on the map, man? I mean, again, we were just kind of talking about how
Now Falcon Luna is मैं तो बोलता हूँ अपनी टीम को डिस्कॉर्ड बुलाओ एंड उनको दिखाओ कैसे रोटेशन एंगेज करते हैं. नहीं आती भाई टीम
big
नहीं
heavy
आती.
spin, no way to kind of buffer the spatial migration, and worse yet, it was literally at the edge of the mid lane wall. So a little unlucky, I think. Vamos, no sweat to break, but it kind of evens out the goal.
The Lord has spawned.
Essentially brought it to an even game for this first
Lord
Lord now,
again.
as both teams fought for position. If you want to look at the upper hand for Vamos, it's they've got a couple extra turrets down, right? So they got a little bit more space to work with on the map. But Lord, and the fact that you also have an Akai in the hands of Boyette, and you have this kind of tanky front line to deal with this, you could potentially set things up off of your own initiation, depending on what Cuffin decides to do with the Fatal Links. He's got his own, so they're going to take their time with this.
Oh, look at this. Even Cuffin, Troll is looking for a flank angle. He's sitting around the purple buff, and the rest of the Falcons are actually dancing around this Lord. They don't actually want to take it. They just want to open it up. Fatal Links into one
Lord dance. Nice.
to the spatial
But
migration.
कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ा, कोई
But
फर्क
that's
नहीं
already
पड़ा.
2 fat ults already gone. And I'm not sure whether
Lord
Air 4 is
contest
going to
करने
get
के
it
यहाँ
back
पे
up
पूरी
in time
try.
if Falcons do decide to rush
is
this.
just clearing out minions तो वो अपनी lane safe रख सके. And Cho is going for oh my god, what a steal by Juni. Nice one. Claude took out Bruno. And here goes Akai. Nice one, nice one. Cho is trying his best to take out Lapu, and there goes Valentina. What a comeback, guys. What a comeback.
From Vamos. Not only with the Lord secured by Arrow,
but
you gotta give it to Sabat, man. He zoned out the proper members of Team Falcons. Not follow through after that. You're gonna look at the replay here. Keep an eye on this setup. Again, Lord is secured even amidst all of this. But then where Sabat goes, he even burns the flicker, zones out Sano. So much of your damage profile is gone there. Natko was sticking to him, and that's how he's capitalizing on the kills.
What I'm most surprised of the fact that they were able to steal the Lord, like everything that
they are already ये लोग last वाले turret पे पहुंच चुके हैं. Lord भी है. And they move it. Oh, there goes the turret. Nice one. What ult by Akai. देखा इडियोरा लोग बोल रहे थे ना इडियोरा वीक पड़ेगी. इडियोरा मार रही है guys. Valentina used Atlas ult. Lapu takes out. Lord already पहुंच चुका है पर नहीं Lord मर गया.
Ooh, did it cost them though, Gideon?
Atlas recall मार रहा है. Low HP, बहुत low HP है. नहीं. Not a good move by Juni. What? Oh, nice one. 1 HP पे Bruno को निकाले. Nice, GG guys, GG. भाई अफजल को बोला उनके MLBB का स्ट्रीम डिले. अफजल है या चला गया?
3,000 gold behind Natko.
Like the stream guys, like the
really
stream.
what they had to lean on. So yeah, he's still quite behind, but he's starting to at least do some damage. The problem is
Arnold का build check करो guys. Arnold का build check करो. एक penetration के लिए उसने वो छोटा बनाया है. उसके बाद 2 defense item बनाई है. तो वो penetration भी देगा और sustain भी करेगा. Atlas के ult fail.
Sanji is able to get a really good final slash, but doesn't get that backline. Sanji has no way to reset. Tries to get out of the fight, but it's too late.
Akai
And now the heavy spin, unfortunately, can't do much about the scenario.
Failed. पूरा combo fail हो गया.
A lot of battle spells just gone.
No worries, good going.
Troll found the mark. Purify wasn't available because it was used in the last team fight that they had trying to defend the base, so they knew right to go for Natko. They took him out. Essentially, what does that do? It buys more time for Falcons mana to kind of get back into this game. They whittled down a gold lead a little bit. But essentially, if they can find a pick off, sometimes it might even be popping that Purify, you know? And that might be the case. If you can get these battle spells down, then your game plan for Team Falcons can be executed faster or better. And that's what Troll has been trying to do here. Now this Lord is up. Second one of the game. Troll's going to zone out Clockhoon.
Arnold camped already.
Spatial migration at this point. How are they going to close the distance? The back
Left
line
to
needs to get
अंदर आ
zoned
गए.
out.
Juni took out.
Immediately focusing their energy.
So Arnold is gone. उनका एक ही मर गया है.
Forward onto Sano, blazing duet as well. Right onto
Oh my god, Meteora took the Lord.
Pulls him away.
What the fuck?
Lord falls into the hands of Clockhoon as they clean up the rest of Falcons who have to run back and defend the base.
Oh man, again, Team Falcons, it looked like they didn't know exactly how to execute the team fight there. And you know, if Sano is just zoned out the whole time by Sabat, what are you going to be able to do there with your damage? But right now,
Lord के पहले I guess match खत्म कर देंगे ये लोग.
Trying to make this play, Clockhoon even flickering forward, trying to make the combo. Cuffin goes down, and now nobody can do in time.
They are done.
There's an opportunity. He's back up with Troll. They're looking to clear these minions as soon as possible. He's thinking about it, but he needs the help. Final slash comes on through, but how long can you sustain?
It is 1v4. 1v4. They are trying to hold up, but no, the match is over. Let's go, guys. Let's go.
I see Vamos as these young guns, but this is the first time I've seen them so eager to win.
Yeah, this was a game that they knew they wanted to cap out as soon as they
Vamos
saw
won the first
the light at the end of the
match.
tunnel. For game one, anyway. You know, it was very quick with how they shifted things in their favor. They adjusted their fighting prowess around the objectives, and that was the main thing. They also really excelled on punishing some positioning mistakes that were there for Team Falcons meta. But again, game one, It's only day one here, the group stage for Wildcard, you know, or for MSC. You have a lot of things that can be adjusted from this as we take a look at the replay here.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think there were a couple of missed moments from Vamos, right? Their over-eagerness did eventually cost them some pretty big timers. Like the wins of nature that was early purchased by NACO after the Trinity. For the early game, obviously they had some sort of a plan. Unfortunately, wasn't able to execute it perfectly, but they always managed to kind of push the agenda. I think that's the really beautiful thing from both of these teams.
Yeah, again, fighting around objectives was the main thing for both the compositions that were brought to the table, but I think
look at it, guys.
You know, you mentioned it.
Match जितना जल्दी खत्म कर दो उतना अच्छा है. Once you are dominating, खत्म करो. Don't wait कि तुम काम करोगे, ये करोगे, आगे जाके combo मारोगे. 3 लोग हैं, खत्म करो, घुसो, खत्म कर दो.
This team fight. Team Falcons Mena had the idea. They had to get rid of Natco. They had to pop the Purify. They had to get him out of the picture. But even then, I feel like they were just not able to go toe-to-toe in terms of team fighting, even if they got Natco out of the picture.
Yeah, I mean, it's just the hard stat check, you know? You can't keep up with somebody who's got more items than you. They're naturally going to beat you if they have more numbers. But I think that Falcons have some really good ideas. And Vamos is not invincible. This
पूरा try किया, पूरा try, but नहीं.
I'm going to start things up.
GG guys, GG.
And unfortunately, they fail to forget that these are some of the best teams in the world. They're not going to miss that opportunity to sucker punch you when you're not looking.
Yeah, one of the things here, that's game one. We're going to be throwing it over back to the studio.
So guys, it was the first match. कैसा लगा guys? कैसा लगा?
Not Vamosable, as we were saying backstage or on the studio. Welcome back. My name's Rain Day. I'm joined by Mirko and LaFell.
What's up, bro? All good, all good. Say bye. Welcome to the stream.
Had a lot to say in that game. Sometimes it went well. Sometimes you couldn't really understand what they were talking about, and they let some of that lead go, but they ended up closing it out.
Yeah, as Gideon mentioned, man, it's just classic Vamos. Over-eagerness to make plays, over-eagerness to be aggressive in the early game, trying to utilize that composition. Got them in a few dicey situations, like that crazy miscoordination by Sapat and also Error 404 up top. But, you know, all is good. They were able to come back, you know, recover from that and do really, really well in the mid-game by taking those neutral objective fights as expected.
MSC
yeah, I feel like in that game, one of the reasons why the eagerness wasn't that punished that well is because really what Vamos was trying to do was to disrupt the tempo, because they understand the timing for Falcons Mena where they like to set things up. So Vamos did not allow for the setup to really happen. In fact, there are some situations where they disrupt that setup by Air 404 going in. Even though he's the jungler, he's the first one to go in. And I feel like for Falcons, the reason why it didn't look all that well is because I don't think they utilized the draft that great. They weren't able to get the catches. There are some counter engages that was good, but not enough.
Yeah, Sapat on the Lapu Lapu, obviously a big initiator and help that team zone out. But also, I mean, in terms of the storyline there at the M6 stage, I mean, we were kind of prepped on what this matchup means. Most of that team not here, but Sapat, one of the only members of Team Vamos when this team was formerly named Twisted Minds. The majority of this Falcons Meta team took them out of M6. So Sapat maybe still has something to prove, maybe a little bit more to his match than some of the others, and he certainly did it in this game.
Yeah, he recovered really, really well.
14 minutes and 26
seconds to come back in this game from that early.
If Vitality loses to India,
how bad was it? Was it like 1,000 gold early on, right? The four-man pick.
It was almost 2,000.
Yeah.
It was almost 2,000, and then it goes down to 1,007 to 700, and then over to Vamos. I gotta say, Sapat, the biggest change a few years back until now. Those years, he was doubtful. He was like, I don't know if I can do it, but now he's like, you know what? I don't care. I'm the underdog. People don't see me as the potential champion. No pressure. I'm gonna go in fearless.
Yeah, and sometimes that, like, kind of being in the moment, losing out on it, but sticking through it, it makes you a little fearless. You're like, what else can go wrong, right?
Hi, Nan God, welcome to the stream. Kya ishare kar raha hai
gande doing 6-7 as well. Yo, Vamos right now. If I look at them again, if I look at Falcons Mena, I think it comes down to also Falcons Mena leaning towards their utility jungle picks that got them the wild card win.
Guys,
the academy was fantastic in the wild card.
Kya pressure hoga? Kya pressure hoga in pe?
But I feel like if you look at this game again, you see that massive gold lead, you see that massive XP dip between the junglers, and you can see why it's going to be very hard for an Akai this meta.
Falcons worst mistake is so an Arlot. Nahi bro.
All G, brother. But if you lose just a bit, which happened, I don't know how that happened, by the way. Natco stole the turtle once, and then the second or third time was Eudora.
The only reason I don't want to clip it is because there's so many times he just retreat early. He literally retreat early, and there was like about 100, 200 HP left.
Yikes.
Eudora stole it in
हाँ
quad
so
stole it.
गलत pick
Well,
था
you actually looked at a couple of clips that caught your eye. We have some illustration you're going to do for us. So break down what you saw in that game one.
So I got two clips here. First of all, we got to look at the first mistake that really happened, where for Vamos, like I said, over eagerness. Right now, I want you guys to see here the positioning of Air 4 as well as Sopa. They're not on the same page. It looks like they're going for different targets here. Maybe the idea was Eric could solo kill the EXP lane here, and then Sopa, he just wants to zone away, making sure that the two members of Falcon does not arrive. But the problem is, as we play the clip here, we can definitely see the damage is not enough, as well as we see the Akai really pushing Sopa out of the way to the point there he had to use his flicker. And this is all while the turtle is going to be the next contest. This is not great coming in from Vamos, but it does look like they have a good idea that we just want to win the fights. We don't care about the neutral objectives at this point, and we can see it's heavily punished here, where looking at Falcon's lineup, you can see that they are a more team fight heavy composition with a lot more AoE and a lot more crowd control. So that's the first clip here that we see, but we also got to look at the second clip of where Vamos really turned things around, but it is also off of the mistakes coming in from Falcons. Thank you very, very much, Marco, by the way.
Yeah, great assistance there.
Yeah, right now we see Subpat already use his bravest fighter, so he actually doesn't have a great way to engage the fight. But look at Aero 404. At this point, it really does look like Vamos, their idea isn't for those neutral objectives. They just want to go for the kills. As we play the clip here, we see that Troll is moving forward. They don't have full information of where everyone is, and then they just go for Troll because they want to eliminate the crowd control. That's the biggest aspect of why they lost in the previous fight. So they go on to this, and then we'll see here. Actually, Boyet had a slower retribution time. If I can release for a bit. Hold on, 1, 2. Okay. Hard for me to pause during that moment, but you can definitely see Vamos, they got the turtle, but that was not their intent. Their goal was to get for the kills, and they were able to do that. So good on Vamos, and then I feel like that's just something that Falcons has to look out for.
Great showcase and great assistance there. Assist of the game. We don't have MLBB right now. We do have an assist of the game. Really assist of the studio segment. Guys, I mean that was to me also kind of the thing that Vamos made sure they were going to do, which is set the tempo. And I like how they also went to their strengths, which is we may not have the best team fighting team, but we can get individual picks really well. And when we do that, we can win the team fight.
Yeah, I think also if we're talking about that team fight composition from Falcons Mena, that we have to take a look at Falcons Mena's eagerness to be the proactive team. It seems like for the entirety of that match, they were just we're going to punish Vamos when they make a mistake. A few times it happened, but a lot of other times you could clearly see when they needed to push that turtle fight earlier, they didn't want to. On the Arlet, on the show, you need to jump on the Guinevere before the Guinevere jumps on you. And because they were just too reactive, it caused them to lose a lot of those early fights that got the Akai super far behind for the late fights.
All right, well, we'll see what they can do to change things up. Coming up, though, for you, just a reminder that we've got Rhino Day. 2 games and 1 champion. Sorry, a brand new interactive effect. That's what it is for Rhino Day. And it's now available. Check it out and join the celebration. So a brand new interactive event. Rhino Day, baby. I like it. It's close to Rain Day right there. It's not.
Rhino Day.
You know what? I was like, am I doing something for MLBB?
That's you.
That's you.
That's me.
Rainy Day.
Well, I'm definitely down. Go check out Rhino Day.
Sorry?
That'll be fun. And I think Mirko, too, when we start looking at game 2, what can we look at Falcons Mena bringing into this next draft that helps them in these moments? Because clearly they didn't suffer from having a good composition, but they did suffer from being able to execute it. And how do they solve that problem?
I think it comes down to, again, in the game they were too reactive. I feel like in the drafts they were also too reactive, right? Instead of going for their own play, they were just reacting to it. They see the Atlas, they go for the Jump and the Akai. They see the Claw, they go for the Bruno. They're just
second match
ultimately not having a composition that works together overall, or not even playing into the meta game that well, right? So I think the big mistake coming into game 2 that they should fix would be trying to be the proactive one. Picks away from Vamos before they get their hands on them.
Crowd pick's going to be important here for Vamos and for Falcons Mena. Vamos in this best of 3 have a chance to close it out right after this, but of course Falcons Mena trying to push it to a 3rd game. They're going to have to come with some adjustments for sure. A lot of time to check things out too, and when you're on a stage like this, LaFell, we mentioned the stakes and we also mentioned the bigger narratives of these teams. Wildcard was not easy, and they got here. They do not want to go home or at least lose this first game on their first time at this stage 2-0.
Something that I do have to say is a lot of teams, they suffer from the fact that there's 16 teams, and sometimes you can't have the same mindset for all 16 teams, right? For example, we saw just now that Falcons try to play more methodical, play more slowly, play more reactive. But against a team like Vamos, this is a game that who starts first, they will most probably win, unless they just miss a lot of ability. So I kind of feel like it's difficult, but you can't look at Vamos like Team Liquid. You can't look at them like SRG. Maybe against Vamos, you have to be slightly bit more disrespectful. Being like, I'm just going to go fight for you because you're not that good enough, right?
Yeah.
Because, like, again, not to throw shade to Vamos, but this is the reality. When you're going up against competition where many different teams are here, you can't have the same mindset. You can't have the same strategy against every other team for the simple fact, not everyone has the same habits.
Broken walls. Again, Mirko.
Back to back. Ooh, I don't know. I mean, they played it so well, Vamos, in that game. They will even, like, double down on some of these ganks as well. So I think go back to the drawing board, do exactly what you did in game number 1. And for Falcons Mena, again, it's all about stealing those picks. Maybe even stealing blue side, which they did.
First Fanny ban हो जाती है भाई.
This is the question though, right?
Fanny and Marcel दोनों ban confirmed ही है.
Left open. I feel like first pick should be the Hirara, but then Vamos just get their hands on the Eudora Atlas.
Yeah. I mean, like, here's the thing. Even Hirara was open. I don't remember them actually using the Hirara.
That's the thing. I mean, Wildcard was different, though.
Yeah, no, they would use a Hayabusa. They would use a Ethan Shin. Maybe even a Nolan. So, yeah, we definitely got to see how it really shapes up here. For now, Falcons Mena looks like they're on the same side
they banned Atlas.
When it comes to Phoveus. Phoveus is something that they do not want to deal with. And now Vamos themselves ban out the Atlas. So they're really respecting Troll here, making sure that Marcel and the Atlas is not there. And I
now
feel like
Falcon will do
just
better.
in case if Era 404 does want to use a more assassin-based hero. But I gotta say, shout out to Era 404. He is basically an assassin main, but going into the competitive scene, he was very open to use utility junglers, use fighters in the jungle, and I feel like that really stepped him up in terms of his career growth because it makes it so much easier for Coach Valdo to
guys, what do you think? What do you think? Drop down the poll, guys. Come on. कौन जीतेगा, Falcon या
looking like more of the same, I would imagine, Mirko. Try to get Vamos in the
Hirara. They are avoiding Hirara. Hirara को पूरी तरह avoid कर रहे हैं. नहीं करना है उसके साथ.
And that means they can use it.
That's why.
Yeah.
They ban on first phase and on red side as well. It's a big question mark now. I mean, even if they get past Vamos, right, all the other teams will be looking to abuse that later
Pick
on.
तो करने दो. Okay. Pick करने के बाद, guys. Drop down your poll.
I honestly don't know. Like, the thing that I was kind of
Vamos के पास already एक win आ चुकी है. If they win this,
and I still feel like Eve
हो
is
गया खत्म.
one of the stronger picks.
Hilda?
Could still be.
Yeah, but the thing is now Hilda has been banned.
Hilda ban, I guess.
As well as Marcel. I'm really looking at Vamos.
वो लोग कोई assassin plan कर रहे हैं.
At least they can pick up the Freya here and flex it to XP gold. That's what I'm thinking right now. Vamos. They clearly did that intentionally. They also have an Esmeralda to play with if they want to deal with the Freya.
Oh my god. The first pick is Freya. Nice one.
They still go for the Eudora though is the question.
I feel like even if the Eudora may be the third pick here, because I feel like whenever Freya is present, there's really no mid that's completely safe. You know, maybe a Zushin can protect yourself, maybe an
Freya gold जा सकती है.
You're probably hoping for your roamer
सब
to
हीरो पिक
back up
होगा,
the
उसके
syllabus,
बाद
so you
पता
have
लगेगा
enough
कौन
damage
जीता.
to make the Freya look a
Sicilian.
little bit scared, but I haven't seen a scared Freya in a long time.
It's hard. I love that character. Actually, one of the few I've got some hours on in this game. And
Pro Freya.
Yeah, Pro Freya. Sub me in, guys. No, Team Falcons Meta going to handle this one themselves, but obviously a lot of pieces there from
Very early.
I love it. And the Eudora.
Eudora.
I know it sounds strange to people.
भाई क्या सीन क्या है Eudora का?
But I've been saying, I've been talking about this Eudora pick. And I've heard, shout out to my source, that this is first pick.
खुद की टीम ने खुद पे काउंटर उठा लिया है कि सामने वाले ना उठा पाए.
Blue side, it's really good against assassins, so you also want to snatch it away from your opponents.
क्योंकि लिंक अंदर घुसेगा उसमें ही Eudora खत्म कर देगी. इनको जीतना ही नहीं है. किसको नहीं जीतना है? Falcon Mina को.
This is very, I would say, interesting coming in from Vamos. Looking at the bans, you know that it's going to be assassin. You're just wondering which one, and considering it.
लिंक के सामने I guess they can go with कौन सा इंडियन टीम है? इंडियन टीम है True Rippers. जो थर्ड मैच है वो वेलेंटीना
just because Ling hasn't been meta for a very long
Cho.
time. And now the Cho I can understand, but the
Cho
Valentina
again pick up kill. Huh?
We'll see how this works out.
This just seems like an easy Belleric pick for Vamos, right?
Oh
My God, Esmeralda देखने मिल गए guys, Esmeralda देखने मिल गए. Yes,
Because I'm
let's
thinking
go.
and then flex the Freya into gold. But maybe Vamos are thinking we can also flex the Esme to gold. We'll just match it wherever the Freya goes. So all right, fair.
Zeke, Nako. Obviously, two important players for Vamos. They both had good games. A good game in game one. I feel like Sano's pace. How do you feel about this, Lavelle? Was it enough for you? I mean, obviously going against Nako, it's a tough matchup, but different styles. But I think in general, Team Falcon's meta was a little slower in terms of those fights. Despite starting off with 4 kills. What do you think they need to get Sano going?
Yeah, honestly, I feel like maybe
and they went
Belleric able to deal with Nako. I mean, like it's a good thing at the end of the game that Troll with the Cho was able to catch Nako a few times, so Nako wasn't that big of a factor in that one. I feel like it's just in general, Falcons meta in the first game, they look, for lack of a better term, like scared to do anything. So I feel like hopefully in game number 2, they're like, okay guys, wake up, game number 1 is whatever, it's a warm-up game, now we actually got a lot.
They want to use Cho to show them how to use it properly.
LOL. Be a little bit more aggressive, so that's what I want to see.
भाई ऐसा सब नहीं होता है, ये अपने लेवल की टूर्नामेंट नहीं है. This is a World Cup, bro. इसमें ये सब नहीं होता है कि दिखाता हो देखो कैसा होता है. Not like that.
Moskov gets banned out again. The Claude snatch away is also still there. I think for Falcons meta though, again, Belleric, I thought it was going to be red 3. They eventually ban it out. They know how much of a threat it is to their composition. All very short-ranged. So it just comes down to this. Do they want to go Yi Sun Shin on Boyet or no? Right? Because if they don't, that means they're going to have to go back again. Maybe on a
guess YSS के लिए जा सकते हैं ये लोग.
They ban out the glue, so I think it's kind of like a... Are they going for Frederick?
Moscow banned and blue banned.
Honestly,
I don't like it.
I hope
Moscow will link को counter कर देगा. YSS आ सकता है.
Trio doesn't really have a lot of pressure now. The Minotaur is there as well.
YSS.
Pretty interesting because Minotaur is strong, but he's kind of strong when he has the Flash of the Oasis. Before that, he kind of feels like he's mostly just a support, which is funny to say because the Flash of the Oasis is the heal is great, but the more important thing is
what do you think, guys? क्या सकता है
a little bit of cooldown onto Minotaur, then it feels like a real hero where you're chain CCing with your team. So now Vamos, I feel like they have a pretty good pick. If this Valentina was swapped with the Zushin, I feel like they could have done the Minotaur.
कौन है?
So
कौन?
all right, the Harley comes around.
Harley?
And Vamos were leaving.
And
so
Alice.
The gold lane, Alice goes to XP. Now Vamos
Alice
answer the Freya with a carry, or do they flex
Alice
the Esme
XP. Harley.
The XP into the gold lane. Oh!
Wow, okay.
Okay, this is crazy because my boy told me that this was
Melissa.
I didn't know we were going to get to see this early.
I mean, I also heard it's good seeing a few in-ranked games, but yeah, I honestly, this is a big surprise for me. I want to see how this Melissa really turns out.
What's the expectation kind of with the shock happening? Why is Melissa showing up here and making a big impact?
Firstly, that's my favorite hero. Secondly, they're all melee here, so they can't get past this ult Melissa to go away. It's such a clean front to back with a little bit of spice to enter the back line.
Yeah, the thing that I like
अब बताओ गाइस कौन जीतेगा गाइस आपके हिसाब से चैंपियन कौन बनेगा अभी तो बहुत टाइम है ब्रो ग्रुप से चल रहा है अभी
Gonna be tough for Vamos to lose this one based on the draft. The studio likes it. We'll see if our casters like it as well as game 2 underway between Team Vamos and Team Falcons.
बाप से की क्या स्किन बनाई है यार
They take the win overall.
Hey, we like it just as much. Gideon also looked at each other at the Melissa last pick, but we're talking about Ling, Eudora, and Melissa.
Okay, so we have Freya in gold lane. Again, Vamos. This time also Vamos. Let's see, guys.
And honestly, and if Vamos want to take this angle, I don't think it's actually that bad. I agree with what LaFole's been saying. Look at the emblems. It also
I guess ये match Falcon Mina जीतेगा.
Early game actually goes well. What I am curious is about Hawkwood as well as Zeke. They had a bit of a tough time at level 1 and level 2 in the previous game.
Ling अभी भी पुराना वाला ही rotation use कर रहा है.
You know, winning out on these fights and looking for these lane ganks.
And Harley नया वाला rotation पे है.
Nice little aggression here from Troll. but Error 44 is going to be fine. Again, the Ling has popped up a few times now through the course of
Freya, I guess अगर early dominate करना चालू करे तो वो मेलिसा को मार सकती है.
It's one of the things again where you can actually
let's go guys.
Snowball on this hero, and it's sort of a risk in itself. But you know, in this case, I feel like it's supplemented really well with that Minotaur pick, even hell the Eudora pick, because like Lafel said, you know, once you get that Flask of the Oasis locked in, and you do get a little bit of cooldown reduction.
Can they have that first blood? Oh my God, Link! Bhai Saab, what an entry, bhai! What an entry by Link!
Traded flickers, but we're not going to punish that.
GG, first blood.
That's just by the way.
Yeah.
We both don't need
Bhai Saab, that was too good, too good.
But yeah, it's one of those things where, as you saw,
see, this is the thing.
from the whole team,
Link के जैसा assassin अगर आपके पास हो, he can enter anytime, he can leave the fight anytime. It is all about the control. Turtle start कर दिया है already.
You know, we've all been there. Once that
Falcon
scales up, gets the items that she needs, like it is very annoying to deal with her. That go away ultimate, pushing people away, especially the melee heroes that we talked about.
Esmeralda आ गई है. Oh my God, Alex died. Freya got the kill. Just look out, Freya जो बीच में घुस के damage दे रही है.
And Sanji has to get away. Despite everything that happened, Vamos actually now have primary position over this turtle.
Vamos should be able to get this. Boyd's trying to get his purple buff. I'm not sure if he's going to get in range.
उन लोगों ने competition ही खत्म कर दिया guys. देखा आपने? And my lord, ज़्यादा तो हूँ लेकिन वापस नहीं आता लोल. Falcon Indian team है क्या? नहीं bro. True Reaper Indian team है.
He is doing phenomenal in this lane, like really surprisingly well. I would have imagined that when you were on that Freya, especially when you start thinking about the later stages of the game, the added range that Freya gets.
इडियोरा आ रही है मेलिसा को हेल्प करने के लिए. वो कुछ नहीं करेगी, वो खाली उसको बाहर आने देगी और अल्ट मार. ओह माय गॉड, चो ने उसकी ऑलरेडी पोजीशन डिस्क्लोज कर दी. Nice teamwork, guys.
Down there protecting Natko again, one of their winning angles, and there's multiple of them that they can play into throughout this game. So we got to see Team Falcon's men kind of come up with their own game plan. Where is that game plan? I think is the main question here, Gideon.
I mean, the arsenal is ready, the flickers are up. I think it's about finding the picks, right? Because here, Natko can only train against Sano for a certain amount of time. At this point, Sano should be strong enough to win out these trades. His natural base HP is pretty high, so he is strong side. I think for Vamos,
Team Vamos already good to the plus salary of 400, 500 gold.
Kill him early, get the way of the dragon out. It becomes a lot easier to deal with some of the other problems like Boyet or in particular Sanji and Sano.
Part of that game
See the camping, see guys.
Also might be
दोनों gold lane वाले एकदम शांति से खेल रहे हैं. मेलिसा knows कि early game में वो फ्रेया को कुछ नहीं कर पाएगी. फ्रेया उसको मार देगी. बहुत शांति से सेफ खेल के फार्म कर रही है. This is what the MM needs to do. I think they love show. Who doesn't?
This is guaranteed kill here.
See.
But Sano says, it's all right. You know,
nice backup, Bacho.
Abilities through your shield. It's not considered an auto attack. It's good enough.
Yeah, as soon as I said, if Troll can get a kick, he gets a kick on.
Troll ने ult भी use कर दिया. He made sure कि मेलिसा हाथ में आ गई, अब वो बाहर नहीं जाएगी.
He's going to be back up. But they'll try to blitz this.
Oh my God! They are literally showing कि चो कैसे use करते हैं.
He's thinking about trying to go for the steal, but he's getting blasted between the walls in midair. Now Tempest of Blades.
Nice, easy turtle for Harley, and Melissa got killed again. Nice one, guys. See, guys, देखा आप लोगों ने क्या हुआ? They took the whole fight outside the turtle. कि उनका hyper easily वो कर पाए, turtle ले पाए.
I don't know, man. Natko's got to be feeling it. He's been kicked twice now.
Bottom lane का turret गया. There is the first turret.
You know, as we look at the replay here,
see, guys, see.
You can see how this fight breaks out. You even come to this fight. Natko just revived. Dies again off of the kick, and so now you're further.
मेलिसा को बहुत मारेंगे ये लोग guys, बहुत मारेंगे. मेलिसा फार्म हो गई, बहुत दिक्कत दे सकती है.
that Vamos might be allergic to getting purifies at this point, right? Everybody needs that flicker to make a play, to get out of some pretty tight situations.
मेलिसा ने लेन छोड़ दिया, वो उसकी लेन जा चुकी है, मिड पुश करने का ट्राई करेंगे। फ्रेया ने भी स्मार्ट मूव करते कि बॉटम लेन का टरेट ले चुका है, अब टॉप क्लियर है, टॉप पुश करो। नाइस बैकअप देखा गाइस, चोक खाली खड़ा था वहां पे, उसको पता है कि टरेट में ये लोग घुसेंगे डिफेंड करने के लिए, तो मैं पीछे से स्टन कर दूंगा और फ्रेया के खत्म कर देगी। दिस इज व्हाट सिनर्जी इज गाइस। जिन लोगों को भी ऐसा है कि हमारा रैंक पुश नहीं हो रहा, गेट अ टीम, सिनर्जी बिल्ड करो। बोले बिना भी आप समझ जाओगे कि ये मेरा बंदा यहाँ ये कर रहा है, तो उसके लिए मेरे को ये करना है। The main thing about this game is the teamwork, the synergy.
Utilizing his kid, whether he kicks someone or not.
Oh wait, Tempest Ablaze, they've already thrown out some good abilities in a combo.
My God, what an ult by Mino! Nice one.
My God, it's a massacre, and now Sano looking to clean up the back
They are
line.
going for double kill, double
He
kill.
knows he's done for. Mino, oh, gets the kill just in time, and now Saban there for need a 1v2. Sano and Sanji is trying to peel them up, but luckily
Just look out, guys. Just look out.
Side. Oh
The
man,
fuck?
reinforcements from every single angle. They might not be a professional team, but afterwards they should be paratroopers.
Oh my God, 1 HP, what? क्या टीपी दिया है भाई, एलिस ने क्या टीपी दिया है? But how to get a team, bro? Play with your teammates. जिनके साथ तुम खेले हो, उसने अगर अच्छा परफॉर्म किया है, ठीक है, उसके साथ कर सकते हो। या तो सबसे बेस्ट एक इजी रास्ता बताता हूँ, डिस्कॉर्ड चैनल है हमारा, लिंक डिस्क्रिप्शन में मिल जाएगा, ठीक है, जाके ज्वाइन करो। उसमें रिक्रूट करके एक चैनल बनाया हुआ है, ठीक है। आप अपनी जो सारी डिटेल्स है उसमें फिल आउट करो, सामने किसी को चाहिए होगा वो आपको हायर कर लेगा, या अगर आपके टीम में कोई बंदा कम पड़ रहा है तो आप उसमें से प्लेयर्स उठा लो। It's as simple as that.
What is Sanji supposed to do?
Oh my God.
If they play a traditional front to back,
एलिस एक बार एस्केप कर दिया था, इस बार दे मेड श्योर नहीं होगा।
snap their elbows, break their joints, the kind of
Vamos has started dominating.
Yeah, a whole lot being broken here at this point.
Freya backstab, Freya backstab.
It's good. Sano's trying, Mino and Fury to try and buy a little bit of time as Nako repositions. Sabah trying to peel.
Mino ने ult मार के delay किया, but नहीं, Freya के ult है, Freya. Oh my God, double kill already.
And the Terrify as well, but luckily
Link बच गया, उसके ult से बच गया। अरे Freya went too deep यार।
Man, it was almost so good of a team fight there.
Oh, whoa.
What an ult by Alice.
Can he actually get enough to kill him off?
Can she? Oh my God. She got Alice.
What happened with that fight?
फिर से dominate कर रहे हैं।
I thought Vamos was going to go ahead and disengage after that. They end up going for it again. So Falcons.
See, Link का भी एक benefit है। Link split push में बहुत अच्छा है।
What a bloodbath it's been.
So if you are not getting the kills, you can go for the split push.
Initiation able to go ahead and take out Natko. Delaying them a little bit more was crucial here for Falcons men.
First Lord आ गया guys, first Lord.
Never what moment. Both sides just refuse.
Vamos already Litho लेके बैठा है and fielding चालू हो चुकी है Lord के पास.
Nah, we're gonna throw everything and see whether it sticks. Wait, Troll actually spots him up. Can they actually intercept this? I don't think so.
Yeah, I don't think
Harley और Choke top पे बैठा है Link के लिए. बट लिंक अब लॉर्ड के पास जाएगा ना, उसकी टीम ऑलरेडी पहुंच चुकी है, लिंक पहुंच गया, एस्मेराल्डा भी सारे बुशेस चेक कर रही है, देखा प्योर पूरा विजन ले लिया। अरे इजी लॉर्ड वो लोग ने ऑलरेडी पूरा सेटअप बिठा के रखा था गाइस।
But they also understand the main damage dealers just don't have enough stats to finish the job.
I just can't picture that brute force breastplate under that wizard robe, man.
देख रहे हो, जरूरी नहीं है कि हाइपर ही इनिशिएट करे, एमएम जाके इनिशिएट कर सकता है, हाइपर रेट्री करके उसको क्लियर कर सकता है। बाकी पूरी टीम खाली पुश में बैठी थी। खाली बुश में बैठी है। मेलिसा को प्रोटेक्ट करने के लिए पूरी टीम कैंप करके बैठी है और पता है कि ये लोग घुसेंगे अकेले मेलिसा को देख के। देखो ऐसा पूरी अंदर घुसी हुई है, उसको पता है ये लोग कुछ नहीं कर पाएंगे। पूरी टीम को विजन है कि भाई तुम घुसो आगे, दूर दूर तक कोई नहीं है। माय गॉड, उसकी एचपी से आधा तो उसका शील्ड है गाइस।
Wow, how did Troll get there? Why is Troll sitting in the mid lane here? He's got a bit of a flank. He's trying to make it happen. Conceal. He finds it. Nacto's head.
Fight चालू। मीनो की ult, oh what an ult by मीनो भाई साहब।
The backline's getting attacked. Arrow forward, looking to try and get something underneath the Vamos banner. 10 to 10, and now it might be 11 to 10.
Oh my god, पूरी एस्मा मार दी।
Hey, Troll does it again, man. Troll goes off on an angle you wouldn't see.
Oh my
With
goodness.
the conceal as well. Finding Natko again. You know who? There is
भाई
no
चो
go away
को
from here.
छोड़कर
Troll's
कुछ और
Troll.
पिक करना चाहिए इनको। लियो
He is a sniper here. He is just finding crazy angles. And for now, I would say that these two teams, the power of friendship is strong.
देखो देखो हैंड कैम देखो, हैंड कैम
Too.
देखो
Lord
guys।
was basically dealt with. It did get the shield, you know, but ultimately Vamos on the first Lord wasn't really able to get too much off of it. Much better for Team Falcon's meta that they were able to go ahead and stop that push from happening. They do maintain the tier 2 mid turret for now, but off of
वो
that,
जो
again,
फील्डिंग
leading
सेट
into this
करके ही
next
बैठा है,
objective is
कोई
where they
टॉप
wanna
लेन
get
आएगा
most
मैं पकड़ के डाल दूंगा इसको।
Sanji has been doing a phenomenal job.
देखो
there.
देखो देखो गाइस ये,
Troll again on the hunt.
Oh man!
अरे भाई साहब प्रेया फुल बॉम्ब में अंदर, इडियरा मिल गई। नाइस नाइस नाइस, गेट बैक गेट बैक गेट बैक। एलिस बस पीछे से पोक कर रही है। भाई साहब
Okay. Choke out what you can.
देखा एक एक बफ की क्या, ओ भाई साहब वैलेंटिना बॉटम में घुस चुकी है भाई अंदर। इस बार वामोस लेट गेम जाने दे रही है, वामोस लेट गेम नहीं जाने दे रही है। फैल्कन मीना डोमिनेट कर रहा है अभी उनको।
Yes, you still have a Ling. Yeah, you still have the Eudora for that magical damage there. But man, losing the Melissa, especially if we were supposed to be popping out all of that damage.
अभी ये लॉर्ड देखो, मीनो आ गया है, मीनो लॉर्ड पे आ गया है, वो विजन दे रहा है। देखो बुश चेक कर लिए सारे, मेलिसा ने मिड का बुश चेक कर लिया। अगर ये वाला भी, ये लॉर्ड भी टीम रेडी लेगी। वामोस का ही है लॉर्ड ये भी। नहीं लिंग नहीं आएगा भाई हाथ में, वो लिंग है, दुबारा कूद के भाग जाएगा भाई वो। देखो एस्मा एस्मा, देखो एस्मा रोक के खड़ी है, बोला था टीम रेड। जी जी फिलहाल 50-50 है। प्रेया टू अग्रेसिव, नाइस वन गाइस। देखो क्या डिफेंस दे रहे वो लोग, एमएम को क्या डिफेंस दे रहे हैं। उनको पता है मेलिसा लेट गेम अगर मैच गई है, मेलिसा कर देगी, फाड़ देगी भाई। GMS will win. Let's see, let's see.
This was a really good play. As we look at the replay here brought to us by STC, you can see this. They blitzed that Lord. They made the quick decision.
Ult मार के Lord दिया
was
उसे।
already dropped down. That is massive in that fight there to keep Natko
प्रेया went too deep। गलती हो गई यार उसकी, लिटरली उसकी गलत मूव था।
Look at the poor man. He's just he is force feeding him water, but luckily he's still made the play. Look, there's a very different sound here. I'll tell you. Wait until Gore gets picked up, and I'll show you the Mystic Gush. But in the meantime,
क्या कर सकते हैं? I guess लॉर्ड तो लॉर्ड वो लोग आधा मार दिया, और वैलेंटिना के पास मीनो की अल्ट है, तो अगर वो लोग अंदर भी घुसेंगे तो भी मार देगी वो उसके सामने अल्ट के। देखो अल्ट के सामने अल्ट, ओह माय गॉड, फ्लिकर अल्ट बाय वैलेंटिना, नाइस वन। ओह भाई साहब, व्हाट अ लिंक भाई, ट्रिपल किल। मैनियक 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 मैनियक, लेजेंडरी। टाइम अप हो गया। जी जी वामोस, जी जी। पोकेमॉन यूनाइट खेला है कभी? नहीं खेला भाई। जी जी भाई साहब, दैट लिंक वाज टू ओपी गाइस, टू ओपी।
first match there for Falcons Mena. Off of it, Vamos, they knew the game plan. They got stalled out a little bit. But it was just one of those cases again where this composition, man, worked out in their favor. You're talking about a 10-0-4. This is probably, in the past couple weeks that we've seen the lane come through, this is the most deadly.
One side dominate here, guys. One side.
Standard military practice versus guerrilla warfare here, right? The rigidness of this composition is
खत्म हो गया, best of 3 है.
But on the opposite end for Falcons, they gotta figure out ways to really get creative in getting those
GG guys,
to be fair,
GG.
they were great. Sanji
Next
and Troll
match
by
है
far
Team
amazing
Falcon
engagements into
PH
the backline, and that's what drove this game out for
versus
so long.
Guangzhou.
They had their moments in the game. You know,
चौक की जगह कोई और
there
पिक
from
किया होता
SEC.
तो चांसेस
There was
होते. ऐसा
multiple
नहीं होता है
moments.
ब्रो, ऐसा नहीं
Looks
होता है.
like
क्यों
they
डेड है
had the
रोल.
They were able to go ahead, take the team fight over to Vamos, but then they also got into these instances where I think maybe
यही देखो,
it was on a switch
यही
too much.
हमारी
You know,
और
they had to
इनकी
look around too much,
जो
and they just got in this position where it was
लेवल
like,
ऑफ थिंकिंग है ना, वो
how do
यही
we
डिफर
keep track
करती है.
of Arrow 404?
हम एक हीरो को लेके सोचते हैं, वो लोग एक हीरो को नहीं, पूरी टीम को लेके सोचते हैं.
There, it's like, hey, we forgot there's a Ling on the other side. This guy's gonna shred through us, and we're so hard focused on Natko. But then again, when Natko can survive, and Arrow 404 can roam around and do his thing in the skies, basically, you have free reign.
And that's the thing. I think that right now in Mobile Legends, the meta needs to understand, yes, it is risky to have a singular win condition. We need to see multiple win conditions in a composition baked in naturally.
Well, let's go ahead and throw it over to our interview for this matchup.
I'll be back guys, I'll be back.
Amazing opener match coming up from Team Vamos, and right now with us on stage, we will be having a quick chat with Error 404. How are you?
Very good.
Okay, now, you know what? Let's talk a little bit about the game, because prior to the game, we saw an interview with you and Eterna, and you looked very stressed. You looked very tense. Now that you won your opening match in MSC with a 2-0 clean sweep, how are we feeling?
I feel very relieved because we got to close the game 2-0.
Now, I'm sure a lot of the Malaysian fans back at home are definitely happy with your win today. Now, let's talk a little bit about the game. We saw that in your opening match, you picked Eudora twice, and the Ling came out, played perfectly. Talk to us about the Eudora pick first.
I think we got it from other teams in scrims, so we just started practicing it and we use it today. Yeah.
Do you think it's going to be an effective mid laner moving forward?
I think it's a really meta pick right now, Eudora.
Okay, now next question. The Ling. How are we feeling about the assassin picks making a comeback this MSC? I know that you're an assassin user yourself.
Yeah, for me, I'm happy because I'm an assassin user, so it's my time to show my heroes.
Ooh, I cannot wait. Is there anything you want to say to the Malaysian fans watching back at home?
Thank you for all the support, and I hope you guys can support us for the next match as well, and we will do our best.
Aw, thank you very much, Error 404. I'll see you on your next match. That's it from us. Let's show it over to the studio to break down what happened in this amazing clean sweep match. Throwing it back to you guys.
It's my time to show my heroes. Error 404 puts that on the screen of every single player from Team Falcons Meta, because there's something that they just could not compute in that win. Unkillable was the assassin heavy jungler, and they take the win 2-0 Team Vamos against Team Falcons Meta. Mirko, Lefel, and I'll go to you first since you are our Malaysia man here. I mean, that was a team win for Vamos that was, to me, it left no questions, right? Even despite a lot of people thinking that it was going to be, look at these predictions, 92%. Vote for Falcons coming up, but it was a 50-50 for ours. If you didn't see that, most people thought this would be a lot more even, and Arrow 404 showed that's not happening.
Yeah, for sure. People do know me as the Malaysian man, as they call me that for
MM.
Yeah, MM for a few years. But yeah, I gotta say that was exhilarating because I think, Mirko, we're on the same page here, where we haven't seen the Assassins for a good 2 to 3 weeks. Seeing how Arrow 404 pilot that lane, that was refreshing. That sets up MSC so well. We see tank junglers like the Gwyn, it works out well. And then you see the lane, and then after that first match, that's the best way to open up MSC, because now you know it's uphill from here. The meta is gonna look so good.
And you gotta remember, you know, it was a Fanny and a Hirara banned out. So already 2 assassins banned out. Then we see the link contested as well. We don't get to see the items here. I actually came into it. All right, so we got in game. I saw the Melissa pick and I was like, all right, Melissa. Then I went in, I saw the battle spell and I was already disappointed because, hey, usually on Melissa, you go Inspire. I would know. I'm a one trick. Not really, but I play the hero a lot. But then we look at the game again and we see the build path and it's different. It's no longer just the 3-item power spike of attack speed.
Here it is.
Here it is. He goes for... So it is. Wait, he still goes attack speed. But I've heard that in scrims, the reason they don't go for Flicker and Purify is because they go Corrosion into crit. So I don't know if in this case, they saw a lot of tanky guys, so he wanted a bit more shred, or what's the case, but... Again, if you go crit, if you go Flicker, Purify, then we'll see. I guess we'll see. Because I still think it was interesting to see Flicker instead of Purify anyways against the Cho.
I mean, maybe also because, again, it's their first match. It's one of those things that they just forget to change. Because, you know,
maybe.
There are some human errors.
That's
but
true.
I feel like after that game, maybe Coach Valdo was talking and is like, that was fine, but against other teams, we might get punished. So let's remind ourselves to change the spell when we get into the game.
And I feel like now the interview with Boyet, it strikes us a bit different. Now it's like, yo, you didn't have enough practice. So if you didn't scrim too much, you don't know what the meta picks are, right? And the Eudora, the Melissa, it definitely messed with them.
And when you know you're getting kind of beat in the macro and kind of the decisions before the game, you're kind of like, wow, wait, are we ready for this? And now it does kind of make it seem like they knew they were going to have to go back to the drawing board, study up a little bit, and get ready for their next match. Good thing is we still have more games for Team Falcons meta. They're not out yet, but it's a great start for Team Vamos as they take the 2-0. Team Falcons PH and Guangzhou Gaming. Well, you thought it was 92% to 8% that Guangzhou Gaming would take the win over Team Falcons. And of course, Falcons in that 92 percentile. We'll see if that is going to happen as we come up with that as our next match. Of course, Vitality Rippers and Team Spirit Ignite closing out our day as well.
I mean, like, I'm with the crowd for saying 92% for Team Falcons Field.
I agree.
Let's just say they are one of the champions to win it all. I want to see how, with this as a matter here, Kyle will perform, because that's also back in 2024, one reasons why they made it all the way to the grand finals.
I'm just so excited to see Kyle, Niall, Kyrie, all of these guys on Assassins, man. I am so excited, seriously.
It is going to be fun. It already was very fun. And if you've got that right, we want to know. And especially if you want to see if you can get it right next time, join the 92. Join the 8. See if you're right. Check out our tournament pick'ems, esportsworldcup.com/play. Scan the QR code. You can let us know if you know who is going to perform in these upcoming games. Up next, we want to show you a little something from our game Ace Craft, which has a brand new co-op mode called We Fly Together. Check it out. We'll be right back.
पहली बार तो भाई भाभी ने हमको छुआ है। अबे हमका खुशी बना दो बे।
तुम्हें क्या लगा? अकेली हूँ, दुखी हूँ तो क्या? फायदा उठाओगे मेरा? नकली पट्टियाँ लगाकर घर में आ गए सिंपैथी लेने। तुम ही वीर, तुम ही मिस्टर जौहर। इतना बड़ा मजा, शर्म नहीं आई तुम्हें? झूठे मक्कार इंसान हो तुम।
Z5 के साथ जुड़े रहें और देखते रहें अपने मनपसंद टीवी शोज।
They have defeated their demons. They have crushed the curse. He thinks he can come in here and play my game. Let's go. He knows nothing. Let's go.
Tyler won. You're done.
Raw energy. House from blow the house down. This ain't no regular thing. I came for the ring, you know what I mean. You see my name in the lights, better get right, I'm champion.
We were there for every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind, and we're here. Now, the proud founding partner of EWC, powering the biggest event in gaming, shoulder to shoulder with the world's best, making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion, reach your impossible.
Well, not only can you watch EWC and MLBB MSC at EWC 2026 with all of our YouTube and Twitch official channels, you can also become a co-streamer and join
guys,
in on
I'm
the
back.
action. If you want to do so, make sure to check
थोड़ी भूख लगी थी, बारिश भी चल रही है, तो I thought क्यों ना मैगी खाई जाए.
but also help to build an audience with the great content that is available here to be put on Showcase. So if you're ready to join, check out that QR code, scan it with your phone, and become a co-streamer. We'd love to have you as well. And if you just want to watch, that's okay too. You know, if you want. But hey, we'd love to have you here. Rain Day back on the desk with Mirko and LaFell as we start to preview our next matchup in today's 4-game series. And we've got Team Falcons yet again, this time PH versus Guangzhou Gaming. Fellas, just some initial thoughts on what it looks like to see Team Falcons after missing all of the international events last year, finally back on the stage versus Guangzhou and their first international here.
Well, I think, you know, they fixed a lot of the errors. They invigorated the roster as well coming into this. I think Team Falcons PH are looking very, very strong coming into this. Yes, they did lose in the grand finals, but I think it was also a different meta. In the current meta, I really feel like Team Falcons PH has what it takes to do what they did in the past. MSC 2024, the first time at EWC, they made it all the way to the grand finals.
Something that I do have to say, where I feel like I talk about this backstage, it kind of feels like they're trying to go back-ish to the 2024 meta, right? Because in MWI, even the grand finalists are the same. And that's why for Falcons PH, that's why I'm like, wait, hold on. This is looking like familiar territory for them. So I'm actually looking forward for Team Falcons PH to be surprisingly, unsurprisingly good here.
So same finals, but a different champion this time in MWI. So Falcons, SRG, and Falcons winning this time?
No.
Is that the script?
So,
Is that the script?
Hold on.
Malaysian man.
I mean, like, it went all 7 games, and at the final game, you know, the $1 million pick happened. We'll see if that happens again.
I mean, there's $1 million on the line here as well, so anything can happen. Falcons PH about to take the stage. This roster filled with great players who want to make their mark here, especially at MSC. We mentioned Guangzhou. We'll talk about them a little bit later. But for the 92% favorites from your votes in the chat, it's time to hear from Flap as we got a chance to catch up with him prior to the start of the set.
We're now here with one of my favorite EXP laners. It's Flap. Welcome back.
Hello, guys.
How's Paris treating you?
It's all good.
Did you like the food? Did you like the hotel? Everything okay for you?
Yeah. This is the best.
Oh, this is the best. And we are with one of the best, right? So, Flap, we haven't seen you in quite some time. I think the last time we saw you on an international stage was MSC 2024 runner-ups. What's different for you this time around?
The difference is that I'm more hungry to win this championship.
But you had breakfast, right?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Just, making sure. How did you prepare for your next match here against Guangzhou Gaming?
We just trained in the hotel. Yeah.
Train in the
That's
hotel?
pretty much it.
Anything else? So you do specific to Guangzhou Gaming that we should know about?
Nothing specific.
Nothing specific?
Yeah, we're ready. Yes.
They're ready. We're ready as well. Flap, good luck. Thank you so much. Over back to you.
Flap, a 2-time M-Series world champion, M2 and M5. He's got to play a big role in today. Mirko, Falcons are going to do well.
Absolutely. He's crucial to Falcons winning. And what the heck? You might be right. What's going on with these players when they get interviewed by Eterna? Who is that? That's not Flap.
Hey, I mean, like, here's the thing.
Flap does the thing. He always taunts and poses. What?
Eterna's
Who is that?
posing some problems.
Hey, you don't know. Eterna behind the
focus.
Scenes. She's a girl boss. She intimidates.
You know what? She might have just arm wrestled him right before that. And with 2 hands as well. And then he was like trying to catch his breath and just get ready to go. I think that could be it.
That could be it.
That could be it, honestly. You guys haven't seen Eterna. Like, she's strong.
Yeah.
She's like, what, 82 kgs now?
Yeah, she's strong for a twig.
Oh my gosh, we're having some fun here on the desk. We got plenty of time to talk Falcons, and we got plenty of time to talk Guangzhou as well. As a roster, these guys have been really effective, and obviously coming from China, this is a very important story for them.
Yes.
It is their first international event this year, and I think this is an opportunity, hopefully, for them to not only be a hope for China, but also to be starting a path which they hope to finish as they improve as a roster. We had a chance to catch up with May again, so hopefully he can get some words down with Wolf and Eterna.
Eterna here with team captain May, and of course we do have Wolf here to help translate this coming into this next matchup. So first and foremost, what was your reaction coming into this, knowing that you are going to be up against Team Falcon first?
我是挺开心的，因为能对阵世界冠军菲律宾的世界冠军，而且他们的教练其中之一是我们 GZG 之前的 coach。
He said that he's happy and he's glad that he's able to go against Falcons, knowing that the former coach of Guangzhou Gaming before is currently a coach of Falcons, which is Coach Ren.
Okay, so they used to coach you. Do you have maybe a message to Coach Ren?
Yeah, Coach Ren.
You have a message?
我希望比赛能互相发挥好吧，就是我很珍惜这次对战。
He said wishing good luck to both teams.
Okay, wishing good luck. And you know, speaking of Filipino people, you also have a Filipino player on your team, right? You have Sai. Did Sai mention anything to, you know, beat the Filipino team Falcons?
西外不是菲律宾人吗？他问这是西外有没有说啥，就想打一个人或是啥。
他说他想赢 Super Marco。
He said that he wants to defeat Super Marco.
Oh, okay. So he just personally wants to defeat Super Marco. Fair enough, fair enough. You're going to get that matchup later on. And of course, as team captain, what are you going to say to your fellow teammates before this next matchup?
你作为队长，你有没有什么想跟你自己队友说的？
我觉得就放轻松一点打吧，因为比赛有很多。
He said that he's just chill and enjoy the game, just knowing that there are going to be a lot of competitions.
Okay, so we can feel confidence, we can feel, you know, chillness coming in from this team. So once again, good luck, and we're throwing it back to you.
I think he passed the Eterna test. I don't know about you guys. I think he did well, but maybe that's because of the translation that had to occur.
He has a friend, yeah.
Gave him a chance, and he had a buddy nearby. All jokes aside, there's no jokes in this matchup. There's a very few tougher opponents that Guangzhou Gaming could face in an opening matchup than the Filipino Titans of Team Falcons PH. But if they are going to prove that they deserve to be on this global stage at this level and that they can make a run, Mirko, some would say this is the type of team they have to beat.
Oh, absolutely. You know, we got to see a glimpse of what Guangzhou Gaming had in their arsenal at M7 Wildcard, and they were the favorites to actually win it. Unfortunately, they didn't, but they stole the show a couple of times. Modi, fan favorite of the chat. Everybody loves Modi in the chat. He's amazing on these playmakers in the XP, and I feel like him and Maze, they're going to have to work double time here if they want to get a win against Falcons PH.
LaFell, what's the most important matchup here? Is it Modi and Flap in that EXP lane? What do you think is the need for this game's focus to be on in terms of who wins or who loses this matchup?
I mean, it does look like this is the meta where we're going to be looking at the EXP as well as the jungle here, because here's a general rule for MobileLegends. If your EXP
oh my god, I'm sorry, Mike Newta, sorry.
It really opens up the map, and when the map is open, your jungler can get a lot of farm, and by proxy, you're making the other jungler weaker time by time and time again. So yes, Modi is a bit flat, man.
Wow,
that's wow. Series champion. Like, that guy is an icon in
Legacy.
the EXP. If somehow Modi can take down Flap, now that's the bigger
thing. Our Modi can take down anyone.
It's fine. You can say you beat Flap.
हमारा मोदी किसी को भी हरा सकता है भाई.
The different stages of where these teams are at. So many of the players on Falcons have trophies in their trophy cabinet. It's kind of completing the cabinet now with MSC, because this is one of those trophies that many of the players do not have.
a bit annoying.
अरे chat में मोदी चल रहा है.
You know, like
give us some.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, I would like for them to share, but it's okay because to be the best, you got to beat the best.
Yeah.
That's why they still have to beat Vitality. They haven't done that.
Yes, you're right.
Yep.
Vitality champions for sure. This one
undefeated at EWC across 3 years and M series across 7 years.
Never lost a single game.
Never.
Wow. Well, in the
और पहली मैच वाइटलिटी मोदी रिएक्शन तो बनता है इस मैच
I mean, that was one of the things you guys talked to me about as well, learning the game this week and having
वाइटलिटी इतना अनडिफिटेबल है यार तो भी पहला मैच प्रो रिपर्स के सामने रख दिया.
This is in Paris now.
It was पहली बार आया इंडिया.
And the fact that it is,
थोड़ा रहम कर लेते.
more to the importance and the impact of winning.
Absolutely. I think you heard from the players as well, man. They feel like it's the best. Flapteasy literally said it's the best because, man, I think for them, it's just a dream to visit Paris at the start. They would have never thought that MLBB would bring them here and to compete here at the biggest stage for MLBB in front of the world, in front of millions of people watching. That's the dream. And for Flap,
$1,000 per stream cost.
And speaking of team vitality, speaking
अरे
of
कुछ नहीं देते भाई MLBB वाले.
and
मैं
all of
बोल
those
नहीं
sports,
सकता हूँ यहाँ
they're
पे.
playing for something maybe even bigger than just a single championship. They're playing for the club championship trophy. We've got Chris ready to give us an update on how things are faring so far.
2 weeks of competition have passed here at EWC, and the Cup Championship is well underway. And well, as you can see from behind me, the totem is starting to fill up. Still plenty of games still to go. None other, of course, than MLBB, the MSC, currently ongoing. So that should be interesting as we do continue on. That's what you guys are all here for.
Bang Bang Women's में भी team vitality जीत गई भाई.
Across the board the past couple of weeks. Right now, it is Navi who are leading the Club Championship with 1,750 points, but they're only competing in one game this week. Vitality, however, who are currently second, only 300 points behind, are competing in all
It is my dream, guys.
games. So that's a massive moment for them.
एक बार अपना भी नाम इसका आ जाए ये wall पे.
Falcons are another team who we have been talking about plenty. Currently only sitting on 600 points, but also competing in all 4 games this week. A really interesting one, actually, that they are competing in. A wild card that came through for Falcons through the qualification stages to get here and play in EAFC is MS Desari, one of the owners of Team Falcons, formerly a FIFA World Champion, of course. He's going to be going through and see what he can do when things do come down to it. Let's see how we can do at EAFC. That's a hell of a story to continue with. We'll be giving you updates across the Cup Championship throughout the rest of the week.
Thanks a bunch, Chris. Championship. Will we see a new club championship winner this year? We'll find out. Stay tuned for all the action. We'll keep you covered with what's going on in the CC. Now,
what do you think, guys?
Back to MSC.
5 साल से team vitality हारा नहीं है क्या? What do you think? इस साल कोई और नया आएगा. Wall पे name add करना है पर wall broken.
Representing the Philippines. We've also talked about the story with Guangzhou Gaming. What rings the most important here in Game 1?
I think it comes to just understanding the meta right now.
Both teams.
Both teams. I think it comes down to understanding the meta. We saw earlier a big contrast of one team really pushing all of it, you know, all of the meta picks from scrims that they said as well into the stage, and the other playing it very conservative, playing it with the old picks.
Maggie की energy कहाँ है? Maggie से energy अभी बचा कर रखे भाई. मैच चालू होने दो. अभी energy इतनी कि किसी में नहीं होगी. उतनी energy मेरे में होगी. तो थोड़ा reserve में चल रहा है अभी हम. समझो.
Know what's going to show up for Falcons, or for Falcons feeling
डालो Maggie पे नजर. Maggie पे नजर.
Yeah, it's good for Falcons for sure, because at this point they know the identity of Guangzhou Gaming, and that's also the other thing. Like, meta is very important, but you cannot stray too far away from your own identity, because you might end up making mistakes just because you're breaking out of your habits. There are some habits that's good for you to break out of, but some of them is so drastic to the point where you're getting out of character, your passion is not there, and your decision making might be the worst. So for Guangzhou Gaming, I do believe they need to follow the meta, because if not, they're gonna get stomped. But at the same time, you gotta follow your identity. Which so far, coming in from the China region, it's all about that gold lane. They try to make the gold lane the strong lane. We'll see if they can do that.
And that is going to be difficult.
China में ऐसा चलता है, gold lane को बहुत hard बनाते हैं वो लोग. Gold lane को एकदम strong बनाते हैं कि gold lane carry करेगा.
You can just see that assassins in the jungle, Mirko, I mean, if they're played at that level, they are going to need to be dealt with.
Oh yeah, it's gonna be very, very tough, especially when Kyle Teasy's on that lane, that Fanny, any of Assassins that he can get his hands on. Again, we saw Fanny and Hirara banned. If we see a Hirara game, it's gonna be ridiculous. But also though, I'm
hello, Noir, welcome to the stream.
Number 1, because if it wasn't for that, I think May is going to hesitate a bit on that pick. It is a pick that they've actually found a lot of comfort with, playing it a lot in the M7 qualifiers for the Chinese teams. And coming into this, I still think it makes sense with the identity that they have.
Guys, सभी किसी दिन नोरा भाई भी गया ना. किसका मैच है? Falcon PH और Guangzhou. Guangzhou चाइना की टीम है, पहली बार वो लोग compete कर रहे हैं.
A lot of assassins has to be respect banned, and that will become a problem when you know a team can't use these certain assassins. There's going to be a big difference when it comes to the bans.
Yeah, Guangzhou.
Certain teams like Vamos, like Falcons, maybe even Team Liquid.
TR का खत्म. नहीं बाकी इसके बाद Team Vitality और True Reaper.
The winner of this match
अरे
will
उसके
face
नीचे
off
है
against
देखना
Team
bro.
Vitality versus True Rippers. Our next matches winner, while the loser will face the loser in an elimination match. Remember, we are going into an upper and a lower bracket for both Group A and for Group B. So that will be maybe different if you're used to certain upper brackets and lower brackets that combine these groups. No, it's going to be different. So Group A, the teams you're seeing here are going to be playing against other Group A opponents. So every single match is going to impact every single other match. There's something to learn from every single game that we're watching here, especially for one of the teams that didn't do well. It's going to be winning like Team Falcons meta previously. Guys, I just got to say, Team Falcons is taking this one becoming stronger. Yes.
Very confident, yes.
Very confident, yes.
Yeah, no hesitation, yes.
If Guangzhou is going to steal it, what do they have to do? Quick thought. Is it just get a better draft?
They got to shut down Kyle, but that's one of those things that's easier said than done.
They got to shut down Marco, Kyle, Haji, Ogren, and Flap.
They got to shut everybody down. We'll see if Guangzhou Gaming can impress yet again as they face off versus Team Falcons.
What do you think, guys? क्या first time comers कुछ कर पाएंगे?
Second matchup for today, but first up, quick recap, right? We have two dark horses to open things up for our matches zeros at MSC. And
क्या trophy बनाई है यार? क्या trophy बनाई है?
Yes, indeed. Hala vamos for the Malaysians back at home. That was an incredible series. 2-0. A lot of amazing picks off the board. But now we enter the second match of the day where we will be seeing Falcons Philippines going up against Guangzhou Gaming.
Yes, this is a pickup in its own right. It's a fight between a giant and newcomers in there. I can't wait to get this one started.
So without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, join me in welcoming Falcons Philippines!
Yay!
The last time that they were on this very stage, they went all the way to the finals. Now the question is, this time, will they be able to start their journey on the right foot after not being in MSC 2025?
ये हाथ में पकड़ना guys बहुत मतलब एक true gamer के लिए बहुत proud वाली चीज है भाई.
Please join me in welcoming their opponents, Guangzhou Gaming.
Yeah, Chinese.
From heartbreak at M7 wildcard to the main stage of MSC, their journey
Body बता रहे हैं तो नहीं.
to witness. As the rising tide lifts the ships of their region, their goal is clear. Show the established powerhouses that there's new challengers for them to fear.
Ooh, this matchup is going to be interesting because like I've mentioned, Falcons Philippines went all the way to the
भाई वो चीज गलत है सारे चाइनीज एक जैसे दिखते हैं सब अलग दिख रहे भाई.
However, Guangzhou Gaming on the other hand, they are the newcomers. Will an upset happen in today's match?
It's the cool part of it. Everybody loves an underdog story, and this game has it in space. So please, gentlemen, Guangzhou.
Racist? अरे racist की बात नहीं है भाई. Facts की बात है facts. बाप मैं कोई racism नहीं करता भाई.
They're gonna go to the middle and handshake. It's all love and care, but in the server, it looks different. Let's send them then to our desk to get our game started.
Thank you so much, Rose and Milos. Man, it's a fun green room with those two. Some great talent.
सबको braces है क्या?
Games starting us off here for MLBB.
सब chocolate खाते रहते पूरा दिन.
France, 16 of the best teams in the world, vying for that $1 million prize pool. Now it's time for China to see what they can do against some of the all-stars of the Philippines, representing Team Falcons in our second series.
वो देखा last में ऐसे करके गया.
As we kick off the draft, we've got Mirko and Lafell with me. And guys, this is important. If Guangzhou's going to do it, You guys said maybe an uphill battle. The audience thinks so too. 8% only thinking that
अरे कितना क्या कर रहे हैं
in this draft to surprise.
और तो वाले शॉट
He's locked in. Tied his hair real quick.
Right now, I do have to say, if you're new to
एक
MLBB,
ही बाजू बनाएगी दोनों बाजू बनाएगी भाई क्यूट दिख रहा है पर पूकी एकदम सारंगे
if you lose the first 2 minutes
ये मतलब पहली बार देखा भाई कि ऐसा भी कुछ होता है ये हेयर स्टाइल क्या है अरे वो अभी बैठ के चोटी बनाया
has changed in terms of the values and everything like that, and Falcons Philippines have, I would say,
माय गॉड भाई कितना मतलब कितना स्ट्रेस होगा इन लोग को ये टाइम पे ये इतने बड़े स्टेज पे बैठ के यहाँ हमारी नॉर्मल टूर्नामेंट्स में फट जाती है
Falcons just wins the first turtle fight and then they just start controlling the jungle and then it just becomes an unfair battle.
Yeah, I'm a fan of that up until I think like a point that I want to talk about would be I think the first 2 minutes. I don't think the first 2 minutes dictates the entire game. We saw it earlier as well for Falcons versus Vamos, so I think we push it back to maybe 6. I think around Turtle 2, whoever gets snowballing from there, then it gets really tough.
Confident दिख रहा है बंदा हार देंगे हम लोग ऐसा.
We've been seeing utility versus assassin. We've seen a weird, off-meta assassin in the Harley against a meta assassin. I want to see how it looks like if it's like a Fanny versus Ling, if it's a Fanny.
ये देखो ये छोटा बच्चा देखो पूरा ऐसा कुर्सी पे अरे जूते उतार के तो बैठ.
For comebacks.
I'm just thinking that we won't be seeing the fan. Like unless
probably not.
Unless the jungler is at best a B
Rooting our TR boys. Yes.
How common is it? Look at the map reveal. Hold that
Rooting our true rebirth, guys. क्या आएगा expanding river.
It's expanding river this time around. Lafell, your thoughts on finally a new map here?
Yeah, expanding rivers make it so that winning in the lane objectives like the turtle as well as the lord much faster. So now the lane matchups gets even more punishing, honestly.
Guangzhou.
So if you're winning lane, you have even more action.
Guangzhou gaming.
It can snowball that.
Can rotate around very quickly. So guess we'll find out again. Picks get picked up for both the teams here.
Very interesting here.
हीरारा फ्रेया हीरारा कॉमन बैन हो गई हीरारा लोग चाहते ही नहीं खेले भाई वाइटलिटी अच्छा टीम है भाई अच्छा टीम है डिफेंडिंग चैंपियंस है
So this is the advantage that we see, that we don't need to ban meta picks, we just got to ban the picks that you know how to play.
Fanny ban Fanny हीरारा कॉमन बैन हो गया.
Excited about that. You got a little inside info on that. I'm not knowing where.
अब मार्शल आएगा मार्शल भी लास्ट 2 मैच हुई दोनों में मार्शल बैन था.
2 picks already. You've seen her in every game. You expect to see her here?
I think so. If both teams are planning to go for assassins, it's great the night pick. That's number 1 against the assassins.
At last.
Also very good against the assassins.
मार्शल ओपन है क्या लगता है मार्शल के लिए जा सकते हैं.
Their final ban. I think we will see more.
फोटो खींच लेगा भैया जी स्माइल.
First pick. Here, Hirara got banned, Fanny got banned. Even the Freya. The only pick that we've seen banned out that it finally gets open here would be
वो टीआर वाले ड्राफ्ट सही करेगा भाई कोच होगा उनके पास स्किल मारो.
Personally, for me, I feel like the Zushin is still a pretty strong pick.
Link.
But considering how many,
my God भाई लास्ट मैच में गाइस हमने देखा क्या इधर से उधर उड़ते जो भाई
Link for his pick here. We got to see Eudora. If not, this Link is going to be so free.
कबूतर आ गए अब देखते पिंजरा. Oh my God सुनने वाली अम्मा.
Esmeralda Eudora.
Yeah, I think they just want to win, but it's not an answer towards the Link. So a little bit of disconnect here.
क्या लगता है कबूतर को कौन पकड़ेगा? इडियोरा?
Be so hard.
Hirara is always banned for Indian. Yes, I know.
Very early Harif, where again coming from the region of China, they do like their gold laners. But my worry is if they pick up a Moskov, I can see it. But picking up a Harif here, they're not having any crowd control for this Link. I don't even think they have enough burst damage.
Are you happy if you're Falcons to try to grab Eudora yourself?
Valentina, I guess ये मैच में नहीं अभी तो नहीं लेंगे अभी तो अगर इन लोग के पास कुछ क्राउड कंट्रोल वाला टैंक है Brody goes against Harith.
You gotta get your points in, I'm sorry, man. I was answering the Eudora pick.
I know. That was me. I messed you up.
Niga marta.
Harith Esmeralda gets picked up.
Question.
Oh.
गई एस्मा गई भाई बहुत मारेगा.
Talking about as well the Brody pick and the die route. So you have physical shred and then you have double carries
भाई साहब ये लोग इतने ड्राफ्ट में ही ऑलरेडी ये लोग जीत चुके हैं.
On track for 90 unique hero picks at MSC because we're already
Hilda
match and we're seeing a lot of new picks here. Guangzhou Gaming goes with
Hilda मेरे ख्याल से हिल्डा का कोई यहाँ पे काम नहीं था. They could have gone for something CC. तुम लिंक को पकड़ोगे कैसे?
And at that point, Ling won't be punished. Ling will have enough damage to take you down.
अब उनको मेज में इडियोरा लेना पड़ेगा. इडियोरा और वेक्साना भी ले सकता है, but इडियोरा I guess is the best option. Direct delete.
My boy's playing it in ranked. It's pretty good. It just smashes Esmeralda in lane. Even the Hilda's gonna find a lot of difficulties walking up.
नहीं लेगा, पता नहीं शायद इतना कुछ टीम कम होगा. देखते. Let's go. इडियोरा ban. खुद ने ही इडियोरा ban कर दी.
And then Eudora gets banned out, right? So they're taking.
तो I guess ये लोग हायाबुसा या ऐसा कुछ उठाना सोच रहे होंगे.
Falcons can end it very easily because Brody is one of those heroes. Back in the day, is just a turret destroyer.
Got a world championship skin.
Yeah, world championship skin. Like, here's the thing. The moment your eyes are on lane, you're like, this is a problem. We gotta... Wait, where's our turrets? Wait, why is he in base? Wait, did the game just end?
Yo, bro, what's up? Barca.
I gotta say, Brody is gonna steal so much turrets.
Lunox man, Haya ban.
This is already a nightmare.
देखा मैंने बोला ना, they can go for a Haya, तो Haya ही ban कर दिया.
There's so much magic gonna happen in this game.
So,
और भाई क्या हाल है?
Is the answer something that's global, something that can help
अरे
on those rotations?
नहीं, फिर कल मैं नहीं आया रात
you
को
need to
भाई.
get over there quickly.
That's why it would have been a better pick over the Harith, really, because like I see the Harith, I see why they went for it.
ban है इनके पास. What do you think? क्या जाएगा?
Side lanes. If you know Falcons, they're definitely going to try to play those side lanes. They're definitely going to lane or play for lane dominance, and they got it on every single lane. XP, it's a winning matchup. Gold lane, it's a winning matchup up until the Harith gets all the free resets.
नहीं कर रहा हूँ सिर्फ मैं अब्दुल का भी चालू है.
Everyone that's not super familiar with the MLBB draft, this is very
Okay,
uninteractive. Where you're just picking up heroes that you want to use without considering the opponent's pickup. So it's basically like you're playing rock, paper, scissors, but you only go for rock. You don't change the paper, you don't change the scissors.
And you'll win a little bit of the time. But in a best of 3, when an opponent's knowing a little bit about what you do, it may not be enough. And that's the worry here for Guangzhou Gaming.
I don't think Zushin is the answer. Like, where's the damage?
I think right now Falcons just go for
बहुत गलत pick है भाई. ये लोग draft में हार गए.
Reveal all your cards here. You just go for extra burst, so it's good against the Harith. You have that range to bully the juice in lane. And it's an answer to Esme as well with the shred.
So my question is this: you have one more pick, right? And we're talking about them playing rock. How do you salvage this draft? How do you get the win condition? Because the Guangzhou needs something that they're going to be able to rely on.
I think Tigrel जा सकते हैं ये लोग.
It's weird to say. The most damage that we'll see in the early game is their roam, is their tank. And sometimes it's enough, but most of the time it's not. Now they have a Lilia as glue. They already have a damage problem. Now it's worse because the glue can't die. And Lilia level 2
उनके पास कोई डैमेज हीरो ही नहीं है अभी तक और ये लोग ने ग्लू उठा लिया सारा डैमेज खा जाएगा. वो लोग एक तो दे ही नहीं मांगे ज्यादा. भाई साहब they have already won guys. What do you think guys? क्या आएगा हाइपर में? क्या आना चाहिए? नोलन एक डैमेज आए एक डैमेज.
Like, the more you look at it, the more you fight against it, as the time goes on, it's like, wait, our chances of winning is going down and down and down. This is a trend that will make you feel very sad.
And now it's forced.
Nolan
pick out of Guangzhou Gaming.
अरे रैंक में भी इतना बकवास ड्राफ्ट पिक नहीं होता ब्रो.
Horrible pick against a Ling and
मतलब तुम्हारे सामने जब ऐसा हीरो है कि जिसको पकड़ना ही उसकी वीकनेस है और तुमने सीसी नहीं उठाया है. ठीक है, दूषिन सीसी देके उसको भी 3 सेकंड 4 सेकंड वो उसका चालू रखना पड़ता है. तब तक तो वहां पे खड़ा ही नहीं रहेगा. लिंक मार के निकल जाएगा. मैंने सोचा हिल्डा विजन देगा और पार्था दूर से अल्ट करेगा. नहीं ब्रो नहीं. पूरा पिक गलत हो गया पूरा. इट इज ऑलरेडी वन साइडेड. भाई ये स्किन लेना यार.
In a long time, I have never been so confident in Falcons just cleaning up kills. They have so many ways to clean up Haji and Kyle to make things happen.
And I, for one, am pretty sure that they can accomplish just that. Team Falcons and their mechanics
already
carry that out, but Guangzhou Gaming, they forced out an early flicker from the hero you expected to be most aggressive in the early game.
And this is the scary thing about this game, right? Because you're looking at everybody. There is
खत्म कर दिया भाई.
especially in those
मतलब
unless they find
शुरू होते ही एस्मरल्डा खत्म होने पे आ गई.
Guangzhou, especially for May,
बहुत परफेक्ट लिया है डायरोथ उसने बहुत परफेक्ट लिया.
And it's going to be super difficult for Ogwin and Haji to have that impact that we're looking for.
देखो ये लोग जो मोदी मोदी कर रहे थे ना, एक गुआंगझो में मोदी एक प्लेयर है जो एस्मरल्डा है. अर्ली डायरोथ बहुत स्ट्रांग है. डायरोथ भाई लेट गेम बहुत गंदा है क्योंकि वो 2 डिफेंस आइटम बना लेगा. ठीक है, लाइफस्टाइल ऑलरेडी है उसको. हिल्डा ऑलरेडी इसका लेट कर रही है, कोई फर्क नहीं है, कोई फर्क नहीं. हो गया उसका काम, हो गया. नोलन भी आई गेस हो गया. चलो लेवल 4 हो गया. लिंग भी हो गया लेवल 4.
Falcons, they want this early game to be good for them. They want
किसी को नहीं, किसी को. हिल्डा डायरोथ ये लोग अर्ली गेम फोकस. डायरोथ मेटा फिर से आएगा क्या?
I would imagine that they would have gone for like maybe, I don't know, something a little tankier early on. Like now they're stuck with this Nolan. They too have a certain degree of a timer.
Yeah, so maybe that's also why you see them really trying to pick up the pace and make sure that everything goes right in the early game for them, because they somewhat picked up on
खाली ग्लू अपना अल्ट ओपन कर लेगा ना, फिर बहुत दिक्कत दे देगा. Oh my God, फर्स्ट ब्लड, डबल किल, what the fuck? देखा कबूतर ने हक दिया ना, हक निकाल दिया ना नोलन को. डायरेक्ट स्नोबॉल हो गया, लेट वन शॉट कर देगा.
We need a replay of that. That was a beautiful fight coming out.
What the fuck? 1 and 4. भाई साहब
looking to actually put that final nail in the coffin, but keep your eyes here.
ये लोग ने तो सबको उल्लू बना दिया भाई.
With Xing making sure that Lantern Flare was up the entire way. With Turtle in the hands of Guangzhou Gaming, this is by far a really good start.
I wonder what information and preparation they've done, because again, Guangzhou, you know very little about this team.
Okay, ग्लो आ गई, अल्टी आ गई. अब बहुत परेशान करेगा ये.
But what has changed? Why have they seemed to adapt so well to the current meta despite them picking or having these heroes which Falcons?
अरे टर्टल ले लिया ना.
Well, I think it's a lot of research, and I definitely think
level 7 देखा, लेवल गैप आ गया. 1000 का गोल्ड का डिफरेंस है, बट लेवल डिफरेंस इन लोगों ने ला दिया गाइस.
What is not only the meta game for the game, but specifically for the tournament. We need.
हाँ, हिल्डा बूस्ट में ही खड़ी है.
But with the lead that they have 4-1, I'm expecting Guangzhou to play more reactively, right? They want to make sure they punish the Falcons everywhere they go. They need a man-to-man defense and make sure that Haji doesn't scale too fast.
And honestly, that
is
something we won't really get to figure out.
Lakshmi cheat fund मत लगा. Hey lol. क्या सारे सट्टा कर जाऊंगा. Lol.
More unorthodox picks already.
Well, is it unorthodox or are they just ahead of the meta game? We won't know until day 2 or 3. But in the meantime, you can see both teams high contention for this mid lane.
Blue try कर रहा है कि किसी पे चढ़ूं, किसी को खींच के ले आऊं.
Trio to move in their direction. Guangzhou going to take that first move.
अरे वाह, ये वो क्या स्किन है भाई, क्या प्यारे स्किन है. बॉडी बिल्डर.
Really okay.
ये देखो ये चड्डी पहलवान. चड्डी पहलवान.
So despite Falcons not really winning out massively in terms of their mid, they're not really in need of that much rotations, but that's the thing. Guangzhou might just really take advantage of this entire situation.
But गया मैं आ गई. हिल्डा आ गई.
Provide a bit of help, does catch side.
हिल्डा बोलती है ऐसे कैसे?
All alone this time. Now he's trapped against 3. Do they have enough damage?
भाई साहब गया, ग्लू गया और
Guangzou eventually take him out.
My God.
Looking like the next target turnabout member.
भाई अंदर घुस के मारा भाई. अरे what the fuck. भाई यार लिंग ने ले लिया, टर्टल ले लिया लिंग ने.
attacks just weren't big enough. He didn't have the
जो डायरॉफ का डैमेज देखो, वो शील्ड ला रही है, वो सारी शील्ड उड़ा दे रहा है.
Dependent on skill cooldowns and abilities. That's gotta feel so bad. When you thought you were about to kill him, guess what?
एस्मा को तो पहले एंटी क्यूरस ये और डोमिनेंस ऐसे ही बनाना पड़ेगा.
So he was definitely left all alone there.
Gonzo Gaming Chinese team है ना? हाँ, Chinese team है. तो पहली बार आए हैं वो लोग. प्रो टीम को हराने के लिए unusual play, unusual draft. Yes, I agree.
Even the coaching staff thought it was unbelievable for the second time around.
Why, stop.
Not having a great time now.
Recall said, team, we're not going to let this happen again. Let me show you how it's done on a Nolan. But on the opposite end, we're not seeing Falcons waste too much time here. If you notice that the gold lead, despite it being 2-7, for some reason it's only 900. By this stage, you're expecting somewhat of a 1K or 2K gold lead.
Oh, Black Shoes already forced out too. They get to find Haji and land another stun, forcing out the flicker. There goes Flap trying to defend, and they outplay Mei in mid. A small win for Falcons this time.
Really nice play coming in from Flap as well. Now you're seeing that the traditional lane roles, they're starting to get mixed up a lot, right? What is Dyroth doing up here to maybe try and help Ogwen and Super Mario?
देखो EXP का rotation देखो. लेन छोड़ दी फाइट में, स्टेप फाइट.
A little bit faster, taking the wave as well.
और यहाँ पे देखो बॉटम पे देखो. बॉटम पे जंगलर वर्सेस जंगलर हो रहा था, निकल गया. क्योंकि लिंक को पता है वो 1v1 में नोलन के सामने नहीं कर पाएगा कुछ.
That's exactly according to plan so far. So maybe less of the direct one-on-one counters, and now we see more of the 5-on-5 rotations come into play. Recall though, very confident right now on this Nolan, forcing out the Black Shoes again.
Yeah, and honestly, there's no reason to actually contest for the turtle because they know for a fact, hey, Nolan, his retribution is coming up, but with his ult, that's fine. That means
पर लिंक अल्ट देके वहां थोड़ी खड़ा रहेगा, वो तो सीधा अपनी ब्लेड पे करने जाएगा ना.
That's where it gets scary, and now they look for the opportunity.
That's the flicker from Ogwen. No Crimson Beacon left for XC.
नोलन ने ले ले. ग्लू को किल मिला. भाई एस्मा हिल्डा सबको खा लिया भाई साहब.
Taken out 3 members of Guangzhou.
And that's a huge
mistake का कमाल है.
CG Falcons take advantage of the fact
Thank God, welcome to the stream, brother.
3 people got caught in the snare.
मिड के लिए जा रहे. भाई साहब नोलन का डैमेज देखा.
Okay, he's fine.
ग्लू को बोला चल भाग इधर से. जाड़िए.
Falcons get a bit more space because it felt like earlier they had to work hard for this space and they had to.
नहीं, लिंग अगर फाइट नहीं कर सकता ना तो you can use it for split push.
But even despite losing
Falcon दोबारा से खेल रहा. वो Falcon मैना था. ये Falcon PH है.
already secured. They at least gotten a bit more map control.
And now the question is whether or not they've developed enough of a lead. And whatever they had before instantly dissipated in one singular fight. I love the fact that Haji is immediately going for that wishing lantern. It's perfect for getting rid of these annoying pokers.
तो सब कैंप करके बस पोजीशन लेके बैठे हुए. टॉप रोटेशन दे रहे. टॉप पे थोड़ा वो बना रहे क्योंकि अभी लॉर्ड टॉप पे आने वाला है. ओह Same like most of squishy assassins. Fanny Hireling. Okay, Philippines का team है. Yes. And China का. Oh my God. अरे अल्ट मारने से पहले डायरेक्ट को खत्म कर दिया भाई. नोलन बोलता है कल आना. देखा बेट कर रहा है. हाँ. तो उन लोग को पता है. लिंक देखा. पूरी बॉटम लेन पे ऐसे मतलब घूम रहा है ना कि
5-1-2 on the Nolan when in fact it was a pick who was chosen last. You thought
घुसेगा लिंक घुसेगा. नहीं निकल जा.
And now Guangzhou just confidently standing in front
I'll do
of
it so,
Falcons.
Yeah, this is going to be a really awkward position for Falcons because again, they were the ones who wanted to play for the earlier stages. Now they're highly dependent on.
देखो हैरिस अभी फाइट से निकल गया.
At the very least, Ogwen to try and create that space. Because so far, Super Marco, he's not getting as many auto attacks as he would like.
Yep. Now they're forced to group up. It's always just Kyle away from the team, and that's the kind of play that they're maybe forced to do at this point. But now it's different. There's an objective that's coming up. So Team Falcons would have to be very, very careful about this. Flap cannot go down first, similar to what has been happening a couple times already in this game.
लॉर्ड का ऑलरेडी पोजीशन ले चुका है. लिंग एकदम आराम से बैठा है कि भाई तुम निकालो, तुम मेहनत करो, मैं आऊंगा, रेटरी मारूंगा और भाग जाऊंगा. हाँ लिंग आ रहा है. ग्लू, माय गॉड, ग्लू गायब कर दिया भाई इन्होंने। 30 को फ्लश ही कर दिया डायरेक्ट। अरे लिंक यार, अरे नाइस वन, हिल्डा गायब। भाई साहब मजबूत भाई।
Understand that, hey, all right,
like the stream, guys, like the stream.
Together, but this time around they spread apart instantaneously as soon as they saw Ogwin walking up for a potential engagement. That being said, though, at least for GZG.
Oh, भाई साहब, what a map presence, भाई।
How did he know?
क्या जीजी भाई।
Falcons now are at a much clearer advantage.
मतलब बंदे को देख रहे हो, उसको पता है ये 1 HP है, यहाँ पे है, यहाँ हो सकती है, चलो घुसता हूँ।
They're going to try for it, and I want to see what the response is going to be. Because for now, CY is in a pretty good position if he can get that Holy Crystal.
Okay, Falcons are starting this objective right now.
ऐसमाने देखो पहले डाउन, मैंने बोला था ना एंटी क्रूज उसको बनाना ही पड़ेगा। देखा देखा, बोला ना ये बंदा बोलता है तुम लोग करो, मैं रेटरी मारूंगा। भाई साहब रिकॉल, प्योर डोमिनेशन दिखा रहा है भाई साहब, मजबूत।
Unfortunately, making the mistake walking into the fight without the vengeance.
Double kill.
Stun from Super Marco, such an effective tool. If not, at least the mini stuns from both Clap.
लिंक को थोड़ा नहीं, लिंक को ऐसे भी थोड़ा फार्म का जरूरत पड़ता है। ग्लू अंदर घुस गया, ग्लू बोलता है लो मारो। अरे भाई साहब मजबूत। ब्रोडी और ग्लू का कॉम्बो देखा, वो उसको पकड़ के बाहर लेके वो खाली 2 फटके में खत्म कर दिया। भाई साहब मजबूत भाई। और लिंक देखो, लिंक टॉप पे पुश कर रहा है, टॉप का शील्ड गया भाई साहब। देख अब मिड पे आया। हेलो गाइस, हेलो नमस्ते अंकुश भाई, वेलकम टू द स्ट्रीम। लेसी रॉकस्टार हेलो। सब टीम अपना जंगलर का वेट कर रहा है, हमारा रैंक में 2v5 करके सब मर जाते हैं, फिर जंगलर को ब्लेम करेगा। वही तो चीज है ना ब्रो, मैं बोल रहा हूँ ना, इनकी और अपनी जो आइडियोलॉजी है, जो थिंकिंग का लेवल है ना, उसमें बहुत फर्क है।
GZG mega lead in terms of kill score.
देखो तुरंत क्लियर किया, उसको पता है मिनियंस खत्म हो गए, आया बफ ऑफ निकाला, अभी फिर से देखो अब उसका जंगल लेगा। देख रहे हो, कुछ नहीं छोड़ेगा वो। नोलन को फार्म होने से रोक रहा है कि भाई वो आगे चला जाएगा ना तो नोलन को मार देगा। ब्लू बफ पे गाइस, बफ पे लॉर्ड जितना फाइट चल रहा है, बफ पे।
They want to utilize this lineup.
Yeah, and it's great because again, the one combination people don't think about is the shred.
भाई अब तो ये मैच देखने के बाद तो कंफर्म, आई एम डैम फकिंग श्योर, ये डायरेक्ट की स्किन खरीदनी है।
Your armor in half, if not more, now that he has the malefic
Lord advantage.
Okay, conceal. Could there be another flicker play? And there you go, May. Barely survived this.
लिंकन बाहर, नाइस। एटलीस्ट टावर मिल गया। अब लिंक सीधा ऊपर चला जाएगा, देखना। ये लिया क्रीप्स, कुछ नहीं छोड़ रहा है। कौन सा गॉन का? हाँ गॉन का। देख रहे हो, वो जरा भी रिस्क नहीं ले रहा है, वो बस जंगल फार्म करो, खत्म करो, जंगल फार्म करते रहो। नाइस ब्रो।
Backline plays are just really recall and Modi, or unless Xing just really wants to go full commit and Crimson Beacon in and they just all jump on Super Marco, but will that be worth it? Because at this point again, the shred you mentioned,
सबका विजन आएगा ना, उसके बाद वो मिनियंस मारने जाएगा। भाई क्या गेम प्ले, भाई क्या गेम प्ले।
objective 2 coming up just in a bit.
Yeah, this is particularly tough. I will admit that at least for Guangzhou Gaming, they made sure.
देखा अब पता चल गया ना उसको कि सब यहाँ पे लॉर्ड के पास मिनियंस क्लियर कर रहा है। देख रहे हो कितना मतलब पेशेंस रखना पड़ता है, कितना स्ट्रेटेजिकली चलना पड़ता है। देखा नोलन घुस गया, नोलन लॉर्ड के लिए। भाई साहब मतलब जो प्रेशर का डाइवर्जन है ना भाई, जी यार। देखा रेड टीम तो वो लोग लॉर्ड से दूर, भाई लो इजी लॉर्ड। ग्लू ऑलरेडी अल्ट मार चुका है, देखा ग्लू अल्ट मारता है, ब्रोडी बम 2 फटके में खत्म कर देता है। देखा कबूतर ऐसा कबूतर चमक रहा है भाई साहब, मजबूत भाई।
They've been dancing around and they know they've got an end game angle. Unfortunately for GZG, the biggest problem with the composition
कबूतर गाना गा रहा है, मस्तक कली मस्तक कली।
And now they surprised with yet another flicker and Modi could not
ये ग्लू वहां पे पीछे लोलन को पकड़ के चल रहा है। ले देखा, हो गया खत्म भाई। ग्लू नोलन को अंदर ही नहीं आने दिया भाई। बोला ना मैं, ये लोग ड्राफ्ट में जीत गए थे भाई। मैं बोला भाई लिंक को पकड़ने के लिए यू नीड किसी, ठीक है। अब इडियोरा ये लोग ले सकते थे, इडियोरा खुद ही बैन कर दिया।
They were untouchable, at least for the first few moments of the game. So much in the mid took place,
14 minutes
but we kind of forgot about their sides, and a lot of how this game eventually would pan out revolved around whether or not the sides got the early that they wanted. At least for them, they actually did.
Well, I thought it would be a little bit more, to be fair, because these are like overwhelming odds with the Dyrothan as well.
ट्रोल कर रहा था रिकॉर्ड्स पे,
From at least Haji,
ट्रोल नहीं कर रहा था वो डोमिनेंस दिखा रहा था कि भाई आई एम डोमिनेटिंग यू। तुमने जो अर्ली गेम करना था तुमने, देखो ये मारा, सब कर लिया, बराबर है। अब देखो तुम गोंजो भाई, स्टार्टिंग में उन लोग ने किया, पर इन लोग ने जो कमबैक दिया है, कबूतर जो उड़ उड़ के मारा है भाई साहब। देखो 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 देखो, अल्ट भाई साहब।
Or convert it into more structures. Oh, that's us. Yeah, surprise of everything that's happening too, but that I guess just goes to show how
गेम था। अरे भाई मजबूत, लेकिन इसमें अलग ही मैचेस होते हैं। हाँ एक्चुअली जब ये मैच चालू हुआ ना, उसके पहले वो लोग डिस्कस कर रहे थे कि चाइना में ये लोग ऐसे खेलते हैं कि दे कीप देयर गोल्ड लेन द स्ट्रॉन्गेस्ट, उसको ही डिफेंड करते, उसको ही पुश करते कि भाई गोल्ड लेन आगे चल जाएगा। चलेगा कब लेट गेम में, अर्ली गेम में तो मैच खत्म करनी है। 15 मिनट 21 सेकंड में मैच खत्म गाइस। अब मुझे लिंक सीखना है भाई, अब ये देख के तो मेरे को भी लिंक सीखने का मन हो रहा है। Top 1 MLBB region for a reason, yes. मेरा भी ऐसा सीन है, मेरे को इंडोनेशिया या फिलीपींस चले जाना है 2-3 साल के लिए। हमारा बस अभी इसके बाद अपनी मैच है, ये लोग का हो जाएगा ना उसके बाद।
And unfortunately for Falcons BH, they got caught off guard. But after that,
अभी बेस्ट ऑफ 3 है, एक जीत गई Falcon,
all the objectives, kills as well. At a certain point, it was 2-7 on the scoreboard.
Falcon PS एक जीत गई, अभी ये
So Falcons BH, even though they were losing, they had control over the game.
It never felt like it was an insurmountable issue going up against Guangzhou LFL. Falcons always
Guangzhou 0 है, Falcon PH 1 है। अगर फिर से Falcon जीत गया तो मैच खत्म इन लोग का, और अगर Guangzhou जीता तो तीसरा मैच भी होगा। अभी रैंक मैचेस में लिंक दिखेंगे। हे लोल, मॉस्किटो तो पकीतो, मुझे तो पकीतो, अरे यार मुझे तो पकीतो सीखना है। पकीतो सीख ले ब्रो, अभी सीख ले, अभी टाइम है, मेटा है अभी। पकीतो बैन नहीं रहता है हर मैच, ऐसा नहीं है ब्रो। पकीतो मेन क्या है पता है, अभी पकीतो मेटा चल रहा है, वो वन शॉट कर देता है, उसके सामने कोई भी assassin वो फाइटर खा जाता है पकीतो अभी।
That's how you extend the lead. So I feel like that's something that Guangzhou have to look out for, because there was a lot of wasted opportunity where they 100% should have gotten more on the map.
लिंक का देखा कितना पेशेंस।
Just yet.
Those little moments, 54,000 and 43,000 gold. It wasn't that way, but it became clear that Falcons were going to take the lead of this game. Oakland caused a lot of thoughts to be centered.
पूरा भाई मैं बोला ना, मतलब लिंग है ये, मैं बहुत पहले पढ़ चुका था कि लिंग ऐसा है कि वो नहीं चल रहा है ना तुम्हारा फाइट में, तो स्प्लिट पुश में लिंग बहुत सही है, बहुत सही स्प्लिट पुश कर देता है। क्या ही बोलूं। देखो गाइस, आइटम बिल्ड चेक करो, मैंने बोला ना वो 2 डिफेंस आइटम बनाएगा डायरेक्ट, फिर लेट गेम में वो बहुत सस्टेन कर लेगा। रेडिएंट आर्मर, गाइस एक चीज मार्क करना, ये जो बड़ी बड़ी टूर्नामेंट्स होती है ना उसमें कोई अथीना नहीं लेता, रेडिएंट आर्मर लेता है। चलो चैट में बताओ कि क्यों? जिसने सही जवाब दे दिया ना उसको मैं 10 डायमंड दूंगा।
Maybe you go for a 3-2 formation because we saw wherever
नहीं तुम नहीं, तुमको तो मैंने ही बताया। चुप। हाँ उस दिन पता है अपन मैच देख रहे थे।
Change the way you record podcasts, voiceovers, and branded content with the #1 AI-powered voice generating technology. Stop searching for the perfect voice and stop wasting time re-recording take after take. Try 11 Labs for free and start elevating your content today.
State of despair, then that was it. The damage coming in from the link was just too much for the
like the stream guys, like the
Again,
stream.
remember that. That's the reason he went for just pure damage at the start, right?
डंडा लग रहा है।
Orthodox Ling build, just going rushing BOD, but it's because
मैजिक डिफेंस, अरे अथीना भी मैजिक डिफेंस ही होता है ना भाई। अथीना और रेडिएंट आर्मर दोनों में रेडिएंट आर्मर क्यों बनाते हैं लोग, अथीना क्यों नहीं बनाते? वो मैं पूछ रहा हूँ। गूगल करते मत बैठना।
completely taken out with just one ability, one
Chat GPT, Gemini.
And I agree, there were a lot of throws from Guangzhou Gaming when they were ahead, forcing in mid. I remember diving onto Haji for some reason. May dove in, lost, died there, and completely lost control on the map.
You know, another star, I think, moment or
अथीना
moments.
अथीना क्यों नहीं बनाते, रेडिएंट आर्मर क्यों बनाते?
Actually had a pretty good. He was 5-1 for most of that game. Last person alive, defending the base. Tried to make something happen, but couldn't. LaFell. You know, he's an important part of Guangzhou Gaming's strategy if they want to win this.
I gotta say, so far, looking at the previous game, the draft might change how this will look like.
Continue मैजिक डिफेंस नहीं देता शायद एचपी नहीं गलत है। मैं बताऊं क्यों? क्योंकि लिए अथीना है ना, वो उसका कूल डाउन आता है, ठीक है? उसका भाई शील्ड आ गई, ठीक है, कूल डाउन आ गया। रेडिएंट आर्मर में जो मैजिक डिफेंस होता है ना, वो स्टैकअप होता है। तो जितनी लेट गेम जाएगी ना उतना रेडिएंट आर्मर तुम्हारा और इंप्रूव हो जाएगा। गेम ओपन कर दो, मल्टी हिट मैजिक डिफेंस ना।
I feel like in this position it doesn't matter how well the Nolan
समझे?
plays. Because that pick in
ये
itself
सारी
was already
चीजें भाई बहुत इम्पोर्टेंट है।
Fanny Hirara in the first phase, the Ling first picked, and then the Hayabusa taken out in the second phase, where then you are left to play either utility jungle, which will already be countered by the Lilia, the glue, and shredded down by the Dyro.
वही तो मैं बोला, स्टैकअप होता रहता है।
Can clear fast, can get an early snowball, but will ultimately amount to nothing. Because again, in that game, you're up against a Lilia. Black shoots instantly, you're up against a Bodhi, they can stun you and lock you down. And then
एक आइटम क्या करती है, क्या काम आती है, क्यों लेनी चाहिए, क्यों नहीं लेनी चाहिए, इसके बदले क्या ले सकते हैं, बहुत ज्यादा इम्पोर्टेंट है ये सब।
They might need more than that. Might need a tank out of the hat to have enough firepower against Falcons because they came to play. There was no doubt that these players want to show up.
खाली वॉच पार्टी के लिए अगर नहीं आ रहे हो, ठीक है, कुछ और सीखना हो, अलग लेवल का अगर कुछ सीखना हो तो मोस्ट वेलकम गाइस। फिलीपींस में अलग ही लेवल का है, फिलीपींस में है भाई अलग ही लेवल का, पर ये सब अपने को सीखना है। फैल्कन्स और ग्वांगझोउ में कौन जीता? फैल्कन्स ब्रो, ड्राफ्ट में ही जीत गए थे वो लोग।
Even as analysts, we're like,
तो वॉच पार्टी में अगर अपन बैठ रहे हैं ना, ठीक है, तो यहाँ पे वी कैन डिस्कस मेनी थिंग, ठीक है, थोड़ा अपन नॉलेज एक दूसरे के साथ शेयर कर सकते हैं। तो अगर कुछ सीखना है तो अभी चल रहा है वॉच पार्टी, आया करो रोज। ये क्या क्यों लैग हो रहा है?
It's not about beating Guangzhou, it's about getting that all the way to the grand
finals. उन लोग के यहाँ से मतलब वो लोड आ रहा होगा ना भाई। ऑनिक का कब है? ऑनिक का नहीं है भाई।
Fix this before we get to the grand finals. Because personally for me, I want to see a bit more coming in from
Falcons. तुमको नहीं पता? इसमें यहाँ आने से पहले तुमको क्वालिफाई करना होता है, ठीक है? उसमें टीम वाइटलिटी ऑनिक को हरा चुकी है, तभी टीम वाइटलिटी यहाँ पे बैठी है। ऐसे डायरेक्ट आप सिर्फ नाम रजिस्टर करके नहीं आ सकते। ऑनिक क्यों नहीं है? क्योंकि वाइटलिटी ने नहीं आने दिया, उसको हरा दिया। एंड वाइटलिटी ही इंडियन टीम के सामने, ट्रू रिपर्स के सामने, ये सबसे बड़ा अपना
reading out, engaging out what
बैड लक बोल सकते हो.
going for weird.
गोंजाओ तो लीड कर रहा था, थ्रो किया होगा. नहीं ब्रो नहीं, वो ड्राफ्ट में ही हार गए थे. उनके पास सामने फाल्कन्स के पास लिंक था, ठीक है, इनके पास सीसी ही नहीं था. तुम लिंक को पकड़ोगे कैसे? लिंक कबूतर की तरह इधर उड़ रहा है, फिर उधर उड़ रहा है, टॉप पुश कर रहा है, बॉटम पुश कर रहा है. ऑनिक आईडी है, कल उसका मैच है.
MOBAs have this sense of one really strong counter pick that's like you can't deal anything with, that could change your entire game. Do you feel that that's available at least in this meta right now, where you could see
group है ना, group B, group 1, group 2
or two last picks from a team like Watch Out Gaming, they go, oh wow, we can't deal with that. We got 5 good heroes.
सिर्फ ऑनिक PH नहीं है.
Or is it more of the fact that you're kind of needing to draft this lineup that sets up you to be successful from the very beginning, and then have members of that final pick complement it?
Yeah. I think it's possible that one pick can just be like, all right, we're done. But that's a very
King Kong
rare
on
the international stage.
Yeah,
so where we'll have that would be usually in the laning phase, right? Like the Tyro thing and the Esmeralda. But then that's where the others come in and help her out.
And I imagine that's because, again, this is a much faster game when it comes to
कब होगा?
We had Dota 2 on the stage, right? Just last week. It's a different pacing, it's a different timing, and it's a different scale. When you're here, you need the tempo, you need to be available in those first 5 minutes, those first 10 minutes.
Discord का आवाज बंद ही रखता हूँ.
It's gonna maybe change and secure your victory right away.
So I gotta say, here in the MobileLegends ecosystem, we have.
What do you think, guys? Gonzalo करेगा?
One hero. Sometimes it's just the
Comeback
draft does
करेगा
not
क्या?
have the answer against the composition that opponent has. For example, we've had teams draft a no crowd control kind of draft, where you're going up against a lot of fast moving.
इंडिया का मैच फाइनल बॉस के साथ है. Yes.
How are you gonna stop that? How are you gonna? They're just dancing around, and there's literally nothing you can do. We've had teams where you have so much crowd control but 0 damage, so you're just fighting for 2 to 3 minutes and nothing happens. So that's also a balance we have to see in the drafts.
When you have a team that is so good at being aggressive, do you try to match that and say there is no
कॉन्फिडेंस डाउन है, नहीं हो पाएगा? ऐसा नहीं है ब्रो, उनका मुंह देख के लग रहा है कॉन्फिडेंस डाउन है. हंस रहे हैं भाई वो लोग. हंसते चेहरे का मतलब ये नहीं होता कि बंदा कुछ.
Double down on meta, because again, they had a pretty good composition from the start of the game. They had tempo, they had the snowball, but unfortunately they weren't able to catch.
Yeah, but that's सकल सालों की.
They didn't have any pick that could deal with Kyle on the
dangerous grass.
Constantly clearing those side lanes, right? So
to be honest, Chinese are kind of bad in ML, and they are against PH team. Lol, they have no chance. Let's see, bro. Let's see. Never underestimate the underdogs.
Pretty good.
Yeah. Dangerous grass picked up for the map. How does that change things, LaFell?
Oh my god, link ban. Link ban.
And it forces you to never autopilot because you're
देख रहे हो मतलब खौफ देख रहे हो लिंक का.
But sometimes it just disappears in your brain that there's
Fanny
a
ban
push in front of you. You just forget about it.
Fanny Hirara common ban, common.
Goodbye to assassins, I'm guessing here.
Freya भी 3 मैच में Freya ban हो चुकी ना.
Should be coming out next.
Yep, and we have a fun fact here. Sunday, formerly known as Ahao, was the world
अभी Hirara ban हो जाएगी. Fanny Hirara common है भाई.
Formerly held Gonzo Gaming pull up an upset today. I mean, like, it was pretty good at the early, but again,
कर दे Hirara ban कर दे भाई.
That you have.
And it's also about timing. And I think certain players, we
I
see this
guess
across multiple games.
Hirara का मेरे को है ना, मेरे को मतलब देखना है. Who are Chinese? ये red t-shirt वाले Gonzo.
It's not the meta you would prefer to play. It's not your style. It's not where you feel at home. So
भाई bro, मजा आएगा, बहुत मजा आएगा.
Which clearly has given us a little bit of a different look here as we see our bands start to come out for game 2. Falcons versus
इंडिया में भी लोअर ब्रैकेट जाएगी है. यांगोंग गैलेक्टिक्स का मैच होगा probably. हमारा भी डिस्कशन वही चल रहा था.
They bring into the team, right? Early games, great. They have these templates where this is where you need to group up. This is how you get prio over your laner. This is how you get prio.
Marcel got banned.
It's the mid and late game
Marcel.
where we that question mark, and it's because compared to other MOBAs, this is a lot faster, like you pointed out, Rain Day, and because it's a lot faster, it's almost like they're coming into it with the mindset of, all right, we're going from gear 1 to constantly, but in MLBB, it's kind of like you go gear 1, and you kind of have to skip the next 4 gears into 5.
Yeah. Something to note as well. the longer the game goes,
Reaper Whitey
the
के
less that the
साथ
coach can
खेल
really impact on the
सकते
decisions
हो
of the game, because that's
अच्छा
why
खेलता
certain
है
shot callers in Mobile
किसके
Legends
साथ
is so highly valued that even if your mechanics isn't that great, but you have a good head over your shoulders, your price is just gonna skyrocket. So
shout outs to V.
हो
Shout
गया
out to V, and this is why honestly
at last
we're
man at
going into a
last
game where teams that have incredible mechanics
Hirara
and
open है
skills,
guys
coaches try to end the game as fast as possible, because I would say after 10-12 minutes
Hirara
surprises
yeah
happens.
Nin Reaper
First
Whitey
pick here for Guangzhou, and now an early
Akai
as well as the Eudora.
Oh god.
We're getting spicy over here. Aurora finally let through, and Eudora back again.
अब ये लोग अकाई है ना, तो ये बाजू मेज में ले सकते हैं वैलेंटीना.
That's why Falcons were happy with the trade. They're like, all right, go for the Hirara. We'll take the Eudora. We'll lock her down completely, and even the Akai pick. Now,
Nin
we've seen
Reaper
more
West Bengal
Assassins do well and find
server
success
they will
over
face
the course of
lag.
the last 3 games that we
Let's see
casted
कर
or
सकते
that
हैं
we
bro, हमारे
analyzed
पास भी
for.
है वेस्ट बंगाल
The
वाले
Akai
players.
works when it's still against the Hirara, man. It's just so difficult for the Hirara to walk onto these neutral objectives. So,
Golden Eudora पागल हो गए क्या?
Yeah, and also just to note for the fans watching, just because a hero got nerfed doesn't mean it's unusable, right? Akai is still very strong. It's still a top pick in the jungle.
Give.
It's just not as oppressive during wild
Claude.
cards, and yeah, basically during
Claude क्यों लिया
WI
बताओ?
has already been
बताओ Claude क्यों
nerfed.
लिया?
So now Guangzhou answer with the Claude as well as the
Harley.
Eve, and now the Harley picked up. So this is Akai Roam.
Akai Rome?
So,
Yeah.
Huh?
I like it more than the Akai jungle, not gonna lie. I agree with you, it's not entirely out of the meta in the jungle, but I'd prefer it to be somewhere else, especially considering right now it's all about having those fast clearing jungles, and Akai did get kind of...
Guys, बताओ Barats क्यों ban हुआ?
Barats gets banned out. Very interesting.
Why so?
Okay, so I've also seen this in scrims. The Barats is usually an answer to the Arlet or the Paquito, so I think Falcons might actually be eyeing an Arlet here, knowing that
Paquito
again,
लेने
they
के
have
लिए.
Akai. It's very good to stop that. The Brody gets banned out by Guangzhou Gaming. Another
इंडिया का सर्वर नहीं है, इंडिया का सर्वर.
If you see the Eve, you're already kind of thinking it should be no problem.
Yeah.
Either way, though, it is what it is.
Uranus?
This is the final ban for Falcons.
Yeah, so it looks like
अच्छा मतलब ये लोग front laner नहीं दे रहे ज़्यादा
pick
तो.
in the EXP, and now the Clint has been banned out as well. So for Guangzhou, I would say their opening
ये
is pretty
डोरा को
solid. But
buff
they
क्यों
still
दिया
need
मोबा ने?
someone
इतना
to be
मस्त
a
buff दिया है
proper
भाई
frontline,
साहब.
if possible.
Moscow.
Push the Eudora away so that it doesn't become a problem for either the Claude or the Hirara, because they got a lot of damage coming in from Guangzhou, but I feel like if one of those pieces is missing, it's gonna be a bit awkward.
Team fight में ult मार के घुस जाएगा.
Rotate.
Akai.
To join in on the fight.
क्या
That was one
Akai?
of the things the casters picked up. Gideon mentioned that was a problem for Guangzhou. Grouping together, not being able to kind of 4-1 or 3-2, as you mentioned, LaFell. Moskov going to open up some things and some playmaking potential, as we have 2 more picks here coming from Guangzhou Gaming to close out their draft.
Yeah, especially now we're in dangerous grass. They need a dedicated pick, doesn't matter Rome or EXP, just to be able to open up the map, because Eudora as well as the Hardy can take advantage. And there's the Grok. We don't see him a lot. Still
Paquito.
The Paquito shows up. Esmeralda is not there to like be a true counter, but at this point I feel like there's still quite a lot of picks that can deal with Guangzhou.
Guangzhou pick Claude and ban Clint. They are so behind.
Oh yeah, the Phobia is still open, yeah.
The Arlet, you're going to get bullied quite a bit by the Paquito, but then you're just relying on the stuns coming in for the resets with the Akai and the Eudora in your team. If you want to take more into your hands, you would go for the Phobias, but instead, they go for the Sora.
I gotta say, Falcons PH.
Just for dive?
Falcons
ये
PH,
my
at least for this
favorite.
matchup,
मैं
looks like
कुछ नहीं दूंगा. क्या नहीं देगा?
just more damage, right? A good
इस
offense
मैच
is a
में
good
अथीना
defense. So a lot of
बनाएगा.
firepower coming in from Falcons
तर्क
for the
लगा
first
लो.
match in game number 1 and game number 2.
और नहीं बनाया
It
तो.
seems like with the Sora pick here, it's more of like, all right, we don't care about the lane anymore. We're just going to go for the team fight, because the Paquito is usually an answer to the Sora in lane.
Falcon के पास कितना CC है? हार्ली को छोड़ के 4 CC है.
Confidence for Team Falcons PH trying to close it out over GZG. Let's send it over to our casters, see what they think as Gideon and Brigitte join us for game 2.
भाई तो मुंबई वाले इवेंट में आए होते ना तो ही खुश हो जाते। काउंटर हीरो लिया पाकितो का ऑब्वियसली ब्रो। और तेरा बहुत सही फ्रंट लाइन है भाई।
So far, currently at match point, it's Team Falcons who are leading that charge. We want to see how GZG is going to try and turn this around.
And I agree. I would want to see more from Team Falcons as well. It was already brought up by our panelists. Initially, I think heading into this tournament, you were really expecting
हार्ली
them to
देखो
be one of the
जिस फॉर्मेशन से कल हम लोग खेल रहे थे ना, वो ये लोग भी यही कर रहे हैं। सामने वाले का एक ट्रिप पहले ही खा लेने का।
What a sneaky little
Same rotation.
Kyle able to take a camp out,
नहीं
figure
था।
out the starting path, and was able to take at least one of these camps. This does mean that it's going to be a bit of a delay. However, we're going to see recall here. Going to try and contest this. It's dangerous stuff, and admittedly,
नहीं भाई अकाई रोम है यार, क्या बात करते हो यार तुम लोग। सी माइक्रो और मैक्रो हीरो किया है, बताओगे है? माइक्रो और मैक्रो क्या है वो जानना है तुमको? हाँ देखो, माइक्रो और मैक्रो है ना, दो टर्म्स है जो बहुत बहुत ज्यादा इम्पोर्टेंट है, ठीक है। माइक्रो इज कि तुम्हारा जो हीरो है, ठीक है, उसकी सारी चीजें, उसकी स्ट्रेंथ, उसकी वीकनेस, वो कहाँ से निकलता है, कहाँ घुस सकता है, क्या कर सकता है, किसके सामने 1v1 ले सकता है, उसकी कौन सी आइटम उसके लिए जरूरी है, उसके सामने कौन सी आइटम काउंटर जाती है, उस आइटम को क्या काउंटर करने का, ये सब माइक्रो है। मैक्रो इज आपका मैप अवेयरनेस। ब्रोकन वॉल्स में अगर जॉनसन चला रहे हो तो आपको पता होना चाहिए कि ये दीवार के बीच में गैप होता है, यहाँ से मैं जॉनसन गया मेरा निकल जाएगा। ये मैक्रो है, मैप अवेयरनेस पूरा। आपको पूरा मैप दिमाग में याद होना चाहिए।
Fight on a dime type hero, you really have to kind of set the plays and really find the right angles. At the same time, with tempo. Oh, whoa, all right.
चेक करके भाग भी गया, उसको रिएक्शन देने का टाइम नहीं दिया भाई।
We're seeing dangerous grass and wild.
ऊपर सोरा आके बैठ गया है।
It up, but Recall and the rest of the members are gonna be here too. Flap trying
to क्लच स्टील ही मारेगा।
Going for the setup just yet, and there you go.
ओ भाई साहब हीरा ना।
Blazing to it, already committed here by side. SOD will
नॉस्को की अल्ट मिस हो गई।
Still goes in for the knockups and the.
ओ भाई साहब देखा सोरा फ्रंट लाइन देखा, मजबूत देखा। अकाई भी अल्ट मार के अपनी टीम को बचा के फ्लिकर मार के निकल गया।
These supports, they both knew we're about to hit level 4. Just give me the right timing. I just need to reveal one person. The tech charge alongside with a heavy spin, life-changing spells, and now you get to see how these compositions actually want to play the game now, right? Falcons understand. Hey, even though it's a skirmish, we can't risk losing these big spells before the most important fight. But look at Kyle repathing down towards the purple side.
Arlie, blue.
Yeah, I think the only small win really that we could really consider from that was the fact that Recall still got the objective. Other than that, the team fight, the post-turtle takes seem to have really favored Falcons, especially as Recall has lost on so much resources at this point already. Fortunately though, he's not really.
Guys, what do you think? कौन जीतेगा?
Kyle is really having such a good
Gonza or Falcon?
Here, Flam might find an angle. If he gets on top X, it might just be over. It doesn't reveal him, but he's gonna walk through. Good check, good game sense.
Yep, they're not they could not afford to lose out on any more. At least Modi, I think, would be communicating every single time he feels that Flap isn't within the area. Another gold grab. I think that's the second time Super Marco stole it away from Guangzhou.
That's ridiculous. That's ridiculous.
देखो कैसे वो अभी भी कैंप करके वहाँ बैठा रहा।
Okay, there's a purify still.
देखा आका की हालत देखी, अरे मजबूत।
The damage from Haji is going to be enough. The question is, does Ogwen get out of this? He might just.
अरे भाई साहब, what a last hit by Grok.
Being laid down.
Okay, that's actually.
देखा मॉस्को पूरा फायदा है, मैं मर गए पुश करो, टावर निकालो।
Test this for free, but can they do it right now? Flap misses everything.
Yep, he doesn't get to find a setup, and still Guangzhou will be the one securing this objective. Kyle will not make it on this green camp, but that's.
वो टर्टल ले जा रही है ना, उसके सामने हार्ली वहाँ पे अपना कवर कर रहा है, उसके बॉक्स चुरा के गया हार्ली गॉन।
they're gonna go for the chase. It's Mei and Xing trying to get back under their turrets. Another barrier laid down, and the flicker to get out.
Oh, this is ridiculous.
Moscow,
oh no, wait, does he have, okay, he does have body slam, but CUR chasing this really isn't gonna get much until he gets that Trinity build. But my goodness, getting to see the Fork Lightning being spammed like, what, 3 times? I know that they changed the cooldowns to it so that you can like chain it together much easier than last time, where you needed to be like level 11, level 10 around there to get it consistently. But now here at level 7, I mean, Haji is doing it consistently too.
Yeah, and at least for Falcons, despite what happened earlier on, they didn't really lose the advantage. Like, they still have the advantage in their hands nonetheless, despite Flap slipping up on that setup and them actually not being able to contest for the objective. And maybe that's one thing Guangzhou can just really try to capitalize on. The fact that even the
top lane clear करके Moscow return.
Fights and still have these utilities to really rely on, such as the tech charge and real world manipulation, might just give them the upper hand.
Yeah, I gotta admit, I think GCG, they got the mechanics, and I think they also have great communication with each of their members. But I think
मोदी भाई अकाई को बराबर ले रहे हैं पकीतो.
And honestly, super tactical.
अरे भाई साहब, what a backup by सोरा भाई साहब मजबूत. उनके पास पूरा चांस है डियोरा को मारने का.
Here I was complimenting GCG about, you know, great communication, and yet, you know, they could have, I don't know, used their ults at the same time, or, you know, find the engagement a little bit sooner, but that's fine. It happens, especially in high stakes games, and especially when you're playing against a team like Falcon. You know they've got plenty of history.
Yeah, Kyle shows up here in mid, and Ogun will be at least positioning here in the turtle. But Guangzhou have a lot of information. They know what to expect and where they could potentially come from.
ये लोग ले लेंगे, तीसरा टर्टल भी ले लेंगे.
I think it's about the big point.
Oh, it's gonna be Mei instead who gets caught now. Tech charge does land, but
देखा बोला तीसरा टर्टल ले लेंगे.
It's not gonna be the case. Guangzhou once again take the objective for themselves, and it's Flap just
trying to
allow him to get away. And this seems like a repeat of
Ivan bhai, welcome to the stream.
Going to the other side of the map, but instead it's just Super Marco at this point.
Only naturally, right? Because when you have the access to the SOD, being able to close that distance with the rest of your team on neutral objectives is sort of the point. But I think at this stage, Super Marco, he's probably going to start rotating after clearing this bot side, rotate over to mid, and then immediately, oh wait, actually, does he need to? Nah, he doesn't need to. The Lord is going to spawn on that top side. He's staying down bot.
Oh, but Guangzhou Gaming have been really good in terms of these pokes and boards as well. Not really.
तो के लिए मॉस्को उनका बराबर स्प्लिट पुश दे रहा है और हार्ली एक भी बफ नहीं छोड़ रहा है.
Slight sloppiness, I'd say, especially pre-objectives. But at least they're
somehow
grouping together and making sure that they somehow, at least, the next team fight we see, get to communicate and layer their skills better.
Yeah, I'm noticing that GCG, like the gold lead isn't too
8 मिनट में 4 और 5 किल. 8 मिनट में तो मेरे मार्टिस के 8 किल हो गए.
They just sit around the river a lot of the time. Thanks for
10-12 किल मार्टिस ठोक देता है.
Along the track they are. Chastised Pauldron already purchased by Mei, and now that the rest of the Falcons are looking to get this tier 2 side, we're just a little bit of gold off before Super Marco is actually able to complete the Trinity. DHS and he's done.
Yeah, I think the only time we really got to see them invade was when Mei was on the Hilda, and it was just Mei as the Hilda. Like, there wasn't really help that came from the other members as much, and that's naturally what you expect. But this time, on the Grok and Eve, it seems to be a bit different in terms of their gameplay, or maybe Falcons too are just overwhelmingly good in controlling the map.
Maybe, but I think the Falcons need to recognize that, hey, GZG are really good at chasing you down, so they cannot take that initial impact. If it's too much damage and they back away, it's just as good as a wipeout. So I think that Falcons are being extra precautious on the way that they need to.
इसलिए रैंक और इंटरनेशनल मैचेस में बहुत फर्क होता है, बहुत ज़्यादा फर्क होता है भाई.
Counter engage and the real world manipulation, it's a box, so you got to start thinking about angles.
GZZ are just blocking off the entries for Ogun at this point. Super Marco just to get here, but now Modi all alone.
Modi को मार दिया.
There were just 3 members surrounding him at that point, and he
देखा इन लोग ने बोला सालो टर्टल तुम लोग ले लो, लॉर्ड तो हमें लेंगे.
Recall shows up, Flap trying to keep him in
check. उन लोग ने सारी साइड से घेर के रखा भाई लॉर्ड.
using the blazing duet to get away, but the SOD is gonna land. Super Marco goes in, Flap 2 helping him make
मॉस्को चढ़ बैठा है भाई, देखो मैं नहीं जाने दूंगा भाई। अरे जीजी
That has to be one of the biggest whiffs of all time. Zipper, don't put up the replay on that one. I swear to God. Recall dying there? Like, why would you use your iframes to try and bail? Like, you can't stop the spin. That's the problem.
एक चीज तुम लोग ने देखी, जब आइटम्स बताई ना तो वॉरेक्स जो है वो पुराने वाला ही वॉरेक्स है इनके पास अभी भी।
It was cool, and they got.
देखा किसी ने मार्क किया?
Unfortunately, you have to take a look at the replay.
God damn it, Zipper! I mean, just look at Recall, right? There's no reason for him to actually dash into
Forex
something
बनाया
a
ना?
little bit of damage. If they wanted to do something earlier, it's got to be the RWM. The order was wrong, and unfortunately for Recall, he should have known. Don't go into the heavy spin. You can't cancel it out as easy as you think it can.
And now they have to deal with the Lord, who is still up.
लैंडस्केप स्ट्रीम है क्या? शॉर्ट्स में हाँ लैंडस्केप पे चालू है ब्रो। लैंडस्केप पे आ जाओ।
And Recall shows up yet again in this spot. Fortunately has the iframes, but now it's Falcons winning out big.
देखो अभी आइटम्स दिखाएंगे ना, जब बिल्ड दिखाएंगे ना तो वॉरेक्स देखना।
At least they have holy shields, because earlier when they had this Lord, their holy shields were already down.
चलो बॉटम की शील्ड गई।
GCG, if they can just clear out these way. Oh, the conceal.
Oh, Flap's gonna go in.
I know you. Oh wow. How come?
Kyle's just gonna focus on Xing. Deadly magic definitely gonna take him downside. Doesn't have enough damage with the blazing duet. Just
भाई साहब हीरा ने घुस खत्म कर दिया।
Find one in exchange of two. Kyle being chased by Modi, but this is not enough.
अरे मॉस्को पी भाई।
And they cannot chase after Kyle anymore. Modi though. Can they actually do this?
Almost. Oh, he's straight up plays it. He gets the power, but still dies at the end. The KDA machine says no.
Wow, Owen picked up an immortality too. Were they expecting the team fight to last a bit longer than it should have? Another deadly magic onto May, but this is gonna be a crush, so they're not gonna take him down.
Yeah, typical Paquito things, am I right? You know, it's just like Suyo when you're just about you get that first kill and then you purchase.
We are playing together and we lose. Oh, what is your IGN, brother? देखो वॉरेक्स देखो हीरा ने वॉरेक्स बनाया, पुराना वाला वॉरेक्स है।
See what they have. Thank you for the item, Zipper. 3 already done.
देखा?
On the way through. Winds of Nature, good purchase here for Super Marco. They understand that it's going to be up to the blazing duet to kind of make up for the lack of damage.
Yeah, so we see that how surprisingly Modi lasted a bit longer than we thought. Apart from the fact that Haji's skills were mostly on cooldown, I'd say, but this is looking really devastating. The damage that you can expect from Kyle is really massive, and now Exian gets caught by Flap once again. It's just Flap doing all of this pressure onto the back lines, and he...
Modi!
May will be the exchange for this, but Kyle!
Modi, that's गया।
GCG now have left Recall all alone again.
अरे सोरा 1 HP पे Recall।
For this one, wasn't expecting them to survive, expecting at least a 2 for 1 trade, and then you get denied even that.
हो गया, प्रीलोड लेंगे, घुस जाएंगे ये लोग। सोरा भी आ गया हील करके। देखा मतलब उन लोग ने क्या प्रेशर बना के रखा है कि भाई हार्ली तू लॉर्ड ले आराम से। ले लिया लॉर्ड।
Hold on to this Purify later on for this upcoming siege, but it's looking scary. The way or the ways that Falcons can just attempt to go in for a dive.
Yeah, I gotta give it to Modi though. Although the build is a little more defensive, not looking to take full advantage of the kit in multiple different ways, I think getting actually be profitable.
भाई की एंट्री हो गई।
He's been playing a really good peel. He saved the life of Seeing, and I think they got it. Oh!
You just mentioned him. You just mentioned his name, and he nearly went down.
Don't worry. If it's not for Modi, it's May.
देख रहे हो? Nice.
They are working in tandem.
बॉटम की लेन में कोई जा ही नहीं रहा है। लॉर्ड डिले कराएंगे, ये लोग आगे दूसरी लेन खींचेंगे।
Kyle's gonna hold this bush. Recall has no idea.
देखा? हो गया। ये सोरा का अल्ट आएगा, अभी मस्त तक घुस जाएगा।
HP though, so you gotta respect the damage coming from GCG.
They're dancing around this and they understand the waves are not exactly in the best position, and unfortunately in comparison to Guangzhou's Gaming's lineup, it's a lot harder to get the siege down.
Oh, Recall goes in. Open already very low.
अकाई बहुत लो भाई, बहुत लो अकाई।
Gonna back away from this.
Yeah, because the Purify was still up too, even if he went for the tech charge there.
I'm realizing, I thought they got rid of the eye. Or maybe this is like a spectator thing.
Oh,
that we get to see the eye, but they don't.
Yeah.
This is nice. This is a little quality of life change that we've been asking for that now being implemented onto our, at least for our observers.
Did they take out the eye or just the delay when you see?
It is the delay on the eye as well, but even so, let's see where this is going to lead to, because right now Falcons have been bouncing back and forth between top side and bottom side just to get every buff underneath the sun.
Why, किसका आवाज आ रहा है?
Charge, it's there, but the damage from side too, spreading down over to bases. Immortality all.
आपका immortality. सोरा का अल्ट आ गया, सोरा का अल्ट आ गया. मोदी गया, मोदी. मॉस्को भाई क्या मारा है भाई. हार्ली देखो, हार्ली रिकॉल पे रिकॉल. जस्ट मिनियन के लिए वेट कर रहे भाई साहब. मॉस्को अकेला खा जाएगा बेस. देखो एमएम जो खेलते हैं ना, एमएम बेस के अंदर मारा भाई उसको. अरे मजबूत. चलो गाइस, फाइनली अब है इंडिया की बारी.
Surprises that had to come in from Team Falcons.
But this is a learning experience. It really comes down to the little things in the game that slowly add up. I wouldn't say that this is a complete win for GZG, but a huge learning experience for what is to come later in this group.
Yeah, the fact that Falcons haven't had the cleanest of games in their debut here in MSC.
सही है भाई, पर डेब्यू किया भाई. तो कैसे सो के ये लोग खेल रहे हैं. पूरी चार ऐसा पीछे कर लिया.
Some good stuff and a very good showing so far, as our second series of the day has been exciting just to see what our professionals are pushing the meta towards. And
तो हीरारा ओपन रख के भी इन लोगों ने फाड़ दिया.
And even over and going on the Sakai opens up opportunities for other teams to say, hey, this could be a drafting technique we can utilize.
How long have we been wanting for different picks in the mid lane, right? You get it.
आके भाग रहा है.
Where the Eudora seems to be showing up more often than we expected it to, and the flex picks.
Reaction time बहुत फास्ट था. लैंडस्केप चैट भी पढ़ ले. लैंडस्केप चैट कुछ आए नहीं. रुक जा ब्रो. अरे वो मेरा वो था ना. हाँ. अब वो कौन सा पागल है. बरट्स लेना था अकाई पिक के अगेंस्ट, बट नहीं दिया उन लोगों ने. बरट्स बैन किया. हाँ, बरट्स बैन किया ना. फिर गांजू ने पकीतो लिया. डैमेज ही नहीं. पकीतो हाई सीसी में यूजलेस है.
Like a surprising amount of AoE that most people don't associate with Eudora because it's been too long. Now we're going to head on over to
इसमें क्या हुआ पता है. इसमें चीज ऐसी थी कि वो 1v1 जाता ना तो मारता. अकाई इतना ऐसे आगे खड़ा था ना कि किसी को आने ही नहीं दिया.
Against Guangzhou Gaming. Super Marco, welcome back to MSC. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling good.
You're feeling good. He's shy. Now, Super Marco, I want to ask, how different is the Super Marco this year compared to the one we saw in 2024 that made it all the way to the grand finals?
I think still the same because I'm still motivated and I'm eager to win.
Wow. No, that was a really good answer.
Guys, hold your hearts.
Game 1. Because
क्योंकि अभी इंडिया की टीम आने वाली है.
The first few minutes of the game was primarily dominated by Guangzhou Gaming.
Let's go Falcons. क्या let's go Falcons? Let's go True Reapers, bro.
The early game?
I think they just maximize our
Oh my God.
That's why they got that.
वो गेम में ना मैंने भी.
And how did you guys manage to keep yourself composed and come back for the later part of the game?
We just maximize their errors. That's why we came back. Yeah.
You guys capitalized on the mistakes that they played out in the game, which honestly boils down to experience if you ask me. Now, Super Marco, 2 matches into MSC and we have witnessed some very, very interesting picks that has debuted.
Lord Marco, ये Super Marco है देख.
From you. So I want to ask, what made you guys decide to pick Brody?
Oh my God.
I don't know. Brody is just meta. There's
मैंने True Reapers पे.
It's just meta. So why didn't you pick your Brody skin? No? You just don't feel like using it today?
No, I don't want to use it.
Why?
I just
ऐसा इन लोग के जैसे एकदम बेइज्जत होके नहीं जाना है अपने
their
को.
own skin because they said that they feel like it's cursed somehow that when they
So is this the final match? No, bro. It's just the group stage of Group 1. We have Group 2 tomorrow.
Is there any words that you want to say to the fans that has been supporting you guys?
Thank you sa mga Thank you sa mga pumunta sa venue tsaka sa mga sumusuporta.
आप बोलो ना, आप बोलो अभी, आप बोलो क्या बोल रहे
He
हैं?
said thank you to everybody who came down to the venue and of course to those watching at home, and he hopes that you guys can actually support them in their next match. Congratulations Super Marco and thank you very much.
सुपर मार्को को रिटायर ले लेना चाहिए, उसका प्राइम कब का चला गया ऐसा. अभी उसको बोल रही है कि तेरी ब्रोडी की स्किन बनेगी.
2024 Grand finalists in Team Falcons back again to try to claim the title and fill out that trophy cabinet. I'm Rain, joining you back here on the studio panel with Mirko and Lefel to close out our second series of the day. Mirko, it was all Falcons all the way. They did do some different things than what we saw Team Vamos do in the earlier set, but it was the same result. Just pretty much a team that seems like it can go far in this tournament right now versus a team that's still trying to figure out how they want to succeed in the meta.
I think it's the same again.
Vitality कहाँ की है? Philippines, Indonesia.
Exactly where to position themselves. They know when to gank, how to get prio. But once it
What
gets to
happened,
the stage where they
Hasil?
have to be a little bit more creative.
Hasil, you didn't tell me your IGN, bro. What the
They
fuck?
don't know what to do. They don't know where to rotate. And I really feel like in this game especially, a bit naive a couple of times, you know, walking past some of these bushes, May not opening up for CY. Dude, CY, that one moment where the Claude walked up through the bush, like, oh my god, why is the roamer not opening up?
Mirko, this is why I see in dangerous grass, it catches you whenever you autopilot, because I play as a roam, and sometimes especially I'm colorblind. Dude, I'm colorblind, right?
These are issues, right?
I mean, like, these are issues.
Yeah,
like,
real issues.
There are things that make you overthink. Like, for example, even questions, right? Players are struggling going up against Eterna, and now Rose, even Super Marco's like, I did not get this in PR training. They didn't tell me what to do when they asked about the skins, right? Look at his face. He looked more scared in that interview than he gives up. Oh my God,
देखो अभी है टीम वाइटलिटी वर्सेस ट्रू रिपर्स, फिर है टीम स्पिरिट वर्सेस इग्नाइट गेमिंग.
Investing a lot of time in trying to establish the
And
meta. And
Indian are also going to play. Yes, bro, it's our match next. चलो कल है Selangor Red Giants versus Pro Esports Team Liquid versus Aurora Gaming. Aurora Gaming भाई हार दिया भाई. Onyx versus Entity 7, Yagong Galacticos versus GK Esports. Let's go guys, let's support for India guys.
I got my watch on. Guys, 18 to 6.
अरे भाई 2023-24 में उसका ऑरा अलग ही था, बट अभी फील नहीं होता. Now he like कौन है सुपर मार्को? अरे भाई होगा chill मारो bro, chill मारो.
Moving forward, because it just seems like there's total control over our leading teams here.
Absolutely, you know, Falcons PH not.
देखो क्या करते वो लोग ऐसे सीधा मैप देख के ये वो आइटम देख के बाहर, आइटम देख के बाहर, मैप देख के बाहर.
Why not Arlet? Why not Phobius? Why did you go for the Sora? And mainly, they needed a second center. I think in the XP lane and in the roam departments now, we're going to be seeing a lot more CC-heavy heroes, guys that can stay up front, they can be the initiators to open up for the other damage dealers, right? And I think that's what Guangzhou Gaming lacked. Yeah. They went for Yves, they went for Hirara, they went for Claude, and then the Paquito. So it's like, who do you want to carry? Who do you want to initiate? At that point, it was May doing everything. Opening up, initiating, peeling. Everybody else was trying to deal damage, and when everybody else is doing, you know, individual tasks, you don't play together as a unit.
Although I do have to say, I like what I saw coming in from Guangzhou Gaming.
Let's
I feel
go,
like these
guys.
are mistakes that is very much fixable, right? Yeah. Look at other teams play, get some bits here and there, maybe 1 or 2 scrims, and I feel like they would catch up very, very fast. I feel like the micro is there. Now it's all about priority, the draft, as well as how you move around the map, which is a lot, but hey, we're playing for $1 million in the champion slot, so
$1 million.
you just gotta go all out because everyone here is going all out.
It's very difficult to be a team that goes the entire way in a tournament this big and never loses. And so what that means is getting comfortable with taking a big lesson after your loss is going to be important. In fact, maybe necessary to go all the way. And Guangzhou Gaming, and when you look at Team Vamos going up against Team Falcons meta, there were lessons that were applied to both of those teams. If you guys now, we're taking different roles, so we're going to be switching out our talent for our next series. What are the lessons that you've learned so far? What are your takeaways after seeing 2 series as we kicked off MSC?
I still think it's a draft. I still think it's how do you look at it in the draft, right? In match number 1, it really just feels like they were leaning too much on identity. They didn't really respect the meta. In match number 2, it's more on the side of, all right, we know the meta. We want to go for damage, but it's just too much, and we don't have anything else to fill in the gaps of the composition.
So in terms of the draft, looks like Eudora as well as Ling is going to be very, very prioritized, but also looking at the game so far, the mistakes is going to be magnified by quite a lot. Where Falcons be, and then they just roll with it. Same as Falcons here. They saw 1 or 2 mistakes coming in from Guangzhou, and then they roll with it. That's why
India के लिए कर रहा हूँ सट्टा vitality पे वाह मुन्ना वाह.
Waited for them to make a mistake, and then we capitalize. So I completely agree with Merkel. The draft is going to be very important, where you can get wins and loses just based off the draft. But
मतलब दिल से Indian पैसे से vitality.
They just make it super big.
A great heads up from 2 guys who talk MLBB for a living. Now let's talk about what's coming up next. For those who are sitting back, relaxing, not doing any work and just enjoying, unless you're, trying to be a co-streamer. If that's the case, then you're scanning that QR code and trying to start your stream up. Team Vitality and True Rippers. This is a true matchup right here. Indonesia coming through, and Team Vitality representing in France. Here in the hometown of Paris, France. This is going to be a big one. Team Spirit and Ignite Gaming following up afterwards as well. Make sure if you think you know who is going to take the lead and win those series, you get your pick'ems in. That's right. You go to esportsworldcup.com/play. You'll have a chance to let us know if you can tell the future in MLBB. And if you can't tell the future and you just want to deal with the present, well, right now there's a pretty cool collaboration that you've been seeing a few teases of in game. And I'm talking about my boy Guile, maybe some Ryu. It's Street Fighter and MLBB.
MLBB.
Human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid work.
ऐड के बीच में ऐड देख रहे हो? Let's go. मस्त चेयर है भाई. यही चेयर दी है ना अभी बैठने के लिए भी. स्ट्रीट फाइटर. Interesting. अरे मजबूत.
He thinks he can come in here and play my game. He knows nothing. Let's go!
Let's go!
Tyler Wine, you're done.
जा बाहर जा कभी उठ.
16 of the best MLBB teams from across the world have traveled to Paris, France for a chance at $1 million and
$1
raising the trophy
million.
themselves in MLBB history, and hopefully a little bit of glory for whoever they're representing. This one is a big one because we've got hometown Team Vitality going up against Indonesia. Incredible stories here to kick off our third series of the day, and I want to welcome you back to our studio. My name is Rain Day. I'll be your host here throughout these 2 weeks of MLBB action at EWC. And of course, I'm joined by some amazing faces who know this game and you know very well also, Rinmar and Trex. Rinmar, it's great to have you here, man. You've been watching these first couple of series. I mean, we've had some great games so far and some strong moments from teams that are clear competitors here.
Yeah, I love what we've seen from the meta. Trex and I were talking about it behind the scenes, and on the way here, we were expecting excitement and unpredictability, and we got that.
It is exactly what we've got. We've seen things like Eudora pop up. The Ling is back. So many. I mean, we saw Brody earlier.
Yeah.
I mean, overall, we're at a place right now where the meta can go just about anywhere, and we are literally just getting started.
One of the great things about this
Street Fighter से कौन सा स्किन निकाला नहीं है अभी तक डायरॉक की सोच रहा हूँ.
To see these regions go toe to toe. Now we get a chance to do so, and it is our Crunchyroll story of the day that we are going to bring up for this third series because it's India's international debut versus hometown heroes. Rinmar, talk to me about the impact both of these teams have in terms of their fan bases, in terms of this matchup.
Oh, of course. So with True Rippers carrying the pride of an entire region, finally getting representation in MobileLegends Bang Bang international tournaments, I'm so excited to see them in action. It's going to be a tough one. It is David versus Goliath. It is, who's that guy who rolled up a stone over and over again? It's going to feel that way.
Atlas?
No. Was it Atlas? Yeah, Sisyphus? I don't know.
He holds
Atlas
the world.
is the one who holds the world, and that's what India's going to have to do to death.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, they're the hometown of Team Vitality, but I'm excited for them, and I'm so happy for India to finally be here. Welcome to International MLBB.
I mean, Trex, it's hard not to talk about some of the bigger picture items here before we start getting granular. You mentioned Eudora, but I mean, really for Indonesia, how big is this moment?
This is huge, right? I feel like they're coming to a place, not just a place of, we know how strong Indonesia is, but Vitality in general. It's the Cinderella story. What were they? I think they were 6th, or they were 5th place coming into playoffs, have a lower bracket run, take the championship, and now they're sitting here on the stage of MSC, welcoming India with open arms, ready for this first match of today. I mean, it's a big day for them, and it's a big tournament for them, because if they can get great standing in this tournament, if they can win this tournament, it's a huge statement, not just for Indonesia, but for Vitality in general.
Yeah, Vitality coming in alongside Indonesia, looking to represent both dreams and contenders. It's not just about getting here, Rinmar. It's about what can you do when you get here. Both these teams now have their work grounded in terms of, can we get a win? Can we jump out to a strong start? Because so much of how you begin a tournament like this can give you the confidence going forward to perform.
Yeah, and for True Rippers walking to the stage, I'm pretty sure they understand the magnitude of the series they're going to be going up against, the competitors across them. But it's good for True Rippers that, yes, they're also representing India, but then they also have 2 Indonesian imports with them. They have Rehansha and Ians, who both came from Indonesia's development leagues. They're hungry to prove themselves alongside players in the region. They're hungry for this opportunity.
Yeah, and Team Vitality also just coming in from having that big for them. You see the team members on the screen here as well. We actually had a chance, like before, to have some time to speak with Team Vitality's Moreno to talk about what they were feeling heading into today's series.
I'm now with Moreno, the maestro.
Yay!
Upcoming match. We're gonna talk to him before we get into it. Moreno, you're coming here with so many fans and expectations.
Hello, gaming official.
Fans.
Welcome to the stream, brother.
A bit heavy, but I just enjoy it as a team. I don't feel the pressure was so high. But I'm just enjoying. Because it's first time to go to international as a main 5 and as a champion also in our region. That's why we go here with our confidence.
He had to slip that in as champions from the region. And, you know, Moreno, honestly, despite you guys being champions, it looks like the popularity, you know, out there from the viewers, it looks like they're still in favor of Onyx. How does that feel for you?
To be honest, I don't really care, but it's just a fully statement for me. You guys cannot underestimate us because our team first timer now, but I think we can do better here.
Beautiful, beautiful. Don't underestimate them. So coming into your next matchup, you're up against True Rippers.
Yeah.
What do you think about the team?
I think they just good because they have Indonesian player, 2 players from Indonesia. We just for me we
भाई आप giveaway कर रहे हो अभी नहीं time है अभी watch party होगा उसके बाद
Okay, respect, but they want to beat them.
Yeah.
So I'm assuming you have enough data on them, right? Did you get to watch their matches?
I think to be honest, no lah. I think they more data from us. Sorry, maksudnya?
Yeah, you're right.
Maksudnya
they have more information on you compared to you on them.
Yes.
Yes. Is that a challenge for you? Do you think that's going to be a disadvantage?
Might be, but yeah, like what I said, we don't care. We just focus on our team.
All right. Last question. Any messages to True Rippers?
Good luck, have fun. Good luck, have fun.
Okay, good luck and have fun. That's Moreno. Back to you guys.
good luck and
Moreno, the maestro, representing Team Vitality, MPL Season 17 champions, the first for the organization. Trex, your thoughts on the fact that he knows his opponents have more on them than they do on their opponents, and he's okay with that.
I mean, he has to be okay with it, right? He has to come into this confident, he has to come into this prepared, but there still always has to be a level of respect for these new teams coming in, these new regions coming in. That's where the upsets happen. That's where the chaos can start. And my question is, you know, the question on my mind is, can True Rippers be that underdog that come in and kind of flip the table a little bit today?
And I think the team cams, them in their holding areas, pretty much paints the picture of the underdog story against a big giant in Team Vitality. Team Vitality has an army of coaches, their staff are there, the players are there, and in True Rippers, it's 5 or 6 dudes with the dream and hopes of an entire region who was just begging to finally make it here, and here they are.
One of the things about the story of, you know, Indonesia and this representation finally with True Rippers is that you get to highlight stories you haven't been able to highlight before. One of them that's top of mind today is Sensei Kimmy, who the region refers to him as, who not only is a professional player here, but moonlights, you could say, or his other job is studying physics and helping to educate underprivileged kids. You talk about the impact of winning $1 million. Somebody like that in the position that they're in could help a lot of people, but it's going to be earned as well. And we had a chance for Eterna to sit down and talk with one of the members of True Rippers about how today is going to go.
And we're now with Asuna from True Rippers. Such a fresh face. How are you feeling?
Hello. Yeah, I'm feeling good, I think, guys.
You're feeling good, feeling excited?
Excited, a bit nervous also, but yeah, that's it.
So are you more nervous about playing or being here on the interview with me?
Think about this interview.
About this? Is it me or is it the interview? It's not me, right?
It's the camera and
okay.
I'm just nervous about the camera.
Okay, he's nervous about the camera, but he's not nervous about the game because it's going to be very exciting. You are you are the first representative from India coming into MSC. The fans are going crazy about you. Does that add pressure to you or motivate you more?
It's more like motivating because I think I got all the fans who supports us, like don't doubt us much. So, yeah.
Oh, okay. What do they usually say to you?
Like they always support us, that they don't care about the result or anything. They just say that it's first time for India, just do your best for everyone.
That's amazing. That's amazing. Shout out to all the Indian fans out there. Coming up next, obviously, you're going to be up against Team Vitality. I think they are crowned as one of the favorites, and you're a bit of an underdog here in this matchup. What do you think about that?
We'll say that, but yeah, it's a little bit nervous to like play against them, but yeah, we are prepared though.
Prepared. You have a lot of data on them?
What?
Do you have a lot of data on them?
Yeah, we have done many like watch their games and everything, read their drafts, and our coach is doing everything really good. Yeah.
Okay. So you can beat them?
Of course, we can try. We'll try our best to beat them.
Okay. You have a message to Team Vitality now?
I think just good luck, guys. We'll be there.
Okay. Good luck, but you will beat them.
We'll be there.
Awesome. Awesome energy. Thank you so much once again.
Let's go, India! Let's go!
The man was nervous, Eterna, and you made him
He
answer the
was
question
so
5
fucking
times in a
scared
row.
of the camera.
You know, you could have let him off easy, but no, if you're with Eterna or Rose, you're going down in an interview. That's all I got to say. You're losing the interview. You are not getting out easy. Fellas, I mean, that is kind of the cool part about this because they said, we don't really expect to win. We're happy we're here. We know our fans are happy we're here, and I think that's good, but it kind of also, does it help relieve some tension knowing that what we do is hopefully like a bonus, like we're playing within the idea of like house money, like we don't really have too much to lose because we're already here?
Yeah, definitely. It was a statement just making it here in the first place. Growing up, my parents never told me, hey, you have to win this spelling bee. Hey, you gotta win this tryout or whatever. Just do your best, son. And look where I am now.
Yeah, nowhere near a spelling bee.
Yeah, but, you know, I made it someplace, you know?
Trex, what about you?
I mean, I feel like, yes, you come in without any worry. We've seen a lot of teams on their last breath knowing that it doesn't matter whether they go home or not, do some great things before.
Yeah.
I'm hoping that they still have drive, though, because you still need that hunger.
Yeah.
You still got to want to win. And right now, True Rippers are just kind of a blank card for all of us, even us as casters. We don't know how they're exactly going to play. Yes, we've seen some of their games, but what's their mentality going to be on that stage? Is it going to be carefree? Is the pressure going to be on? Are they going to be nervous like they're talking to Eterna? You know,
guys, I'm back.
how are they going to walk out there? And that's going to be, you know, this game one is huge on how we see True Rippers for the rest of this event.
It's going to be interesting. The winner of this plays the winner of Team Falcons PH and Guangzhou Gaming, which we just witnessed. The loser plays the loser of that game. So a lot of information being gathered and a lot of information now that we will find out soon. If you think you know better than us or you want to try to get ahead of the guests, make sure to join our esportsworldcup.com/playpick'ems. You can scan the QR code. Let us know who you think is going to be taking the win here. Before we head into opening up with these teams, just kind of some final thoughts. Again, are you feeling like this is going to be another 2-0 on the day? Do you think there's a chance with True Rippers? Just excited to see what's going to happen.
This feels like one of the setups of many great Indian films. You know what? I am maybe one of those people thinking True Rippers gets a game, shocks the world, but Vitality still comes back and reminds them who they are. 2-1.
I'm an underdog guy from an underdog region. I want to see True Rippers go out there and rip some things up. So hopefully we see it. Hopefully they put up a fight. Maybe even take the series.
Oh, I like it, man. It's rare that Americas are an underdog here, but MLBB has just made it happen. Trex and I looking back, you know, we got nice to a little bit, but he left us, you know, with the Philippines. Like, we're losing people here. Guys, if you think, again, you know, make sure to get your pick'ems in. It is an amazing story. The hometown of Team Vitality going up against the new representation from Indonesia. We'll see who takes the cake.
Oh my, that match too was an amazing match to watch, because if we recall correctly, Milosh, Guangzhou Gaming was in the lead in game number 1, and suddenly Team Falcons PH was like, nah, we're gonna clean sweep this.
I've sad to say this, but the experience won out. Of course you want to cheer for an underdog, but in this one, it was not meant to be. The beauty of it is, though, underdog stories and dark horses in general do not end with us here in our group stage, especially not on day 1, as we've crossed the halfway point. We're on the way to game 3, and this one on its own has a huge story to tell, I know, for a lot of fans.
Yes,
sir. So, mentioning a match 3, ladies and gentlemen, join me in welcoming the hometown heroes, Team Vitality. This is a team that trusted the process with a championship that took years in the making. As the hometown heroes make their MSC at EWC debut, their resilience will be tested.
big day for Vitality and their fans also here joining us in the arena. Today's only day one, and you can notice they get loud. They did get loud at MWI. They're going to do it again here at MSC 26. Though the game cannot begin, especially not without the dark horses awaiting in the corner. Let's welcome them, please. True Rippers! The torchbearers have arrived. And from viewers to participants, the inaugural ML Masters champions step onto the international MLBB stage for the very first time. Will their in-your-face aggression
भाई
be
कोच भी
any factor?
इंटरनेशनल लग रहा है मेरे को तो
We are about to find out.
अभी तक शुरू नहीं हुआ, नहीं बस तेरा ही वेट कर रहे थे.
Also here, first time participating internationally, Rose. There's a lot of pressure.
Yes, definitely. But I feel like this match
अभी भाई
will ultimately be very exciting because
कोच भी अपना इंडोनेशिया नहीं लग रहा.
are debuting in EWC. A lot of fun picks to go.
ये लड़का कैसा गे जैसा शर्ट पहन के आया.
Please, you may go place your keys. Team captains, please go ahead. True Rippers, Vitality, place your keys in their positions. Take
Let's
your seat.
go,
Remember to shake hands at
Coach
captains
PH
because
yes,
it's all about
yes.
friendship and love before we get into the server itself. And there it is, respect between our two team captains. And it's time for us to get into it. Who can take this matchup? Vitality, True Rippers. We'll break it all down on the desk before we get into game.
Jungler.
Thank you, Milos and Rose. A big moment for India's first debut here at MSC. And of course, when you look at Vitality, these guys have an incredible sense of confidence going into this one. But
game देखो ना लड़का को देख रहे हो.
Yeah, I think it's great here that for True Rippers going up against a confident team like Team Vitality, their styles aren't so different in the sense of both of them are just going to be looking for map. They love to make sure they get to build advantage, and True Rippers is very familiar with that. Maybe through that angle, they could find a way to slowly chip away at Vitality.
I mean, yeah, be ready to go toe-to-toe. Maybe take advantage even of the aggression. A lot of times you see the more veteran teams that have been doing this longer, try to push in, try to bring that to your face. And if True Rippers are ready for that, maybe build a composition that can absorb that initial shock. There could be something there.
I like the point that you mentioned, though, feeling relaxed and feeling like you've done enough to get here.
You
still have to somehow combat that with the drive. And as we narrow down into what's coming up next, the draft's certainly in about a minute or so. Rinmar, how do you do
redeem
that
code आएगा, श्रावण redeem
a
कर
team
ले.
like this,
कौन सा
True
redeem
Rippers
code?
need to do to maybe get ahead of the draft, which is where Mirko previously was saying a lot of these games have been won and lost.
Yeah, when it comes to how
पंखा
True
पकड़
Rippers
के बैठा है
play in
जाड़िया.
their Master Series, they love to make
बोलता
sure
है मैं
that they
पिघल
have an
जाऊंगा.
EXP laner that can get out of lane relatively quickly, go into the river, and try to build some advantage there through the roam and mid, and then just continuously bombard
अभी
the
तो आया
opponent with,
20 and
hey,
something.
how come you're not laning? This is the laning phase. You should be taking more time with your minions. Suddenly they're not, because they know they can get leads through making sure that their jungler is safe and even more dominant compared to the opposing jungler.
Pushing out the space with the XP lane, and obviously the jungler has more room to roam. Same idea for you, Trex, or what is, if you're at Vitality, don't know as much about True Rippers, how are you drafting to make sure you don't fall into that trap?
I think you play your game. I think it's harder to say in draft right now. Just
Flying
because of
cloud,
how
मेरे
sporadic
को यही
everything's
चाहिए
been,
था.
the new picks.
यही चाहिए था
We
मेरे को.
do have flying clouds coming in as the map choice, but I think in terms
छोड़
of
दिया तो
gameplay,
फिर दियो
they
ना.
have to
अरे
just come in
उसने नहीं
confident
दिया,
in what they're
अंदर
gonna
आया.
do. Be
ऐसा बोलता.
ready for any surprises that True Rippers might bring, and that's where I think draft is key, because that's where new regions coming into MSC, coming into MLBB, you start to see things get a little crazy. Maybe a surprise pick, maybe a cheese pick, maybe a comfort pick for one of the players that no one is expecting.
MSC at EWC 26 makes history for India and True Rippers as they represent the region for the first time in an international MLBB tournament. In many ways, guys, it's a chance to measure how far this region has come. This is the first draft that they will be able to make, and obviously bans coming out initially. Trex,
Magic best और कार्ड लगा पक्का. और कुछ नहीं देते भाई.
Jushin, Fovius on the side of
Hirara.
Nothing too crazy. The Harara coming off from True Rippers.
Nice
as
ban,
well.
nice ban.
We haven't seen the Harara.
Penny भी जाएगी.
pretty much
Penny
appear
जाएगी
on
अभी.
the ban field so far, right?
Yeah. Question now is if the Fanny ban is going to be showing up here. We were talking about it, Fanny getting banned out more consistently
Fanny
so far.
or
Our matches today has changed the picture of the draft
और
compared to MWI just a
Marcel
few
भी
days
जाएगा.
ago. So that's an interesting element now compared to our previous tournament here at EWC. You mentioned Vitality wanting to play their game, and True Rippers, they're reading into it, they're checking them really well.
Really?
They've denied the Freya, and they've even banned out the Guinevere here, which in the
Yeah.
jungle for Eons could have been an option to mess up what Vitality likes to do. Vitality likes that aggression, and we know Guinevere as one of the best stoppers in the game through the jungle.
It could also show something in the hands of maybe Vitality wanting to be one of the first teams today to possibly go utility jungle. Maybe
देखा बोला ना मार्शल जाएगा.
maybe pick up something that we haven't been seeing too much of.
Fanny open है, उठा लो फिर.
Can go well against. First pick on the gun, Vitality. First pick.
ये लोग ने मार्शल बैन किया है ना, मेरे को लग रहा है फैनी उठाएंगे.
Been very mixed up today. We've seen heroes such as Ling get rushed, but
At
we
last.
saw this earlier in Vamos versus Falcons. Yeah, the Atlas getting picked up, opening a chance for True Rippers to pick up a Valentina as their response, similar to what we saw earlier in Vamos versus Falcons game 1.
We saw
Valentina.
the Eudora picked up second as well. The Ling also a character that had been hero that's been prioritized. And there's the Ling as well.
And the
Ling.
Ling has been on fire.
Eudora?
Eudora, probably the two hot picks of
खुद का
the
काउंटर
day.
खुद ही उठा लेने का.
Are you on the Eudora train? I mean, do you see the
At this point,
Yeah,
at this
how
point,
can
I
you
guess
not be?
ये मैच अपन पहले देख चुके हैं.
it's honestly insane. I'm sure everyone else has been telling you already, but the fact that Eudora is in the meta right now is unheard of. This is because the kit, there's no
जय
flicker.
झूलेलाल. अच्छा अच्छा दीदी. ले इंडियन मेटा ड्राफ्ट ऑन द मेन स्क्रीन. भाई बढ़िया ड्राफ्ट है अभी तक.
Purify on the Eudora. You have to go for flicker because she doesn't have any type of dash in her kit. Going up
अभी
against
तक
something
शुरू
like
नहीं
that,
हुआ. बस
there is
चालो ये
danger,
ड्राफ्ट पे
right?
की है.
ICC. So how does Vitality counter the Eudora?
अपनी थर्ड मैच
That's
थी
the
ना.
answer. High crowd control, and that's the same answer to the Ling, right?
Yeah, add more dashes as well. You mentioned crowd control,
तो
and
पहले वाले ने जो गलती की थी अब ये लोग नहीं करेंगे ना.
paired up with
I mean, I
high
said
crowd
the
control
same
through
thing.
the jungle, a solid
भैया
kick in the
आज
mid lane
रैंक
with
नहीं
some
खेलोगे
mix of
खेलेंगे खेलेंगे
crowd
ब्रो.
control and a lot of mobility through the Valentina. I'm already thinking, no matter what Rahan said,
Asuna क्या उठाएगा?
Asuna decides to pick up as a battle spell here. It's not going to be a fun time for the Eudora. True Rippers, one thing they could have worked on a little bit more, and hopefully they did leading into this day, is that their priorities in the team liners a little bit too much. Sometimes
Nice
the
pick,
frontliners and
nice
the
pick.
junglers are diving way too deep that their formation gets broken easily. Hopefully they fix
OMG हक दिया ट्रू रिपर ने. वैलेंटीना लेना था. अरे ऐसा नहीं है ना ब्रो. उन लोग ने लिंक लिया है. अभी सामने इडोरा चली जाती तो लिंक तो शुरू होते ही खत्म हो जाता ना. वो लोग ने खुद का काउंटर खुद ही ले लिया. ये लोग ने भी सेम किया फिर.
Obviously, you would think True Rippers are trying to avoid. So just the composition that they can.
मैं भी खेलूंगा. ओके देखते ब्रो देखते. अभी तो स्क्वाड के साथ ही खेल रहा हूँ मैं.
Rippers draft right now. I think it's clean, and I'm not crazy about the Valentina pick, honestly, this early on from Vitality.
Why not?
You still get the
Let's go India, let's go.
You have the dashes, but you're not CC immune when you're dashing in on that Valentina.
True.
You don't really have a good ult to steal right now. Yes, you could take the Eudora or something like that, but really the big win with Valentina is looking for these high utility ults, big crowd control ults, something like when you're up against the Farza or the Yve or something of that nature. Earlier today, we did see the Yve go against the Eudora. Don't think it won.
रोम में I guess डिगी उठाएंगे.
I kind of like that answer. Beat it with range, beat it with some sort of control.
अका एटलास दोनों को फेल कर देगा डिगी.
Vitality, yes, it's a solid draft, but I don't know. True Rippers is looking good for me right now.
Ooh, I feel like the Valentina came out because Vitality is probably expecting that the
पर तो डिगी प्यूरिफाई लेके खेलेगा ना.
for Eons later, excuse me, Rehansha later on would be something along the lines of a usual.
अरे देखो ना PTR का first
Alice, meaning that's 3 best options for True Rippers. That's
पिक
easy
इतना बढ़िया
steal
दिख रहा है.
ultimates
देखते देखते.
for the
Uranus.
Valentina. That's why you see heroes such as the Esmeralda, the Uranus taken away. That if you're left with EXP laners as your best in the pool, who have high impact ultimates, then the
Sora ले
Valentina
सकते
suddenly
हैं.
looks better. But I get your point, where right now it seems like Valentina might struggle early.
So what do we see from True Rippers? Do they go for something not as high utility, something that's as much to steal? They go for the Alice.
There we go.
726 10 डायमंड रिडीम करो. 10 डायमंड मिले तेरे बंदे को.
Rippers on the side of Vitality, they still need a gold laner. Do we see something
Alice.
like the Harith come in here? Is that a possibility? Decent.
Alice के ult में Ling ult मारेगा.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind that. Let's see if they'll be comfortable enough with fighting under the AoE of the Ling and the Alice. Emon could make it work, but I think to be safer, they need something with a little bit more range. Even just playing it safe with the Claude wouldn't be such a terrible thing, but I think Emon, one thing he might be saying is like, hey, but if I go in and the Eudora still has her stun up, I'm wasting my Purify. So he said, you know what? All right, I'll give it a crack. Let's try it out.
And the Paquito as well to close out this draft. One last pick here for True Rippers. You said you liked their draft, Trex, but now you've seen the completion of Vitality's draft. What does True Rippers need to pick up here if they're going to keep you in favor of what they've done?
Need a big roamer, right? We need a big... Do we go big crowd control? We've seen the Minotaur get picked up, but then you give something over to that Valentina, which we've kind of worried about. Oh, wow. Now that's actually... You're not giving Valentina.
कुछ नया ही है.
The back line. You have some possibilities. I mean, it's still, you already have nice crowd control with the Alice, so this could be workable.
Yeah, with the conceptually high diving composition that you're up against, Badang loves going up against those kind of lineups. Yeah, you get that stiff arm. You get that stiff arm up.
Well, those are the set matchups here so far, and it's two drafts that put MPL Indonesia winners up against India's best here in True Rippers, and their first chance at a
First match हार गए इंडिया सीटी नहीं है and Badang local pick lol. अरे chill bro, chill.
Rippers versus Team Vitality. Let's kick it over to your casters to start game one.
Thank you so much, Terrain Day, and we are officially about to start this debut series from India's finest up against the Indonesian champions, Team Vitality. And it seems like we've solidified the Eudora in the meta so far, at least here in day one, together with the Ling.
That they did. Brigida already an early flicker being burned out by Asuna, but that's fine. You know, that's what you got that for. This is usually what we see in the early game anyway. Some pressure in the mid lane. You want to go ahead and burn out some battle spells, or if you can essentially get a first blood, that'd be great. Let's go ahead and take a look, though, at the emblem setup. So far, again, Ling has been hyper scaling throughout.
We are team red, okay.
Paired up with Eudora works so well because you can set things up, but I love the Badang pick. As you can see, even the emblems that is rolling here for Kimmy, like you've just got good movement speed, good setup potential. Speaking of Kimmy right now, a little bit too much. First blood to Vitality.
I mean, the Badang is a really great pickup if you're just really looking to disrupt, if you want to interrupt.
आ गया, Ling आ गया. बोलता है भाई तू उठा. मेहनत कर पूरी.
In those kinds of scenarios where they're just all going in at the same time, it's tough.
Retry, ले लिया.
Purple buff. They're gonna force this fight. It looks like anyway. Early on, Kimmy picks up a kill. Some revenge now.
ले Badang ने ले लिया kill.
Get out of my jungle.
And the difference is, Kimmy's not alone.
Yeah, Kimmy's not alone.
I'm under the water.
There, so with that fist break at least landing and catching multiple opponents, then there was a better punish that you got to see from True Rippers this time around.
लेने का फायदा है भाई, बढ़िया. इतनी ज़्यादा mobility मिलती है तो पूरे मैप में कहीं से भी कहीं भी जा सकते हो तुरंत.
You don't want him to get those early kills, but now you somehow got him involved in the early skirmishes.
पीछे Turtle आ गया.
Maestro's up to summon. Moreno's got his own Tempest Blades. Turtle's gonna be up first objective, but I think True Rippers wants to go ahead and just take their time with this. They know positioning is in their favor. You got
कुछ नया देखने मिलेगा भाई आज.
Doesn't want to take this fight just yet.
They're gonna hold this though. True Rippers are at least going to position themselves here, but this is an Akai that we're talking about. An Akai trying to fight the objectives, but there you go. Finn finally shows up.
There it is. There's a Throne of Ruin already used. Tempest of Blades comes down too. They'll just go for the fight. Moreno uses his own, and now Niall will lock
अरे भाई साहब क्या ulta Akai का, my god.
Couple bodies drop in over here into this fight, but the fight for the turtle looks like it's going to be
escape किया देगा?
That was too much crowd control from Team Vitality, and we were just highlighting the impact of an Akai in the objective fight. Oh wait!
He's 1 HP. Oh, Moreno's around the corner, goes in with the flicker.
अरे भाई साहब मजबूर.
Another kill.
That's a massive win you get to see from Team Vitality, taking the objective and multiple kills across the board against True Rippers. Asuna will be here though. I don't think they will get to find any trades from this rotation that you're seeing. But Vitality are just so quick to convert. They're just so proactive across the map, winning it out. And now you see how much gold they've secured for Eman, which you would assume is not going to be the best possible matchup
gold
considering
difference
that he's up
already.
against the carry, who by the way is also a master assassin.
Yeah, wanted to basically go 1v1 in that lane, try to get the upper hand for Garcia, but you know, this is one of the cases, right? When you build this kind of composition.
अरे भाई पहली लिंक की मैच भी ऐसी ही थी ना.
And especially for your
अर्ली गेम वो लोग थोड़ा दब गए थे, थोड़ा लिंक पाम हुआ, बस भमा खत्म.
To an extent, right? And you're talking about 2,000 gold lead. It's nothing too crazy. It's still early on in the game. But my main concern here, Brigida, is that next turtle that comes up. True Rippers definitely wants to get in a better position when it comes to actually taking the objective. And it seems like Team Vitality is just willing to go ahead and force a fight, you know, try to get the upper hand in terms of fight.
Yeah, because I like that they're confident. They try to position themselves first, but hold on, Garcia's all alone here.
Oh, Garcia's got no flicker too. You're just not going to be able to escape
My
this.
God.
An easy pickup there as it goes over to Emon, plus the damage on the turret. Asuna too late to the fight.
All right, so this time around, going back to what we were talking about, True Rippers, at least they do make some attempts. They try to position themselves early on. They have the slight advantage because, again, they do have their very own sources of crowd control. But the thing is, I feel like Kimmy is starting to become a much vulnerable target for Vitality because they have much more...
देखा क्या कैंप करके बैठ रहा है Kai.
Okay, I was going to say, what are they up to? They get the flicker out, though, from Garcia. So, again, a battle spell used. It just came off cooldown. And now you're not going to have it. Plus your tier 1 turret goes down in that gold lane.
How much gold has he possibly
lost
in that moment?
2.5K.
And how much has went over to the hands of Eman, who's now 201 and who took all these...
Valentina already level 8, bhai.
It's Vitality clearly having the advantage here in this upcoming objective. Asuna couldn't even go anywhere close, not even Kimmy, because I feel like they're really playing from behind. And this is an objective that they are going to give up. No trades across the map whatsoever too, so it's as if True Rippers are now forced to play reactive against Team Vitality.
Yeah, they kind of have no choice here at this point, Brigida. They gotta either potentially look for an all-out play, but so far it's just been responding to what Team Vitality is doing. Rahan Shah too, 1v3, gonna get thrown back away from the turret. Goes down anyway. That's just how much of a lead Vitality has.
Badang ka Thunderbolt aa gaya.
I'm not sure why they went back as well. It was possibly trying to take their attention for a much longer time since True Rippers were trying to look for trades on the other side of the map, but I feel like even then that was a bit too much time.
अभी टॉप पे गैंग कर रही है. True Rippers गए टॉप पे गैंग करने के लिए. Valentina पीछे से आ रही है.
But now he's going off. Tempest Blade's going to be used. They're going to force the fight anyway, and he'll get.
Ulti गलत मारा. अच्छी लिंग ने ulti गलत मारा.
Does Vitality choose the fight? No.
अरे ऐसा नहीं. उसने राइट साइड से रोटेशन चालू किया ना. हाँ लेफ्ट साइड से करना था. जो ब्लेड्स उठाने वाला रोटेशन होता है ना वो.
With only just the down to rely on for crowd control, because not even Asuna could come close. Garcia.
Nice.
Just not having a good time.
Akai MVP है भाई.
Once again, it's Kimmy the target. Emon's in the area, but it's a double for Nile. And this is the thing of Vitality just choosing their targets at leisure. This is the problem for True Rippers. They don't really have an answer to this tempo that's been set by Vitality.
Yep, wherever Eman is, that lane is just so active. You draw him a couple moments ago down bottom, and now it's already the tier 1 going down. And you see him up top, and now even that goes down. And
क्या damage है भाई, क्या
Goes in, comes Blades, but you want to get out of there. Shogun's right here, he's charged.
भाई साहब, और मजबूत.
And will take out Asuna under it, but can Kimmy get a kill? Convert it over, no, he can't. So it's again just True Rippers.
साला मुक्के बाद तो कबूतर को चलते पकड़ ही लिया भाई.
They're going to lose a tier 1 turret.
At this point it's kind of look like a bully.
Waited out for that lord to come through.
I agree bro. 5,000 का difference आ गया.
Coming from Shogun isn't being checked at all. He's just free to go in for these very aggressive plays, even 1v1, considering the amount of lead that's already in their hands. It's 5K. I feel like a majority of it is in the hands of Eman as well, by the way, but you haven't seen the Blazing do it in action.
Link आ गया, level difference में आ गया.
Adds to multiple layers of the threats that you have to think about when you're going up against Team Vitality. True Rippers.
वही बोल रहा हूँ ना.
At this point, is it
Level
really
difference में आ गया है level पे.
because they have the Badang, they have the Alice, they have set up potential, but their scaling is just mostly gonna take some time.
अरे वो भी उड़ के मारेगी ना.
Doing what he wants to do here up on this bottom side. Ians will go ahead and survive. Half health. He's actually going to go use the retribution. Lord's already taken two. Tempest of Blades used. Shogun might get caught.
मरेगा.
To burn the
बाप
flicker,
क्या.
and he's able to escape. Even with
Yaar, not looking good. I agree, bro.
Counter punch. There's the lockdown from Nile, their own version of Tempest of Blades, but from Moreno, and fighting under the turret with Emon blazing to it, shooting everywhere he wants to, and now Rahansha as well. They'll clean up. Rahansha can't do anything but just watch the team get decimated under these turrets. He can't escape, trying to get away with the gleam, and just barely
इतना बुरा तो कभी मैं खुद की मैच हार के भी नहीं लगा भाई.
The blazing duet that we've been talking about so much has been forced out of True Rippers in just that single fight without even the Lord by their side. Now they pop the Holy Shields down bot, and the Lord will get much easier access to their base turrets. True Rippers, they're falling
पहले लॉर्ड में ही खत्म कर
that
देंगे ये लोग.
5k gold lead we've been talking about earlier has now doubled the amount, and Finn goes in once again.
Devastating here on the defense. Kimmy gone in an instant, as well as their turret. Lord is still up here. Conceal going to be used. Finn off the off angle. Emon's going to jump in with the blazing duet, firing off on Garcia and Rehancha. Gleam there, trying to escape. Thrown a ruin used as well. And now here comes the Tempest of Blades. Can they turn it around? A kill's picked up, but Emon will just fire on the base as Vitality will take game one.
The Lord has not been dealt with, and True Rippers
भाई आपको जाना था खेलने के लिए. भैया ऐसा नहीं होता है किशन भाई, ऐसा नहीं होता है.
With such a clean performance from the
जी भाई
late all the
कोई ना
way to the
bro.
late game, if it was even the late game, took this game away.
बस वन साइड मत खत्म करो, एक मैच जीत जाओ, थोड़ी इज्जत रख लो.
No late game inside in that one, Brigida. Under 10 minutes for that game one. You know, Vitality
That
again,
was quick, really quick. पहले लॉर्ड में खत्म कर दिया. It was the quickest match आज पूरे दिन में.
At this point now, here for MSC, and you could see it in game one against a team who's also new on the stage, this international stage. You know, this is something that can be looked at as a big lesson learned for True Rippers. But if you break it down, it's one of the things where there's so many things, so many boxes that True Rippers has to check off here. I mean, from the get-go, as we look at the highlights here from STC, you can see how this all started. There was an attempt off of this of, you know, get up our jungle, but then they kind of lost track of the map and, you know, keeping Garcia basically covered. I mean, Garcia a lot of times didn't have even a chance.
मैं चला रैंक खेलने भाई, एक मैच बाकी है, रुक जा. Believe Indian players.
In terms of that game
believe.
and the approach that they really want to go for.
Bro, at least we have set benchmark के भाई, India कहीं तो represent हुआ था. ठीक है, MLBB में e-sports में.
There are just so many dives. They have multiple ways to also respond.
ये हारने के बाद we are not out of the tournament. Lower bracket है अभी.
They were just constantly run over.
We can always make a comeback.
We have to talk about in regards to what they have to do to get back in this series. So let's leave it to the panel as we throw it back over together with Raid Day.
Thank you so much, Brigida. And Naisu, I mean, what do they need to do to get back in this series? My goodness, I might be like, you know, trying to figure out theory.
पूरा मूड खराब कर दिया. अरे भाई, मैं बोल रहा हूँ ना, मैं कभी अपनी हार के लिए कभी इतना उदास नहीं हुआ जितना आज बुरा लग रहा है भाई.
But it was a tempo problem.
Yeah, it was a huge gap in experience and skill overall. You saw them; they're great with the counter punch at the start. They were able to punish the aggressive start of Team Vitality, but it was that first turtle that we were talking about behind the scenes where you really saw it's like, man, if only they just held on to some key skills to wait for Vitality's counter go. Maybe
like the stream, guys.
They just went all in.
Yeah, I think what we
Guys, also we have our landscape stream on today for better view. So you can go over there also.
To do the same thing when Vitality was up in that top lane and they went for play on the bottom and got a tower. But outside of that, they were just scrambling. It was always chasing after whatever Vitality was doing, following Vitality's tempo instead of setting their own and falling into
लोगों के कबूतर उड़ गए हमारा मसकली करता रह गया.
For a team to come into a position like this and try to set the tone, trying to set the stage when you know that the stage has been occupied by teams who have been there, done that, and are on their way to try to repeat. And so you coming in as a newer team and with a big representation of India on your back, how do you have the confidence to do that? And I think we saw in the interview that maybe they didn't right now, but maybe this game will show them that if you don't bring the confidence, it's going to be a fast exit.
Yeah, I feel like with them having the thought of, you know, there's no pressure on us, and then trying to find that confidence, it felt like they were overcompensating with just the wrong timing of where they're going in the map or what play that they're trying to make specifically. So pro players in MLBB have already spoken so many times before where because they were at this certain mindset, they didn't realize they were overlooking something. Whether it's when they use their skill or when the opponent
And in first lord is crazy. Yo,
and I
I
feel like
agree.
that's sort of what happened with True Rippers.
That was totally bullying.
There, you're kind of going, yeah, okay. What did happen with True Rippers then?
A lot happened. I don't know if they just weren't mentally ready for this game. I think when a game goes like that, when a game ends in under 10 minutes, there's not a whole lot to say.
No, there's not.
You walked in, you played wrong. I think at this point, we need another game before I can really say maybe they just weren't ready for this. Maybe there's still a lot on the table that they need to perfect. The draft looked good. This is these are playable picks. We saw very similar drafts from earlier teams that won. So the draft wasn't exactly the problem. I think it was coming into that game, there was a lot of small issues, not having vision on Shogun when he got that big play from them. Their mid lane, Eudora just walking off on her own, no one checking bushes, they were split up. Vitality was running out as a unit. TRX, everyone was kind of doing their own thing.
I do think with Team Vitality, though, the difference maybe in Series 2 that I've noticed, and Rimmer, I want your thoughts on this. Team Falcons PH had a pretty similar level of, when the game was over, dominating across GZG. However, they did lose that early game, and they were down for like 5 minutes before they clawed back. Team Vitality looked like they stepped on the gas, and they never let go. Does that signal a little bit of the strength of what this team might be bringing to the overall conversation to you, or is it more about just what True Rippers are allowing them to do?
I feel like it's more of what True Rippers are allowing them to do. The most glaring play for me was with that first turtle was they fought way too hard, way too early, not even respecting the fact that the Paquito was on its way to join the fight. Once the Paquito of Shogun showed up, it was pretty much over. They wanted to get some early little trades of health, but then that just ended up punishing Kimi on the Badang even more. And once they lost Kimi on the Badang, once Shogun joined in the Paquito, the math does not math damage-wise. The team with the Paquito will out-damage you in the early game.
To extend on that point even more, if Vitality was up against possibly certain other teams, or when we see some of these top regional teams go up against each other, even with an 8K gold lead, you might not try to go for a base end at 8 minutes, right? You might take the inhibitors.
Let's go, guys. Let's hope it must be
When we saw the Link come in and get a kill, they didn't care. They're like, I know that he was being kind of nice in the interview, but Vitality was very confident that we are going to get the better of them. They were kicking down doors. They were running in base, even after losing a member. You'll see it later on in this tournament. A lot of teams won't be that aggressive if they feel like the match is even.
And I think that probably tells us a little bit more. It's kind of like show, don't tell when you talk about film. It's in the same way, it's like they were kind of showing that they didn't really respect True Ripper's defense at this moment in time. Doesn't mean that they can't show us something better. And I think that's what True Ripper's task is now, to go in and say, listen, not a lot to learn. We lost completely. They dominated completely. They feel like they can do it again. So how do we now start working the strategy back to give us some hope? And if I look at you, I mean, what would you think? Is there an answer?
All
हाँ
right.
चलो
Maybe if I was
करते हैं.
coaching this team, I'd have to talk to my roamer and mid laner real quick. I'll take a quick talk with Kimmy and Asuna. You mentioned a great point earlier where it felt like at times they weren't connected. Like they both wanted to do different things at different times just so that they
Let's
could
go
regain
guys.
some sense of
Support
control.
for True
I
Reapers.
think it's best to
True
start
Reapers
there.
अगर जीत
And
गई
then Rahan,
तो
I feel like
1
Rahan's
weekly.
doing all right. We mentioned the early EXP lane exits to help your side of the river. He was able to achieve that, but it always starts with a roam mid trio. Roam, mid, jungle. How well are they rotating together? We focus on that.
I agree.
देखा?
I think right now, and that's the problem
Roam
that we're
mid
seeing
trio.
from the side of True Rippers. Some of that rotation was off. There was a few times that I'm looking, and the one fight that they did win, it was on, right? All three, the jungler, we saw the big setup from the Badong. After that, once we started seeing Vitality attack those off lanes, it was either Eudora coming down to bot by herself with Badong somewhere else on the map. It was all of them caught up on that top lane, split up from the rest of the group. Repeatedly, Vitality was running 4-1 once we got into that mid game, to whereas on the side of True Rippers, it was like 2 at top, 1 in mid, 1 at bottom, Ling's over trying to clear lanes. There just seemed to be, there wasn't much glue holding them together throughout that game. And when you're losing that bad, sometimes it's better to just sacrifice the arm to keep the body, right?
Yeah.
Let that bottom tier 3 go and group up to defend the rest of your team. Let a couple towers go to not lose 2 or 3 members, and that's where True Rippers started to fall there.
Yeah, you can hope that this is maybe just a feeler game, right? Maybe this is just something they were needing to get out of their system, get the nerves out as well. It is a big deal, and going into this next draft, they can hopefully do something similar, but it also like raises a bigger question for me, because we look at like Eudora and Ling coming out. I mean, to the meta for today, you could say perfect 1-2.
Yeah.
Yet when you get a good draft and you still perform like that, Rinmar, is it more of a conversation like, do we even try to like hit meta that well if we're not comfortable on how we're playing it? Do we try to get more of these comfort picks for us so that we feel good on our heroes?
Well, from a coach's perspective, you'd want to be able to tell your players at least one good thing to latch on to.
Yeah.
It's like, and that thing is right now, it's like, hey guys, our drafts are all right. You guys were able to handle that early game response really well. Let's just fix this and this and this. Hey, the 3 of you talk a little bit more. You start from somewhere.
Yeah, I mean, in reality, maybe we're being a little harsh on True Rippers, right? It is day 1. I've seen a lot of teams come in day 1, mess up, come back day 2 without all those jitters. This is their first time on a stage like this. This is their first time against a team like this.
Suno guys,
And yes,
suno.
you can do well in scrims or you can do bad in scrims, but nothing prepares you for getting on that stage and facing up against a champion of some of the top regions in the world. Because yes, you're right, they had a good draft, and everything we're saying came down to small bad decisions. And one of the big things that small bad decisions comes from is nerves, is pressure, is the comms are off, everyone's shutting down. So I think at this point the best thing we could say for True Rippers is just pull it together, guys. Just pull it together.
It's a big deal. I mean, you talk about MPL, obviously Indonesia, and winners of that and Team Vitality. But one of the things with regions, especially, and we know this in the Americas, Trex, where you don't have as many representatives, you don't have the highest quality of competition, you have a few stars that maybe make it and you put all your hope on. That is tough for a region to develop because you don't have the same level of day in, day out, high level competitors. And so you got to say, yes, we have to look at this maybe through a different lens. Everyone at home still rooting for True Rippers. If you come in, everyone in the crowd waiting to see what's going on. A stare down. I like it. Just saying, I'm not looking away. Neither should you.
Man didn't blink.
He did not blink. He 1 to him, 0 to the cameraman.
Ice cold.
Ice cold. What's cooler than being cool?
Ice cold.
All right.
Yeah, True Rippers, I mean, the energy is, we got to do something different. There is not much to talk about for that one. And you know, I think that can be disappointing, but it also can, you know, set up a conversation here. And that's why I try to give you guys the hard questions. I'm not going to take the E equals MC squared. I want you to look at these drafts and say, can you do any better? What can you do? Can you make it difficult for Team Vitality?
I was looking at their bans, and honestly, their bans are great. They took out the Freya because of the Phobia's first ban by Vitality. It was the sensible choice to take out the Freya for True Rippers. They banned the Hirara and the Marcel. I wouldn't even hate on the Badang pick because we saw the potential of it. As tricky as it could have been to run, early on, we saw that glimpse of, oh, so this is what this lineup could have done. Oh, this is what they look like when they're together. I think one thing that went really well for Vitality is, besides Finn getting his comfort pick in the Atlas, Niall's timing with the Akai on the every heavy spin was great. He wasn't always using it to engage. Most of the times he was using it to play defensively. All right, thanks True Rippers for using all of your skills. Let me punish you with my heavy spin, and then there's no way you can get away. So Vitality did a lot of things right.
I think True Rippers maybe came into that game one. You know, you see the Ling get picked up. You see the Adora. Very, it's an aggressive lineup, right? To whereas Vitality, they took the utility jungle. They took the slight slow play. They had aggressive EXP laners. True Rippers maybe came in thinking, maybe we can beat him in the micro.
watch party चालू है ना EWC है ना.
You see it the same with NA. You see it with a lot of outer regions in a sense. Great micro. They want to go for
India की मैच चल रही है आजा अभी.
you face to face because that's what we're
India की मैच चल रही है. Dangerous grass.
Vitality needs to take the slower play in
India खेल रहा है ना True Rippers.
We can kind of just bounce you off of us in the beginning. We look for a mid to late game. We try to slow things down in that first 4 minutes.
I'm all right with that too. Weirdly enough, there's a certain level of speed in taking it slow sometimes, where you're going nice and it's easy, then suddenly you go in for the surprise, you put the pedal to the metal, next thing you know, your opponents are wondering, wait, you worked like this for the first 5 minutes, where is this impact suddenly coming from, where is all of this momentum coming from? And teams that aren't used to going up against teams like that,
let's go guys, let's go. Marcel banned
by it, and similar to what we saw in game number 1, get run over.
Dangerous Grass, our map choice. It was Flying Clouds in previous game 1, so we'll have a little bit more cover towards that base and some of the areas on the map to see how that can help either slow it down or speed it up with those surprise moments Renmar was talking about.
Dangerous Grass. Some of those more on the ground assassins instead of things like
Valentina.
That can kind of really take
I guess Valentina ban किया ना तो अभी Atlas या ऐसा कुछ उठेगा.
So this time True Rippers will be on the blue side. First pick. We saw the Atlas get picked first last game. We've seen the Atlas get first picked before. It's probably been one of the more popular first picks. You don't reveal your hand too much, and it's just a great roamer right now with the crowd control, the amount of movement it has across the map. It could definitely be a first pick here from True Rippers.
Yeah, considering that they banned out the Valentina, I feel like that's exactly what they're setting up for, unless they have another pick in mind. If they suddenly swerve us all and pick an old surprise first pick in the juice in just because they want to take it away from Moreno, because this Valentina ban could be two ways, either because they want to set up an Atlas, or they saw Moreno and the Valentina and said, I don't want any more of that. But then are they more into that mindset of taking away some of Moreno's best picks, one of them being the juice in? Hopefully it's not that, and hopefully they're setting up for the Atlas.
They banned Ling. So Jushin's still open, but with the Ling gone, you do at least take away some of that aggression, but Vitality doesn't need the Ling, honestly. They've already shown, we can beat you with the Akai, and we get the swing back. So if they do take the Atlas on the side of True Rippers, Vitality still gets Akai, Jushin, something like that. So Vitality looking good on the swing back with the 2 picks from Red.
If it is Akai Jushin and they go Atlas first, what did True Rippers respond to make it difficult for Akai to have the same level of impact they had last game?
Oh, that's more of an execution question now. You're going to be able to poke it, constantly take away its health.
Let's go guys, let's root for Team True Rippers.
Already used their dashes, already used their skills that could stop the Akai. So a little bit more on the timing within the game.
I guess they will go with something like Atlas, Akai.
If this is our weakness, we're getting caught out. Heroes that have a little bit more mobility or have more abilities to deal with CC and still stay in the fight and be relevant?
Yeah, that could work too, but then again, it's like, how are they going to use it? How are they going to use all those tools that they have? If their timing is off, it's going to go to waste.
Honestly, first pick Jushin. Jushin's able to kite away from the Akai if Vitality wants to go for it. I know we were kind of like yelling about it, but then you still get the Atlas on the side of Vitality, but you pick up Purify on the Jushin, and then you can kind of play around. They end up going for the Atlas, so there it is.
Yeah.
We talked about Moreno on the Jushin. Do we think it's a definite lock, Remar?
Oh, if they do, that's gonna be a bit of an ego pick. An ego in the good way. It's like, it's that Vitality ego. It's like, I know we're better than you. Let me show you some of our old favorite tactics of like packing a sprint on this Jushin, giving it a Sky Piercer, and then suddenly it's just gonna go crazy because you gave it way too many kills early on. I could see them doing that, honestly.
2 picks coming up for Vitality. Atlas taken away this time for True Rippers, who start with that. Let's see what Vitality do to respond.
कैसे उंगलियां उसकी ऐसी पूरी?
Won last game. They could also completely steer a new way, and Harara was left open, so we are going to get to see some aggression on the jungle of Vitality. As their second pick, Selena. Said, after winning game 1, we could see them take a complete left turn and kind of switch things up here.
Okay, yeah, it wasn't the Jushin, but this definitely goes into that school of thought of, yeah, let me just show you how much better I am than you. That's a hell of a pick. You do not see Selena come out this early. This is coming from a team that... Oh, wait, no, I just realized. Coach Panda is with Team Vitality. The last time we saw him in the MSC stage, he wasn't able to fly out, but that was the meta of Atlas.
What? My God, this match is going to be interesting, yaar.
So that you can Uranus. Now this is surprising to me because the Uranus is one of the responses to the Selena in the sense of, all right, go ahead and waste your abyssal arrow onto me so you have a strong front line. But then they pick up a Yi Sun Shin. This requires them also getting a strong fighter type in the gold, because if they go double carries, it might be too greedy.
Freya's not open.
Yeah.
They could go for... Call me crazy, but they could go for something like a Ruby Gold.
You're crazy, but that's good.
But honestly, the Harara wants to dash in, the Selena wants to dash in. Something that can stiff arm those heroes that want to get up close and personal. It works great along with the YSS. If you want to see at least a fighter in the gold, something bulky in the gold, it could be an option for sure. Beleric gets picked up by the side of Vitality. This is a roamer we've had our eyes on. Is this a first showing so far today? We haven't seen the Beleric yet, I don't think.
So far today, yeah, it's been banned, surprisingly enough, yeah. It's gotten banned out more.
My God.
What are they going to pick up at the gold? Actually, that's just my biggest question right now for True Rippers. What are you picking up at the gold lane?
Unless they swap YSS to gold.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, unless they really go a little bit back into the meta and then suddenly bring back YSS in the gold lane.
They have the option.
YSS gold to nahi karenge.
They have the option.
We'll see Sun Chen, the last pick for True Rippers so far. We've got 2 more to go. As Beleric selected.
God, I'm not used to seeing that face there. I was like, who's that?
Yeah.
Who is that?
Still getting used to the newer portrait. Yeah.
Getting used to seeing that hero anywhere else.
Yeah, exactly. We usually see it in a ranking.
Wait, that's a hero?
Suddenly, it's a meta pick in MSC. Who would have thought? 2026, everyone.
Earlier we said fire sometimes needs to be fought with fire. Sometimes you need to cool it down and try to go the opposite direction. In this case, fast game, fast win for Team Vitality. Do True Rippers try to match that pace and out slug them? Or is this better if True Rippers trying to find a lineup that just survives and just builds towards seeing more gameplay?
It depends on whether they believe they just played bad last game.
Right.
Or if they truly think that Vitality's a little bit better.
What do you believe they think?
We're going to find out.
We'll find out. We don't need to find out for you to believe.
I mean, I don't know yet.
Do you think they see it as a mismatch?
I think they drafted very well last game, right? Like I said, I agree with their draft last game. So coming into game 2, whereas it all nerves last game, right?
Yeah.
That's tough, man. That's tough. I already said that I think they should slow play this game. I don't think they should come in thinking we can just go all out. You're up against Indonesia, which is known as a brawly region. They're great at micro mechanics. They're great at going toe-to-toe, especially with regions like this. They're kind of the stoppers for other brawly regions. Don't get me wrong, Vitality have great macro, but they are ready to headbutt with you a bit. So I don't know if that's the direction True Rippers should go, but hey, they might take it there. They got a YSS right now, so they kind of have to.
Yeah.
Renmar?
Paris, gold. If they decide to go for like a fighter in the gold lane, they will
Give me a
have
Ruby.
the firepower. Ruby Gold, and then they're gonna turtle it out and just hold the fort down for their
Ruby
YSS.
Gold, Ruby Gold.
With the Selena around, with the Herrera around, that's gonna be a tough ask. Unless True Rippers are gonna surprise us with a pick here.
Moscow,
But now
nice,
the play
nice.
stable, they'll go for a double carry, a Gordon,
God.
greedy lineup, but they have the damage.
Maybe that's what they felt. I mean, it seemed like the tempo was they wanted to counter-engage, right?
Yeah.
So there was a lot of understanding that they were going to brawl.
Joe.
When Joe comes out, and we were going to deal with the brawl. Maybe they felt they didn't have enough damage to
Joe
properly
versus
punish the
Sudan.
counter-engage
Okay.
from Team Vitality. So a different, but I think clear approach, Renmar, and what
I guess we have a better pick
You
this
can see the
time.
idea there. It's just with Uranus games, it's always really good or really bad because your EXP laner doesn't have strong crowd control, but the rest of them do. So the crowd control is there somewhat.
To an extent, yes, you have some crowd control with the Moskov, but again, like, it's more defensive crowd control. And my big worry for True Rippers right now is with how they lacked crowd control last time, they're easily able to
Mana
get
laga je avakta
it's a
abro
little
pick
very
saro je.
similar.
All right, well, game 2, will it spell another sub
Hmm.
10-minute win for Team Vitality, or will True Rippers be able to even up the series? Let's send it over to Naisu and Brigitte for game 2.
True Rippers cannot let this end sub 10, and they have to find a way back into this series in order for us to get into a game number 3. But Team Vitality, they just came into this with a Selena mid, very similar to what we've been seeing from their women's division, but also a Belric XP lane.
Belric XP, man. I mean, we've been seeing so much of Belric the past few weeks that...
Guys, what do you think? ये मैच निकलेगा अपना?
Moreno. Okay, Asuna at least holding on to that flicker. Nice little stun with the projectile.
Arre.
Finn too, but will be okay. This is one thing I have to say though too. Yeah, Belric and XP. He's running the revitalize, and so just as the panel mentioned, you know, over in the studio, they said they like to fight. Indonesia loves to fight, and now they can extend them even further. An arrow's gonna land. You're
First
you have
blood.
nowhere to go. First
First
blood.
blood.
The Beleric and DXP lane, I think we are yet to see a successful game from.
I'm back. Welcome back, bye bye. क्या हाल है?
We all know for a fact that it has been. In this scenario, though, it's been one of the more successful lead.
अरे भाई साहब.
Consecutive kills in a row.
Brigitte.
भाई फ्लिकर मार के जो घुसा है बंदा.
The fact that Selena was brought up that early in the draft, and now you've gotten yourselves 2 kills. You know exactly why it was picked up.
अरे भाई आप बताओ करना bro. All good भाई.
The True Ripper is gonna have to deal with now for the rest of the game.
Yeah, because you have to worry about you being spotted out and you having to evade all these abyssal arrows that have so far always been connecting towards the right targets for Moreno. So it's really becoming a statement right here. The Eagle pick is working wonders for them if ever it is, because the rotations have been completely disrupted for True Rippers. You don't even see them confidently take control nor show up in the river. Just look at how Shogun is holding down all these bushes and making sure that they keep every single member of True Rippers in check.
Let's see what happens here again. Playing on this map too, dangerous grass, extra bushes to work with. They're gonna force out the rest of the members of True Rippers here for this fight.
सामने वाया से सारा अंदर आ रहा है.
Come in for lockdown and
भाई अरे यूरेनस जीजी भाई साहब.
This is what True Rippers need to be able to go ahead and secure themselves an objective.
मार entry. अरे जीजी nice one. Come on guys, come on. अरे भाई साहब Beleric deleted. अरे जीजी God OP भाई.
One of the tankiest members.
Let's go guys, let's go.
Actually leading to an advantage.
This can actually be the comeback, guys. Come on.
The rest of Team Vitality had enough damage
Uranus
to
push,
take
push,
down
push.
this Uranus, this Rehansha who's been just standing in the way for so long. Even Kimmy.
Come on, guys, come on.
Some of their attention and
Support for True Rippers. First Indian team at EWC.
So this is
for MLBB.
maybe one of the potential workarounds for this draft is just really sustaining everything as much as you can, because mostly the damage is.
Oh भाई साहब बंदे pressure देखो बंदे पे.
Like the burst damage, in terms of burst, it's really just gonna come from Moreno at this point and Nile. But as long as you get to tank everything, then maybe there could be a way around
Kalina
this.
को खाली मार दोगे ना तो YSS खींच लेगा, पूरी मैच खींच लेगा. He's playing good. भाई साहब क्या पिकअप भाई साहब.
True Rippers are
मजबूत मतलब बंदे ने सोचा एक है अल्ट मारो उठाओ नाइस भाई पर एक तो मारने के लिए 3 जन के अल्ट यूज हो गई बट व्हाट वी आर अभी जो हमारा थिंकिंग चल रहा है इट इज लाइक कि अभी निकालो जो निकलता है सब अर्ली गेम एडवांटेज ले लो
Vitality now in this position where they're second guessing some of these engages against True Rippers, and that's exactly where they want to find themselves currently, because it's just you don't want to give too much over, right? This
guys, come on
has really picked up in the meta. You get a couple kills going on him. That Mystic Gush is a great zoning tool, but it's also obviously a big damage.
देखा यूरेनस उसका EXP क्रैप भी दे दिया उसको वायरस को अपने नहीं देते भाई अपने वाले नहीं देते टर्टल स्पॉन ओके लेट्स गो सेकंड टर्टल पहले से वो बैठा हुआ है वहां पे
which is really interesting because it seems like True Rippers are the ones who are going for the more brawly plays and team fights from this point onwards, but they're setting up for this objective. Shogun
वायरस के पास अल्ट है वो भी अल्ट मार सकता है अल्ट मार दिया सेट अरे गॉड अरे नाइस वन भाई अरे आ गया भाई साहब जी लेट्स गो यूरेनस घुस जा अरे भाई साहब मजबूत भाई लेट्स गो ये मैच अपना है भाई
if you want to go all out on team fights, then True Rippers are doing exactly just that. They're playing around him, they're playing around Asuna. And even if you wanted, or we wanted to point out the fact that maybe this wouldn't be...
Salina आ रही है, वायरस निकल जा, वायरस 1 HP.
Yeah, he cannot go down like that.
Just
as True Rippers were already getting the advantage. But going back, this seems to be a very straightforward approach for True Rippers, but it's working out for them really, really well. I guess we're starting to feel the demands of hope.
Oh, he's going to go for the kill too. Went in for the kick. He is able to get enough health back. And Finn is the one punished. A misstep there from Finn.
Yep, so maybe we are starting to feel the demands of how skill or how mechanically dependent these compositions are for the team vitality. You really have to layer them out really well. It has to follow a certain sequence, whereas True Rippers can
ये क्या था अरे बढ़िया कॉम्बो था भाई क्या बैकअप क्या मॉस्को ने क्या बैकअप दिया है भाई वायरस को मतलब नहीं निकल जाएगा लेट्स गो चो जाएगा अरे वायरस गया कोई नहीं बैक आउट हीरा आ गई निकल जाओ एटलास गया अपना डबल किल
for Nile, looking for potentially more, and again he has the sky pierce.
कोई ना guys, we are still in the lead. Awesome था भाई बहुत बढ़िया था भाई.
They're already able to lessen the lead, but Nile is still being chased by Rehansha here.
तीन लोगों के बीच में अकेला खड़ा है.
Rehansha, can he escape? Yep, he's going to be fine again.
यूरेनस है भाई अभी heal भी हो जाएगा बम.
So far. Again, 3-0-4. He is the bulwark for the team currently.
YSS, bus. So आगे पूरी team.
Off of that exchange in the mid lane, lost an objective. They slowly make a baby step in the right direction, but still, True Rippers.
11. Okay, let's go.
The Dryad there used up.
ये बैलेरिक मॉस्को को परेशान करेगा.
Good thing for some backup up on the other side of the map. They're going to be going, and once again on Ian's. He falls. Top turret. Kimmy could be next.
Okay.
He gets taunted.
निकल जा.
Won't let it happen as he takes down Kimmy.
So much happening all over the map. I might want to take a look at the items right now.
We still have a lead of 1400. अरे बच गया.
They've been picking up, especially for.
अरे बैक क्यों नहीं जा रहे थे? वही ना यार बहुत ज़्यादा वो हो गए.
You could really feel how much pressure they're actually able.
That भाई अपना landscape भी चालू है.
How much they're able to actually.
For more clear vision, you can come to landscape.
But I would want to see more, especially from Finn. Maybe a more accurate way of the dragon and targeting from Team Vitality, and that Even if it wasn't a kick, was a really good one.
Would you call that accurate? I mean, he got the flicker out, right?
He somehow got the flicker.
नहीं खींच सकते
for Team Vitality.
That's one of those things though with a Cho, you know, across him, you don't know. Sometimes they're
Cho होता तो खुद ही उठा लेता अभी तक तो.
you're like, hey,
Okay, Karna bro, coming. Okay, come bro, come.
So that is burned from Asuna, but still, nonetheless, still alive and still in charge, at least for now. Barely for True Rippers. Again, they got a turret up ahead of Vitality.
12 ये level में तो नहीं है क्या?
But this Lord coming up in
Gold में भी अपन आगे है.
of where this game is going.
And by the way, it has always been here in mid. Majority of the action has been here in mid. I feel like Team Vitality for one, because of how free.
At least why we are better than the last game. ये मानना पड़ेगा. क्योंकि अभी तक तो अपनी खत्म हो गए थे.
Really lessened the lead, but Kimmy.
At last ult.
They're gonna take out the fatal links is used, but he's gone. SOD thrown out now on the disengage for Vitality.
Moscow ने ult दिया, Moscow आया नहीं. Mid Moscow. अरे nice. Let's go. Turret गया.
Around this Lord pit here.
Okay, so
वहाँ bottom में भी minions घुस गए turret पे.
Pointing out, just really wanted that tier 1 in mid perhaps, but Finn, does he find another one?
Oh, Finn wants to go.
पीछे guys, पीछे.
As Ians is taken out, and now next the taunt comes through.
Taunt.
Rahansha falls, and now
आ गया. Okay, welcome bro, welcome.
Lord for the taking here for Team Vitality.
It was just sheer damage,
आ रही है.
aggression from Team Vitality to equalize this scenario in this game. Shogun just get caught here with the fatal links though.
नहीं, Cho ने दे दी ult भाई.
The revitalize is all you need. Kimmy trying to get away, but an missile arrow will land. It's a double for Niall again. Stacks on stacks for this Hurrara.
And they will take that tier 1 away from True Rippers. Just the same. Now the lead, which was in the hands of True Rippers for the longest time, is now over to Vitality, and they also have a Lord. It's been 10 minutes of.
एक ये लोग काम कर सकते हैं कि pro कर रहे हैं. नहीं bro, वो थोड़ा confidence में, over confidence में आ गया ना. एक ये लोग काम कर सकते हैं कि यूरानस सब जगह विजन लेके एटलास खाली अल्ट मार ले और गॉड उसके साथ रहे ना तो अपन खत्म कर सकते हैं. क्योंकि यूरानस है, यूरानस कहीं भी जाके कहीं से भी निकल जाएगा. 2-3 लोगों के बीच से भी निकल जाएगा.
Got that 44 on the sky piercer.
Nice.
You know that's deadly to deal with because the way that we've
seen. इसके पास नया वाला war है हिरारा के पास देखा.
Frames that you have that good amount of damage. You can kind of weave in and out of fights, and now that you have multiple stacks in this way, you're a big threat to the rest of True Rippers.
Yeah, at least for True Rippers, they have decent.
तो वही तो काम है.
They were also
देखा first kill मार के बाहर निकाल दिया ना उसको.
Top lane, so they don't feel as much pressure in terms of the synced up waves crashing. But there goes a Mountain Shocker. They have an idea of where Team Vitality currently are, but they're not gonna focus on a fight just yet.
15 level gap आ गया भाई.
Vitality's hands, so they might have to watch out for that.
Again, a play could be made here by Finn. A BOD was just picked up by Niall as well. Finn right there in the mid. Not sure if he's going to commit to it. Doesn't just yet. Again, Kimmy waiting for that flicker to be available so that he could potentially set something up. I'd love to see this all this time that Garcia has had to go ahead and farm up on the Moscow to go ahead and
at least minions clear करके कर रहे हैं भाई.
You know, some initiation from the fight from True Rippers because they've got that potential. They just got to go ahead and get the upper hand. Let's take a quick look at the items here.
लो, चौ पे immortality आ गई, उस पे wishing lantern भी आ गया.
Here for Garcia, and he also has just locked in the rose gold meteor. So even if Lee, let's say, unfortunately gets to take that abyssal arrow, he could probably survive an additional hit or two. But that's the thing, True Rippers, I like how they're being very careful about this. They don't want to force a fight, especially with
अभी एक stun से निकला नहीं दूसरा stun.
Rapid drive use, Kimmy can't get away, and there's the setup they were looking for, right on target. As Asuna is gone, 2 down for True Rippers. And it was these arrows once again from Moreno that just brought Kimmy low enough for them to collapse down. Just like they'll collapse on the tier 2 turret.
Moscow top push कर रहा है.
Up top from Garcia. But the base turret and mid's going to be worked on here. The minions will be cleared out. Lord is coming up.
Lord
Team Vitality will make their way.
चलेगा बे. नहीं जाएगा पर नहीं जाएगा. चला गया.
Garcia goes back in though.
Nice.
Garcia joins after.
हाँ देखा मैंने.
True Rippers will be able to go ahead and hold up on this front side. It looks like they want to go ahead and at least stall out Team Vitality. The rest of the team is up here. Could they potentially take this Lord? They got to dance around. They're going to be going, looking for a potential.
Let the ult, God. Arre 9 points, Alina guys, let's go. Lord gaya, koi baat nahi, we can get the kills. Double kill, let's go guys, let's go. Ek Lord ke badle, we have got 3-4 kills. Yo, bhai sahab. Arre mazboot bhai. Uranus GG bhai, GG.
Ian's out of the way.
Chalo, let's go, let's push.
Let's take a look at that replay because I feel like there was a clear attempt, at least from Finn, to just deny the red.
इन लोगों ने ना एक चीज बहुत सही रखी कि सलीना को पॉइंट करना था, बस सलीना को पहले उठा लिया.
Successfully do so, but the knockups, the damage, the splash damage that just came from that team fight, which was a really messy team fight at that.
एक लॉर के बदले 4 किल उठा लिए.
Vitality were able to just win the objective, and that's
Nice
what
one.
really matters
क्या
at
हुआ?
this point. At least they're not able to hand over the complete advantage to True Rippers, but nonetheless, True Rippers were actually
0-3-0-5-1-8.
balance out that fight. It's not a huge loss despite them not getting the objective.
Brigida, it was really good usage of the tools they had at hand. True Rippers, I mean, Eons as well, being able to avoid what Finn was trying to do. You know, those little micro decisions around the Lord, staying alive, being able to get the being able to stay alive, even if they lost the Lord, it's still potentially to turn it
14-15 पे आ गए. Let's go guys.
alive here. Garcia being one of them.
थोड़ा डिफेंसिव खेलना पड़ेगा.
Spacing his positioning on the Moskov. He's done a phenomenal job not dying, utilizing his Purify when he needs to.
वही दिक्कत है.
But now you got to be the guy to also turn these fights in your favor. And there's a whole lot they can do off the Fatal Links. The Conceal's going to be used. Scouting out a potential target. They won't find it just yet, though.
Yeah, and even the entries through the SOD, I think, have been really great for Garcia. It's not like he just goes in and puts himself in a very dangerous position. It's more calculated timing that you're actually seeing from him. Let's take a look at the gold distribution so far, and even in terms of scaling, I think he's been doing great, matching Eman in the gold lane. And the last time we checked, he was actually ahead in terms of gold, so it's really great. But that's a Purify.
Yep, Purify used.
जो पकड़ा गया तो निकल गया. सलीना का स्टन. अरे भाई साहब, अरे आल्टो, अरे.
Moreno off the off angle. Going to be looking for more. Immortality going to be popped from Kimmy.
Immortality तो भी मर गया यार. सी.
They able to go ahead and pick up two, expending a lot of battle spells, and SOD just thrown out, not going to connect though.
Oh, iframes, the iframes! Ian's couldn't find the kill!
Gaya.
Finn on the hunt, he goes in with a flicker, there's the kick they're looking for, right into the hands of Nile. Another kill picked up. Team Vitality, what more can they take at this point?
3 members taken down, and they also took that orange buff. To answer your question, they're just really losing out on resources because we're about to see a Lord spawning in 6 seconds. But let's take a look. That was a clear counter engage. They had all the reasons to do this simply because they already had information. Ian's was all alone.
एक तो वांदो देना भाई. Support करवाने नाम ने कोई वस्तु नहीं हुआ अपने तां.
Outputting the necessary damage. They're waiting for this. Are they actually going to wait for an entire minute though? Because the evolved Lord will take an entire minute. It seems like.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh. Okay. Lord secured. Now at this point again, it's Breeder, they're in that situation, right? Backs against the wall. So I don't want to count them out though.
Yep.
Even with that, Lord secure, Team Vitality will have to kind of take their time going into this fight because of the nature of the composition. A lot of times, like I said,
करो यार, करो, कुछ comeback करो.
Waiting to see what Kimmy decides to do with that Fatal Links, because they have to avoid that combo, that Wombo combo we've been seeing so much of. Fatal Links, Mystic Gush, and keeping tabs on Garcia. So with this Lord approaching the base, let's see how True Rippers want to defend against it.
अरे उसके जो छोड़ रही है ना, इतने एक्यूरेट भाई. बंदा मूवमेंट कर रहा है ना, वो कैलकुलेट करके उतना आगे फेंकती है.
And he decides to switch it up and pick up a winter crown to complete
वो
his
जो
build.
गोड को ही मात करना है.
From this point onwards.
Comes the Lord charging into the mid turret. Fatal Links was already used too. They'll force it anyways, utilizing
अरे मजबूत. Let's go. Hirara मारेगी. Let's go.
But he's trying to get away. Good use of the
Moscow.
and they still escape. only losing Iman in that fight. It's one base turret down, that mid one barely alive. They should be able to clear it out, even with that charged up minion. But wow, we have to take a look at the replay.
That could have been the play of the game if only Garcia was able to find the kills. But looking at the replay right now, you have to respect the wave clear. You have to respect the damage that Garcia and Asuna are actually able to output at this point in time. The way that Vitality have actually somewhat lined up in that particular sequence really favored the damage dealers here from the side of True Rippers, and now they've completely turned things around.
Let's go! God का ult आ गया. निकलो. अरे God stun हो गया यार ची. अरे मौको मार, मौको double kill. Let's go भाई.
True Rippers to send Vitality back to the base.
आ गई सलीना पीछे आ गई. मार दे, मारो साली को. मार वाइज़ मार दे. Yes. Easy.
And he gets punished anyway.
That was too late.
बढ़िया guys, बढ़िया भाई.
Actually gonna go up against with the Abyssal Arrow nor the trap not landing. It was a very difficult spot for Moreno at that point. But this was the engage that changed everything. It was that Fatal Links combo, making sure that they found the targets, but there was also a sequence of miscalculations from Team Vitality as well. Then once again did not really land that flicker. At the same time, the entries from Moreno and Nile weren't really in accordance to what they wanted to do, and now we see Ian's falling just before the Lord.
Yep. That's unfortunate timing as the Lord is up. This was the replay, so knew where to go, and he can win that fight. You as the hero, especially with the stacks, you can win that fight. Now this Lord, and Evolved, mind you, will go over to Team Vitality because the jungler is not available for True Rippers.
So much has been happening here, but it's Team Vitality still being able to take this Lord freely from the hands of
जी भाई इतना किसी का मैच नहीं चला है. Bottom minions आ रहे हैं.
They wanted to spawn at a certain moment in time here in this game.
Let's go India.
As they take away all the remaining buffs from True Rippers, Lians will take some time to get back in this game, but you're looking at an 80 stacks Sky Piercer. You just cannot allow yourself to get too low on HP at this point.
Yep, that's big stacks right there for Nile, and this is what, you know, was starting to happen throughout the course of the game, and that's why he's such a threat, because not only do you do that much damage, you know, even on these tankier heroes like this, look at what's going on already. Immortality going to be popped. They're going to force the fight anyway. A Mystic Gush will come.
GG.
So the 1-for-1 re-engage, trying to fight this out. So great.
मस्त kill निकाल रहा है पीछे से आके सट. एक भी बार नहीं मारा है मस्त.
This beefed up Lord, these waves all pushing in on all fronts.
Yeah.
Only 4 members left alive.
Lord की ult use हो गई already.
Their main front line. At least Shogun's gone, but now.
Once again, Winter Crown going to be used. Can't withstand it. There's the kick. They're coming in to clean up. Still up. They're going to base here. All they have to do is lock it down. Team Vitality will take a little bit of their time, but they'll win the series in a.
GG guys, GG. भले हार गए. I am happy भाई कि हमने दिया फाइट दिया भाई, मुंह तोड़ जवाब दिया. इतनी किसी की मैच नहीं चली है.
There were attempts here and there. You saw how they wanted to definitely fight back. It was highlight after highlight that you got to see, especially from Garcia, especially from
First time on this stage, guys.
From Ian's too, but
let's go.
It was just too tough of a task when they had to go in against the team fights, against the micro mechanics of Team Vitality when it mattered the most.
Sure.
And now they will have to go down to the lower bracket, but you know what's next for Team Vitality? They have another intense matchup awaiting in the upper bracket. We take a look at the highlights real quick before we throw it on stage.
Yep.
But it was definitely a much better one for True Rippers.
This, I feel like, again, we saw a bit more of what True Rippers are capable of. Again, this first match on the international stage here for them is a tough one, but this looked a lot more promising than what we saw in game 1 against a team, you know, like Team Vitality, who has gone through so much through the past year and everything else. And you know, there's definitely have to shake off because the
क्या
idea,
गेम चालू कर दो जो बाकी जो टीम स्पिरिट है इग्नाइट गेमिंग
some mistakes really build up, and eventually those mistakes
नहीं
might
कर भी
cost you an entire game or a series.
And that's on top of the fact that they had a really
मारा तो रम्मा ने
the
जिच्छा दे
damage that you had to await for a Yi Sun Shin and a Moskov definitely took their time, but Asuna, Rehansha, they were pretty much able to.
Okay guys, let's go and
Team Vitality, like there were moments like this where we weren't really sure if Team Vitality still could have just closed it out, because even approaching the base, even the Lord Sieges haven't been as clean. They had to deal with massive amounts of wave clear, but the moment they were able to take out at least one, everything else followed. And now we get to hear from our winners, so let's throw it over to the stage and talk to Emma.
Thank you very much,
2-0 क्या पता था साले झाड़िए
What a huge performance for you and the team. But first, we got to talk about it. Game 1, super fast. Game 2, the comeback over the comeback and the comeback. Can you talk to me about how the game has flowed so far?
In game 1, we just to connect to each other and trust each other and believe in ourselves. Yeah.
And game 2, it almost slipped away.
Yeah, in game 2, we just need to know our win con in game 2 so we can get a comeback.
Let's go guys, let's go now. Let us play.
The Tribe Elder always said I was a dreamer. Well, looks like dreams can come true.
एक्सटेंशन है कि एक्सटेंशन हो गया तू है ना निंजा बैठा लॉबी में बैठा उसके साथ बैठा होगा उर्वी के साथ अकेला बैठा है माय गॉड Let's go guys, let's go. दीदी है दीदी और उसका मैसेज किया उसके स्ट्रीम में चल वो एक और मैच देख के आ रहा है भाई लेट्स गो हो गया फुल अरे वो मेरी आईडी और मेरी बहन ही खेल रही है नहीं ये वो नहीं है भाई ये इंडिया रैंकिंग अल्फा वाला है है ना आज नहीं है। भाई 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 उसके स्ट्रीम का आवाज इधर आ रहा है भाई। ट्रू रिपर का गेम हो गया ब्रो, जस्ट खत्म हुआ। गिव अवे होगा, हाँ होगा करते हैं। पर भाई देखो एक चीज है ना माननी पड़ेगी, 20 मिनट किसी का मैच नहीं चला है, ठीक है। हमने जो जो मैच पहले हम 9.5 मिनट में हार गए, उसी टीम के सामने हमने 20 मिनट खींचा है और हम भी उनके वो लास्ट टर्रेट तक पहुंच गए थे। तो वी हैव गिवन अ फेयर फाइट एंड वी शुड बी हैप्पी विद देम।
Please ban a hero. Your team is banning.
Let's go guys, let's go.
Please pick a hero.
श्रवण भाई क्या बोलते हैं श्रवण भाई?
The ocean is not just our home. It is who we are.
बोलो भैया क्या हाल है श्रवण भाई?
Crowned by heaven's mandate, my legacy shall endure.
Please pick a hero.
सब ठीक आपका? अरे बढ़िया है भाई, तुम आ गए बस।
It ain't just a game. You gotta fight for yourself.
जैसा बोलो मालिक।
Yes, I swear, on my very
Let's
life,
go.
the Titans will be eradicated.
Light me up and watch the world burn!
दीदी क्या खेलेगी EXP में?
Welcome to the greatest magic show of all
Your
time.
team is picking.
सीसी ले ले, सीसी आता है ना देखो।
Let's hear from the crowd. Make some noise.
और
for yours
सीसी में है ना, सीसी में लास्ट और सेकंड आइटम है ना विंटर क्राउन बना लेना। हाँ अल्टी मार के फर्स्ट किल मार के विंटर क्राउन दबाओ, डैमेज पड़ता रहेगा और तुमको कुछ नहीं होगा।
This is my tempo.
The enemy is picking.
I am vengeance incarnate.
मैच खत्म हो गया क्या? कौन सा मैच? निंजा टिटन नहीं है भाई, वो निंजा टिटन वाइटी MSC। हाँ मतलब अपने को तो ट्रू रिपर्स का देखना था, तो ट्रू रिपर्स देख लिया।
In the end, you choose what you choose. Blades drawn, now! Come on!
आया मालिक।
No casualties. Don't you dare.
मैं अभी कुछ एक्सपेक्टेशन मत रखो मेरे।
Enemy battle spell on CD.
डैमेज है साले का।
Told you I would kill the beast titan, but that'll have to wait.
Amazing! Enemy battle spell on CD.
I'll handle all the cutting. Hey, I asked you a question.
The enemy has slain the turtle.
Don't screw this up by making it personal.
Slain.
Take them all out.
वेव इस पर आती है ना भैया।
An enemy has been slain.
सी।
I would kill you no matter what it took. Waiting so long. Where are you going?
Slain.
Mission planning isn't my responsibility. Not bad. I made a promise. I would kill you no matter what it took.
Your team destroyed a turret.
ब्रोडी ये इस पे आजा, टर्टल पे आजा।
Attack the turtle.
Switch to OEM gear.
Enemy has slain the turtle. Request backup.
टाइग्रेल पे अल्ट था ना।
I told you I would kill the beast titan, but that'll have to wait. Don't let any of us.
Ally has been slain. Enemy killing spree. An enemy has been slain. Enemy double kill.
Where are you going? We had a hell of a time getting here.
Our turret has been destroyed.
भाई गिव अवे हो गया नहीं?
Our turret is under attack.
Tear it apart. Where are you? Is everyone here ready?
Ally has been slain.
Enemy ult on CD.
Ally has been slain. Unstoppable. Shut down.
Where are you going? Hey, I asked you if you like to have some fun! Implicitly.
ना डाले क्वालिटी मारा.
Our turret is under attack.
Do as your conscience dictates.
Has been slain. An enemy has been slain. Double kill.
Where are you going?
An ally has slain the turret.
दे दिया हो गया सब.
Take them all out right here.
आ रहा हूँ.
Could have made breakfast.
Ult is not ready. Killing spree.
No casualties. Don't you dare get eaten.
Ult is ready. Slain an enemy. Double kill.
हाँ इजी. तुम लोग मिड जाओ मैं लॉर्ड लूंगा.
Your team destroyed the turret. Ult is not ready.
Where are you going?
Team destroyed the turret.
Don't let any of us regret this.
An ally has slain Lord.
Easy, big stuff.
Your team destroyed the turret.
लेट्स गो टॉप क्लियर करो गाइस टॉप क्लियर करो अरे ब्रोडी गया आपकी भी जर्सी का गोल्डन कलर वाला पार्ट चला गया हाँ ब्रो अरे एक्चुअली हुआ क्या मैं मुंबई गया था ना शादी में तो वहाँ पे जहाँ मैं रुका था मेरी बहन के यहाँ पे तो वहाँ हाथ से कपड़े धुलते हैं तो मेरे यहाँ पे वॉशिंग मशीन में मेरे 4-5 बार धोए भाई तो टी शर्ट कुछ नहीं हुआ वहां पे एक बार धोया तो पता नहीं निकल गया टाइगर
Hold on. I made a promise.
We're ahead in goal.
Oh, Virat bhai, welcome to the stream. Hey, chill.
I told you I would kill the Beast Titan, but that'll have to
ब्रो मैंने भी वॉशिंग मशीन को धोया कॉलेज में 2-3 बार धोने के बाद चला गया लगभग 5 के देके लिया मैं मेरा भी भाई 6 के मैंने तो पीछे सॉरी नहीं चॉकलेट भेज देना हाँ भाई चॉकलेट भेज दो भाई कौन सी खाएगी दीदी बॉर्नविल
Our turret has been destroyed. Our inhibitor turret is under attack.
तुम लोग जाओ 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 मैं जा रहा हूँ चल बॉडी चला गया छोड़ दे
Our turret has been destroyed.
आर्ली इधर ही होगा ब्लू अभी गया हम लोग का
Shut down. Instant kill. Launch attack.
भाई वो अपना ब्लू ले रहा है मॉस्को ब्लू ले रहा है मॉस्को ब्लू ले रहा है
Hey, I asked you a question.
बच गया ब्रोडी बच गया यो भाई लॉर्ड भाई क्या हाल है
Where are you going?
Our turret is under attack.
Do as you're caused.
अरे अल्ट है भाई।
Disgusting.
नाइस वन। बस दो दिमाग खाने वालों को तो हमने निकाल दिया। चलो लेट्स गो। ब्रोडी हील कर ले, ब्रोडी हील कर ले। तो ब्लू बफ उठा ले। भैया काश मैं भी आपके साथ खेल रहा था। सैटरडे है ना ब्रो?
Remind me, what is our mission? Don't let any of us regret this.
कर लिया गैंग। बे सालो 1v3 में तुम 2 जन को मार दिया मैंने। तो 1v1 में तो औकात नहीं थी किसी की मेरे सामने बोलने की। इतना इतना बेकार है ना भाई ये स्टार प्रोडक्शन। 99% पे रुका, 1100 पे मिल रहा था। 1099 पे रुक गया, 1 पॉइंट के लिए रह गया। गाइस एक मिनट का ब्रेक गाइस प्लीज। मैं वॉशरूम जाके आया। खुद नहीं बेटा, सो जा मेरे बच्चा। रिमोट को क्या देख गए? एसी बंद किया तो गुस्सा करेगा मेरे पे। नो बच्चा सो जा। तो गर्मी लगे तो बोलना, फिर से एसी चालू कर दूंगा ना। खतरनाक है भाई। यस गाइस आई एम बैक। लॉल। अरे वो टफी नीचे सोया हुआ था, मैं अंदर आया, मैंने ये बंद किया एसी, और सर रिमोट के सामने देखता है, फिर मेरे सामने देखता है, फिर रिमोट के सामने मेरे सामने। बोले भाई साहब ये भी अपने को बोल दे रहा है। उधर पता नहीं चलता मैं यहाँ पे सो रहा हूँ। चलो भाई एक्सटिंक्शन। भाई साहब भूख लग गई यार।
Please ban a hero.
वो मेरे रूम में ना इसके लिए सोने आता है क्योंकि उसको पता है यहाँ कभी भी एसी चालू ही होता है। क्यों अपना फर्स्ट पिक नहीं है दीदी? अरे तू खेलता बराबर है पर अपना फर्स्ट पिक नहीं है। अरे वो ले लेता यार, अगली बार नहीं करूँगा बस।
The enemy is picking.
वेलकम टू द स्ट्रीम गाइस। टॉफी भेज दिया। हाँ टॉफी को शांत कराना आया था। इडियोरा ले लो इडियोरा।
The ocean is not just our home. It is who we are.
लाओ लाओ चल लाओ फटाफट लाए।
It ain't just a game.
The enemy
You gotta
is
fight
picking.
for yourself.
क्या मालिक नींद खराब हो गई आपकी? एसी बंद किया तो उठ के बैठा और बैठे बैठे सो रहा है अभी।
This time,
Muscle of
the
iron.
choice is mine.
Please pick a hero.
नहीं भाई एक बार बोल दे दो। हाउले क्या बैगन जैसा बात कर रहे तुम? सो करो सो करो।
Introducing my I swear, on my very life,
वाह दीदी वाह,
Titans will be eradicated.
वाह दीदी वाह। और करो लड़की पे भरोसा। मैंने तो बहन पे किया था, बहन भी गद्दार निकली।
I am sovereign.
My fists are
The slayer of
unbeaten.
gods.
Is picking.
टीम स्पिरिट और इग्नाइट का मैच चालू हो गया भाई। भाई सुयू लिया, सुयू वर्सेस लिंग। ये वाले है ना? अरे भाई इसमें बहुत सीन है। आप ईएमसी नहीं देख रहे। ईएमसी नहीं होता है, ईडब्ल्यूसी होता है। अभी बंद किया मैंने। सवा अभी बंद किया मैंने। मैं वॉच पार्टी ही चालू था मेरे यहाँ पे भी। आ रही है ना?
Welcome to Mobile
भूल गई।
Legends.
क्या सेट करना भूल गई?
5
अरे कोई बात
seconds
नहीं,
till the
चलेगा।
enemy reaches the battlefield. Smash them. All troops deployed.
In the end, you choose what you choose.
Understood.
अफजल खेल रहा है तो यार नहीं नहीं, वो अभी वो लास्ट वाले मैच बाकी है ना, वो देख रहा है।
Come on!
ये अकाउंट आपने करेगा ना, आपका ही था, मेरा ही है। वो जो दूसरा वाला अकाउंट है वो भी मेरा ही है। अभी मैंने खरीदा अकाउंट 1400 रुपये में।
I'll handle all the cutting.
रोशन का पूरा कॉम्बो फेल गया।
First blood. That was amazing.
अरे पर टॉप में टर्टल है तो बॉटम में हूँ भरा हूँ। पीछी लक्ष्मी चिट फंड डिस्क्लोज से कितने साल हो गए ये अकाउंट को? काफी साल हो गए भाई। ले व्हाट्स अप गैंग, व्हाट्स अप ब्रदर?
Launch attack.
Take them all out right here.
वो सब क्या होता है? बस किल तो कनेक्ट नहीं हो रही है, क्या अल्ट मार रहा है? ओ सब मंगी, वेलकम टू फूड। Like the stream, guys.
I'll handle all the cutting. Where are you going? I trust you implicitly. Come on! We had a hell of a time, didn't we?
तुम लोग का ना वेंचो रोटेशन ही बेकार है। और पहले भी नीचे ऊपर लोड था तो नीचे चले गए, अब नीचे लोड टर्टल है तो ऊपर चले गए।
Enemy invading jungle.
I would kill you no matter what it took.
रोटेशन बेकार ही था।
Is everyone here ready? We're all about to dirty your hands.
कल भी भाई हमारे टीम में एस्मेराल्डा थी और हमने एस्मेराल्डा पे रोटेट नहीं किया। ब्रो देखो ना ब्रो, व्हाट्स अप?
We'll take them all out right here. Mission planning is I'll finish it!
ये जियो के वर्कर कब से बीएनएन गए? बीएनएन क्या होता है? बन गए। अबे चूतिया आरसीबी की टी-शर्ट है जियो के वर्कर। गरीब है ना, ये तो गरीब होता है ना, इस साला अपनी सोच से ही गरीब होता है।
Beast Titan, but that'll have to wait.
Ult is not ready.
भाई ट्रू रिपर को क्यों इतना मारा? भाई ट्रू रिपर ने दिया ना भाई, सेकंड मैच में दिया ना, अच्छा फाइट दिया भाई। कमबैक करेंगे भाई, लोअर ब्रैकेट है अभी हमारे पास। अबे जेवियर स्प्रिंट लेके आए। गिव अवे होगा भाई होगा। तुम लोग चलो गिव अवे के लिए आता हो ना मेरे स्क्रीन पे।
Ult is ready.
Don't you dare!
Ally has been slain.
तो क्या मैं हमेशा लेट ही रहता हूँ गिव अवे? मेरे को मत बोलना। एफटीपी प्लेयर है, लालची शब्द है तुम्हारे, पता है भाई मुझे।
Like the brass balls, but try not to swing them so hard. Get your kill.
Your team destroyed a turret. Launch attack.
Do as your conscience dictates.
An enemy has your team destroyed a turret. Mega kill.
Charge to your death.
Request backup. An ally has slain Lord.
Where are you going? Easy, big stuff. We had a hell of a time getting here. Remind me, what is our mission?
Ooh.
Is everyone here ready? We're all about to dirty your hands.
दीदी 2 चॉकलेट हो गए हो।
Not enjoying yourself so much anymore.
ये क्या इमोशन निकलते रहेंगे, हील बनता रहेगा। दीदी भी थोड़ी मेरे को भी देना। आधे आधे कर ले।
Switch to the end here.
एमन देख इधर आ। एक चीज बताओ एमन, ओ एमन,
I asked you a question.
जाना नहीं चाहिए।
Up by making it personal.
Our turret is under attack.
7 सेकंड, 7 सेकंड। लिविंग खेलना अगले मैच नहीं आता ब्रो। भैया क्या करो, सोलो खेल के मिथिक 18 स्टार पे आगे बढ़ नहीं हो पा रहा। अरे तो टीम बनाओ ना भैया, टीम बनाओ।
I would kill you no matter what it took. Where are you from?
मेरे घर पे यार स्मेल बहुत मस्त आ रही है, खाना बहुत बढ़िया खाना।
Superb control. Superb control. Double kill. Wiped out. Your team destroyed a turret.
Where are you going?
लो सरेंडर। बहुत सो रहा है क्या? क्यों, क्या हुआ? नहीं आ रहा?
Victory.
क्यों नहीं आ रहा? साला अबे स्टील नहीं, गैम्बल गैम्बल। और पॉइंट्स में पी कैपिटल डाल। जो है ये है भाई। मेरी 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 बहन से तो कम ही नाटक है मेरे बॉट के।
Please ban a hero.
ले ले जॉनसन, ले ले जॉनसन उठा। कार्मिला ले ले, कार्मिला मैं उठाता हूँ फिर मार्टिस। पहले तो छोटे से काम चला लेता था बहुत। नहीं दिखा रहा भैया, नीच बॉट क्या कर रहा है। मिंची ओपन भाई।
Please pick a hero.
May the blood of my enemies flow from my spear.
कार्मिला
I'm born with talent.
I have long awaited this glorious day.
क्या ले सकते हैं? अरे तो डीगी से अच्छा तो वो खेल ले, ये कार्मिला। फ्लोरिन खेल ले, एस्टेस खेल ले।
True love is like blood.
दीदी एक मैच खेल ले, खाली एक मैच खेल ले।
Sanjo.
The enemy is picking.
इसके बाद तक वो चो खेलना बस। बॉट को सैलरी नहीं मिलती क्या? नहीं, बेकार नल्ला एक नंबर का बॉट। अरे नहीं, एक मैच में मैं भमा भम किल निकालूंगा ना भैया। मैंने टाइग्रियल की स्किल ले ली कल, गोल्डन बैरन। अरे वाह भाई,
The slayer of gods.
क्योंकि मैं हूँ गरीब। अरे कुछ भी भाई।
Crowned by heaven's mandate.
Please
My
pick a
legacy
hero.
shall endure. Don your masks, darlings. The masquerade begins.
क्या बोल रही है? नहीं, मैं तो गरीबों से बात करता हूँ। मैं तो कर लेता हूँ गरीबों से। मैं उनको बोलता हूँ ये गरीब।
Yes, I swear, on my very life,
भाई अभी
the
ट्राई
Titans
करो।
will be eradicated.
I might not be a lighted man, but I do
अरे
know
नहीं,
my
वो
trade.
एक्चुअली क्या है, मैं ना कल वो बॉट बंद करना भूल गया था ना, तो लगता है उसके टोकन्स खत्म हो गए। आज नहीं होगा, फिर कल ही करेंगे। आज तुम खाली पॉइंट्स कमाओ, आज कर्म करो, कल की चिंता मत करो। मैंने तुम कर्म करो, फल तो अपन मार्केट से भी ले लेंगे। Yes, sir. Is this Noir?
Welcome to MobileLegends.
नहीं
5
चाची
seconds
ज्यादा
till the enemy reaches the battlefield. Smash them.
अरे shit यार
Deployed.
In the end, you choose what you choose.
अरे लोचा हो गया यार मैंने फर्स्ट किल अनलॉक कर ली भाई आप मेरे साथ खेलोगे तो गेम डाउनलोड करूंगा वरना नहीं करूंगा सैटरडे आ जाओ भैया देखो मैं ऐसा बोल नहीं मेरे को कुछ नहीं बोला तुम लोग सालों तुम लोग मेरे गिने चुने व्यूअर्स को भी भगा रहे हो ले ही जाएगा ना भाई सब निंजा की गलती आया अगर पहले हुक नहीं मार सकता था खड़ा खड़ा देख रहा है भाई संडे को आ जाओ संडे खेलता हूँ मैं तुम्हारे साथ अरे खा गया मेरे को भाई थोड़ा प्रोटेक्ट कर लेते यार इधर आना देखा
Kill the beast titan, but that'll have to wait.
सीधे टर्टल पे आजा दीदी
Not enjoying yourself so much anymore.
निंजा बोला गुट्टो बोला तेरी कुछ गलती बता रहा था धो उसको धो
Come on.
शर्म करो यहाँ मिंची से किल नहीं हो रहे ना इडियोरा पे हो रहे अभी तक तो इडियोरा में 4 सेवेज आ जाते भाई चार मिनट के अंदर इडियोरा का 4 सेवेज नहीं आए तो भाई बेकार है फिर
Like the brass balls, but try not to swing them so hard. They'll get you killed.
Ally has been slain.
Enemy ult on seeding. Superb control.
Ally has been slain.
हाँ?
told you I would kill the Beast Titan, but that'll have to wait.
फिर तो मेरे को भी कार्मिला खेल के बताना पड़ेगा। अरे वाह बेटे वाह। Let's go, let's go. हाँ, इसलिए तो 5 में से 3 किल मार्टिस के अकेले गए ना, वो घुस घुस के मार रहा था इसलिए। यार तुम लोग है ना बहुत गंदा वीड कर रहे हो यार।
What is our mission? Don't let any of us regret this.
दीदी यार एक सेट दे देना यार अच्छा वाला। मैं कैसे थी मतलब तो मैं दूं अब कार्मिला के अल्ट। तो निंजा तो एक काम कर डिलीट MLBB डिलीट જોયો કાલથી તો હું ઉર્વી જોડે રમવા જઈશ હે
Don't screw this up by making it personal.
બરાબર હું જોઉં છું ને दीदी अब तो सेट दे यार सब बाजू में है
Do as your conscience dictates.
चलो भाई मैं भी लाइव बंद कर रहा हूँ अभी अपना हो गया दिल टूटा है दिल दुखा है पर टूटा तो नहीं उम्मीदों का दामन छूटा तो नहीं कल मिलते अरे मैं ही बोल रहा हूँ किसी ने कमेंट नहीं किया है चलना आपकी तरह मैं भी उदास हूँ चल दीदी सेट दे दे आजा होता है हाँ यार ठीक दीदी क्या सेट दिया मैंने कॉट इन 4K दिल टूट जाएगा दुखी ना होए वही तो बोल रहा हूँ ना उम्मीदों का दामन टूटा तो नहीं दीदी सेट बंगाल टीम के सामने हार रहे अपन इतनी बढ़िया टीम लेके तो बंगारी है भाई, कुछ नहीं है उन लोग की टीम में.
That'll have to wait.
Our inhibitor turret is under attack.
Where are you going?
Our turret is under attack. Our turret has been destroyed.
No casualties. Don't you dare. I'll finish you.
Inhibitor turret. Double
I
kill.
trust you.
Our inhibitor turret is under attack. Our turret has been destroyed.
Come on.
आज 4-4 चैट पढ़नी पड़ रही है. क्यों, किसको?
Don't let any of us regret this.
The enemy has slain Lord.
चलो बारात की हट गई है. देखा, ये पहले करने की जरूरत थी. भाग दीदी भाग.
Good game.
आपको लैंडस्केप वाले भी. अरे तो दो ना, 4-4 कैसे हुई? Hello guys, thank you so much for being on the stream. Bye bye. गिनती नहीं आती. कोई नहीं, मैं सिखा दूंगा.
What perfect weather!